Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fire in His Fury by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Noel Bridges and Jeremy York. 1. Amy. It's going to be another hot day. Even though it's early, my room already feels like an oven. There are no windows because safety must be key. No one can know I'm hiding inside here. And because it's the apocalypse, there's no air conditioning, no ceiling fan, no nothing. I have a paper fan that Claudia brought me, and I pick it up and wave it over my face in the darkness, creating a breeze. I can light some candles or maybe use one of my lanterns, but that gives off heat too, and sometimes it's cooler to just sit here in the darkness and wait, and wait, and wait. What I'm waiting for, I don't exactly know. A change in this life, a rescue, a prince on horseback. Silliness, I know. But when your life is as stagnant as mine, you indulge in the fantasy, because the fantasy is all that you've got. I remember all the fairy tale movies from when I was a child. They all involved a plucky, singing heroine who fought through troublesome times to get her man. Maybe that's my problem. I can't really sing. Well, that, and I'm not very plucky. And I can't fight at all with my bad leg, so I'm 0 for 3 in regard to being princess material. Doesn't matter. I don't want to rule over a kingdom. I'm not very social, and the thought of balls and soirees, if they even exist anymore, seems a little hellish. But I'd love to have a prince. I close my eyes in the darkness, fan myself, and dream. My ideal prince would be tall, dark-haired, with gorgeous blue eyes that pierce the soul. He'd be strong enough to carry me wherever I need to go, since my bad leg doesn't allow me to do much for long. And he'd be gentle. So gentle. He'd pick me flowers and read me poetry, and we'd spend endless days in the shade of a tree on a blanket, gazing up at fluffy clouds while holding hands. He'd beg me for a kiss, and I'd be shy, but of course I'd comply. I'd touch my lips just thinking about such things. My prince would be sweet and kind and adoring, and I'd never be lonely again. He'd hold me close and brush my hair back from my face, and then whisper sweet nothings in my ear. I'm the most incredible woman he's ever met. He wants to write me songs, and... There's a hard knock on the door to my room. "Amy, you up?" It's my sister. "I'm awake." I don't get up from the bed, just keep fanning myself. Claudia opens the door a crack. Not too much because my scent is dangerous. "Morning, sleepyhead." She gives me an affectionate smile. "We've got a couple of cool hours before it gets too hot. Want to come up and have breakfast?" I feel a stab of resentment for my sister, with her bright red curling hair that's so clean and fresh and not plastered to her face with sweat. She's lightly freckled from spending her days in the sun, and her hand rests on the pregnant bulge of her belly. She's so happy, and I'm so... not. Of course, then I feel guilty. Claudia's doing the best she can. It's not her fault I'm miserable. I sit up in bed and give her a happy smile I hope looks sincere. "Sure." "Great. I'll put on some coffee. See you in a bit." She closes the door again, and then I'm alone in the dark. I get to my feet. Since I'm leaving my hot prison cell, there are things I have to do before I can get out into the fresh air. I light a candle with the Zippo lighter at the side of my bed, and then take the candle into the bathroom adjoining my bedroom. Well, it's not really a bedroom. This building used to be an office of sorts, but in the after, people live wherever it's safest. Our old home used to be a broken-down school bus in a parking lot back in Fort Dallas, so this is an improvement. Sort of. At least back in the school bus, I could crack a window and get a hint of a breeze. My room isn't pleasant, temperature-wise, so I've done my best to decorate it with as many pretty things as I can. Colorful scarves and curtains drape every inch of the walls and hang above from the tall ceiling like banners. Claudia brought me magazines and posters from bookstores, and I've papered the walls with pictures of wonderful things. Old movie advertisements, pictures of castles, anything and everything that caught my eye. My furniture is delicate and pretty, also thanks to Claudia and her dragon mate Kyle. My bed is a soft, fluffy cloud like nothing I've experienced in the past. Really, they've been so good to me. It's not their fault I'm miserable. I head into the bathroom and set my candle down on the counter. First I wash up. Sweat is a strong smell, and since dragons have keen senses, I have to try and remove as much of it as possible. I strip off my dress and out of my panties, and then use a washcloth, soap, and water to give myself a quick bath. I have to scrub every part of my body that might carry scent. Under the arms, behind the knees, the neck, and between the thighs. Once that's done, I towel dry, apply liberal amounts of deodorant, and then begin perfuming. I hate the perfume the most. Just the smell of it is enough to make me gag and choke, but I have to or else I can't go out at all. It's something to be endured, just like the heat. I close my eyes, hold my breath, and then begin spraying. A light mist all over the body, and then heavy doses at my pulse points, with the biggest sprays between my thighs. I get fresh panties from a drawer I keep here in the bathroom, and dose them with perfume before putting them on as well. Then, coughing, I step out and quickly dress before I start to sweat again. When I'm clothed, I slip on a pair of sandals and head out, finally able to face the bright, warm sunshine of the day. Like Claudia said, it's early, but compared to the dark cave of my room, it's gorgeous. I can hear distant birds, and the breeze ruffles my hair. I live for these moments, when I feel like I'm free and not just trapped in a coffin. We're up high at the top of a destroyed skyscraper in the middle of Old Dallas. Because my sister's mated to a dragon, we live on the top floors, because he likes to come and go easily. I imagine it's a lot like birds in their nests. They don't want to be on the ground like people. The building's not whole, though. Most of the windows have been shattered, and one end of the building has completely collapsed and fallen open. This doesn't bother my sister or her dragon, though. They have patio furniture and wood-burning grills set up in the open area, like it's just a big outdoor living space. This is where my sister keeps her kitchen, and I limp toward the edge of the building because I like to look out at the open spaces. Don't get too close, Claudia warns me as she feeds another wood log to her fire pit. I ignore her, because she's always telling me that as if I'm a child, as if I don't do this every time I come out. I move to the edge of the building, where the wall has fallen away and has left nothing but empty, open space hundreds of feet up. I clutch at the mortar work and lean forward, letting the stiff breeze whip my long blonde hair around my face. Up here, you can see forever. I sigh and rest my chin on my hand as I gaze down at the ruins of the city below. Up here, it's almost pretty. I remember being young and riding in the back seat of the car as my parents drove through downtown traffic. I remember the streets were nothing but bumper-to-bumper cars, gray buildings, signs, and billboards, and so many clustered buildings that it could never be called pretty. It's all different now. There are still a lot of buildings, 7 years after the rift, but the wildlife is reclaiming a lot of the world. Even with dragonfire burning the world on a regular basis, there's still so much greenery. The half-crumbled buildings are covered in vines, and the streets are veined with green grass that's grown up in the cracks of the asphalt. Trees have sprung up everywhere possible, and when I look across the way, there's a cluster of new saplings that have sprung up atop a broken overpass. Deer bounce back and forth between overgrown bushes. The tall buildings of Old Dallas still stick up from the ruins, but it's becoming a wilder, prettier place. The only sounds are those of birds singing and the wind whipping around us. I gaze out at the green and gray of Old Dallas, and off in the distance, like a big, ugly stain, is Fort Dallas. It's the last safe place for humanity in this area, and they've all clustered together in one small area that's surrounded by a metal-fused barricade made from old cars. Behind that barrier, I know what it's like. It smells, and there are people underfoot no matter where you turn. It's dirty and run by soldiers, and there's never enough to eat. It wasn't better than here, but at least there I had some freedom. Here, in what passes for luxury in the after, I have none. Of course, the thought makes me sad, and I turn away, limping over to the patio table and sitting down carefully, extending my bad leg out in front of me. "How's the leg feel this morning?" Claudia asks as she cracks an egg in a skillet. I'm not sure how she got eggs, but she and Kyle always seem to be able to find a fresh supply of food. It's such a difference from when we were starving back in Fort Dallas. "My leg's not too bad," I lie, because I don't want her to worry. Even if I told her it ached, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Of course, knowing Claudia, she'd probably want to go see if she and Kyle could raid an old pharmacy for some aspirin. Anything to help me out. My sister's as giving as she is brave, but nothing's going to help my leg. It mended badly, and nothing's going to ever make it feel 100%. I've learned to accept that. There's a lot of smoke over Fort Dallas today, I commented to change the subject. Something going on? Dragon attack, she comments, as easily as she'd say it's been raining. We're safe here because her dragon's always nearby. Big gold, I think. I didn't see it, but Kyle did. Reds are due later today. She turns and gives me an apologetic grimace even as she slides the eggs onto a plate and brings it over to me. I keep smiling, even though I feel like screaming. Reds attack for several days in a row, and if there are dragons in the area, that means I have to hide down in my room, despite the perfume bath I just took. Between that and the sweaty heat, it's too dangerous for me to stay up top. Dragons have an acute sense of smell, kind of like sharks. They can pick out a lone scent on the wind from miles away. The only reason everyone in Fort Dallas is safe, Claudia tells me, is that the stink of all of them piled together overwhelmed dragon senses. That's also why the fort gets dive-bombed by crazed dragons every time they're in the area. And red dragons attack for days in a row, which means I'm going to have to hide downstairs for days and days on end. I close my eyes and tell myself it doesn't matter. It's fine, I'll read something. Claudia tosses an egg onto her plate and sits down across from me. I feel bad. Oh, please don't, I tell her, and I mean it. It's just how things are. It's not like you can help it. I'm safer here with you guys than in Fort Dallas. Miserable, well-fed, and safe is better than miserable, starving, and in danger, after all. She takes a fork full of eggs and nods. I know, but I feel bad for you. I wish the perfume trick worked as well as it does on Emma. I don't know why it doesn't. I just don't have the right chemical makeup, I guess. I shrug. Like it doesn't matter, but it's kind of heartbreaking. The perfume only works for me to a certain extent. My natural scent, which sounds embarrassing, quickly overpowers it, and then I'm tossing pheromones into the air for every unmated dragon to come after. Since I'm unmated, I'm a danger to everyone I'm around, because it's going to call all the male dragons to me. It's why I have to hide in my room away from any kinds of breezes. I'm not allowed to go out in the open. I'm to be perfumed at all times, and I'm not allowed to masturbate because the scent carries. It's embarrassing to think about, but I remind myself that I'm safe here and I'm with my sister, who loves me. It's fine, I say again, and eat a big mouthful of eggs. This is really good this morning. Fresh eggs? Claudia nods, her expression thoughtful. I can come and stay down with you, you know. Don't be silly, I tell her, my tone gentle. You're pregnant. The last thing you need to do is sit in the dark and bake all day. She looks unhappy at my words, toying with her breakfast, and I poke her gently with my fork. Don't worry over me. I've got that new book you gave me last week, and maybe I'll fill up the kiddie pool and just soak for a while. It's set up in the bathroom so I can easily fill it up, and it does help when the day gets extra hot. It's not great, but it's better than nothing. My sister brightens. I got you one of those adult coloring book things. Found it at the bookstore. Markers, too. They're dried out, but if you wet the tips, I bet you can get some ink out of them. You're so thoughtful. Thank you. I beam at her because she really is trying. Claudia smiles back, torn. I really don't mind, you know. She pauses, and the look on her face goes distant, as if she's hearing a private conversation. I know what's happening. She's talking to Kyle, her dragon. Claudia told me they have a mental link that was created when they bonded, and it's just another reason I'm envious of her. To have a mental link with the person you love, to never be further away than a thought. It sounds like heaven. I finish the last bite of my food as I wait for my sister to finish her silent conversation. Claudia chuckles and shakes her head a few moments later, glancing over at me. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? Nothing important, I promise. And it's the truth. I know how any argument would go. She'd try her best to make me feel comfortable, but then I'd feel guilty, and eventually I'd push her outside. She's pregnant, after all. She needs to be out in the open air and taking in sunshine. All of that dark and heat can't be good for anyone. Even me. A large shadow passes overhead in the sky, and my sister's cheeks turn a rosy pink. There's an excited flush on her face, and I suspect it's from the private conversation she was having. She jumps to her feet, grabbing my plate before I can get rid of it. Kyle's back. I nod and clasp my hands in my lap, sipping my coffee. It's warm out, and I don't want anything hot to drink. But at the same time, coffee's a luxury, and it's not to be wasted. Who knows when this will be my last? So I savor it despite the weather. With a low rumble, almost like an oncoming storm, the dragon descends, and his wings flap like sails as he pulls them back against his body, tucking them close. He perches on the lip of the crumbling wall, gazing down at us with golden, whirling eyes. He's all fearsome scales and claws, wings and tail, and bigger than just about anything I've ever seen. Maybe whale-sized, but everything in a zoo or aquarium's long dead or escaped. His head's the size of a small car, and he looks so fierce and reptilian as he lifts a clawed foreleg and picks at long, fanged teeth that I wonder how Kyle and my sister ever fell in love. I glance over at my sister, and she's in his shadow, gazing up at him, her arms crossed over the slight bulge of her pregnant belly. She's got a look of pure adoration on her face, and it makes my heart squeeze to see her so very happy. I admit it, I'm jealous. How can I not be in the face of such joy? She's pregnant and safe with a mate that loves her beyond anything. And I have a coloring book. They're utterly silent, conversing back and forth in a way I can't hear. My sister tells me that Kyle has the ability to speak English, but the only thing I've ever heard him utter is her name. A breath later, and then Kyle's in his human form, leaping down from the wall to the ground in front of Claudia. I avert my eyes because he's naked, and since he's technically my brother-in-law, I don't really want to see all his bits and pieces. My sister whips out a towel and offers it to him, and he wraps it around his hips. Even like this, he's stunningly handsome. There's a hint of wildness to his demeanor as he moves to my sister's side and caresses her cheek with claw-tipped fingers. His skin looks like golden scales, even though Claudia assures me it's skin. He otherwise looks like a muscular, well-built humanoid man with a mass of thick golden hair and a crown of short, spiky horns at his temples. But when he looks over at me and his mouth pulls down a little in displeasure, his eyes flashing with a hint of black, he looks less human and more like a wild beast that just happens to have human form. Kyle says he can smell you on the breeze today, Amy. I'm so sorry. Claudia bites her lip. He says it's not safe to be up here. She looks torn between her mate and me, glancing back and forth between us. Maybe we can try some new perfumes? I know Kyle deliberately leaves when I'm around because the perfumes hurt his nose. My poor sister. She's trying to make all of us happy. It's fine, I tell her brightly. I'll just go read my book. Please tell Kyle thank you for me. She looks over at her dragon man, silent, and then he nods slowly at me. I smile at both of them and gesture back toward my quarters. I'll head back. Thank you for breakfast, sis. Of course, I'll bring you lunch later, she promises. I'm experimenting with making bread, and hopefully we can have sandwiches. Her hand strokes over her belly again, her smile apologetic. I give her an even bigger smile to let her know that I don't blame her, and turn to head back to my room. My hated, hated room. I shuffle in that direction, trying not to make my steps too slow or else Claudia will worry. I open the door to my rooms, and the stale, hot darkness awaits me. I glance back at my sister before heading inside, and I see Kyle is leaning over her, caressing her hair and nuzzling the side of her face. Claudia's eyes are closed in what can only be described as sheer bliss, and one of his big hands is on her belly. And that's why she's so happy. It's not that he's wild and dangerous. It's not that he's the baddest predator on the block. It's that he's so utterly devoted and in love with her. She's the center of his universe. He'd do anything for Claudia. And the sun rises and sets in her eyes when it comes to him. And that's what makes me so envious and lonely all at once. I shut the door behind me and close myself into the stifling heat. I light a candle so it's not completely dark, and I've got a book to read, Outlander. It's very thick and the story's intriguing, but I can't concentrate on it. My mind is in other places today. I did a very, very bad thing a few days ago. I wait, though. I don't want my sister coming into my room. When I hear her laughter become throaty and distant, I move to the door to my rooms and listen. I can't hear anything, which means they've probably retreated to their bedroom. They'll probably be in there a while. I try not to think about that too much, and I throw the bolt on my door. If anyone asks, I'll say I was sleeping naked. That done, I head over to the far side of the room where my stepladder is, and tug it to one corner. I noticed when I was decorating with scarves that the air ducts in this room were large enough to squeeze a person, and one day, when I was bored and restless and so miserable I could scream, I climbed into one to see where it led. I pull back the scarves and pry it open again today, then climb inside. My knee throbs a protest, but I ignore it. If I stopped every time my knee hurt, I'd never leave my bed. I clamber inside and wriggle my way forward, trying to keep the weight of my body off of my bad leg. The ductwork immediately turns and then goes around the outer wall of the building, and the next drop-off is several rooms over, in one of the old offices. That's where I'm heading. The grate's missing there, because I took it off months ago. Claudia didn't notice because she never goes in this direction. She sticks to her small corner of the building itself. The rest of the building's wrecked and useless, but this place has something I want. It's got a window. I slide out of the duct and into the room. The floor creaks and feels a little mushy in certain spots, so I'm careful as I balance my weight, moving forward. There's a sprawl of broken, upended desks in this old office, a couple of computers, and what looks like the remains of a copier. Useless junk in the after. No one's got an office, no one's doing paperwork, and no one's computing. I move past them and head for the window. It's dusty and covered in grime and ash, but I can see out. And from here I can see for miles and miles. There's no breeze, and it's just as stifling in this room as it is in mine, but the view is breathtaking. I sit heavily in a chair with a few rollers missing and just admire the view. And I think about the bad thing I did. When we were helping my sister's friend Emma and her dragon Zor, they used me as a scent decoy to flush out Zor's enemy, an evil dragon man named Azar. I don't know all the details. Claudia keeps a lot of things from me to keep me safe, but it was one of the few chances I had to get out of my room and into the open. And I dropped my panties into the bushes when no one was looking. Panties are perfect, really, even if the thought of someone finding them makes me blush. They're the garment that gets the most of my scent, and they're small and easy to hide. With my scent, another dragon can find me, an unmated one. Then he can come and rescue me like Rapunzel set free from her tower. He can love me like my sister's mate loves her, and I'll be safe and cherished. I'll never have to spend another long day in this sweltering box of a room wondering if I'm safe. I'll have the same thing my sister has. Here I am. Come and find me. I send out to the world, my hand resting on the window. If wishing and hoping could carry thoughts out into the world, mine would be a speeding bullet with all of the need I pour into them. Surely there's someone out there for me, a dragon just as lonely and in need of someone to love as I am.
2. Rast. I hold a tiny scrap of material wrapped around one claw as I fly over the human hive, searching for the one whose scent is on the faint pink material, the one whose scent holds me captive. The faint, appealing smell has faded over time, but it does not matter. I have memorized it, and I would recognize it anywhere. The scrap itself does not matter, save that it is a reminder, even in my most crazed moments, that I have a goal, and so I carry it with me always. I do not know how long it has been since I found it. 3 days? 30? Time is meaningless to my thoughts. The days run together in a haze of smoke and bloodlust. It does not matter. I will not rest until I find her. My mate. The scent on the pink tells me many things about her, even if I do not know her face or her name. I know that she is young, she is fertile, and she is unmated. I know that she is not dracony, and I know that she is untouched by another male, or I would scent his claim. But there is nothing, and so I aim to be the one to claim her. Just the thought of a mate is enough to focus my scattered thoughts, to bring me clarity after weeks, months, maybe even years of madness. Breathing in her scent provides me with direction like a tunnel of clarity in the wild, bloodthirsty thoughts that crowd my mind. For a moment, a brief moment, I can remember who and what I am. Then the scent fades, and I am lost once more. I do not give up, though. Between the push and pull of my mad thoughts, I remain focused on one goal: finding my mate. She is somewhere here, close to this human hive, and so I will pursue her until I can find her. Each day I take to the skies, hunting for faint traces of her scent on the breeze. When there is nothing, I land on the ground and prowl over the grasses and rocky ruins of this place, trying to pick her lovely, light scent out from the myriad others that pepper the world. She is here somewhere. I will find her. I lift the scrap to my nose, breathing in deep once more. Then I lift my wings and fly higher, trying to catch the wind. Instinct tells me that I must check everywhere, and that includes breezes both low and high. I sweep along the ground when there is nothing high, and then when low provides nothing but the stink of the human hive, I take to the air once more. Then I find it. Just a trace, no more than a hint. But she is here. Somewhere. I wheel about, plunging headlong into the wind, following her scent trail. It is so slight that it is easily missed, except that I have her scent etched into my mind, surging through my blood. Even though it is faint, I can pick it up, and I follow it eagerly. My mate, she is close. I sweep through the skies, but no matter how hard I fly, it seems that her scent grows no closer, no stronger. The faint threat of it remains just that, faint. It is frustrating, but I will not give up. Not when I have a hint that she is here, that she is as real as the air under my wings, and not just a figment of my tortured mind. For days I circle the same area. At least, it seems as if it is days. Time ebbs and blurs together. I eat little and sleep less, because I do not want to miss a chance of finding her scent. Endlessly, I pick through the scents in the air, looking for one hoped-for waft of my mate's delicious aroma. When it trickles past again, I stop everything and fly to the nearest tall perch. There I sit and drink in her scent. It is not alone, my mate's aroma. It is accompanied by that of another female, a mated one. I can make out the rich notes of dracony claiming in the second female's scent. I am not interested in her, but it explains why my mate has been so elusive. As the smell of a dracony male entwines with the second female's scent, I realize that they are protecting my mate. No, they are keeping her from me. Anger simmers in the back of my mind, bubbling towards fury. That is why I cannot find her. They hide her away, ensuring that she is kept from me. I follow the scents, latching on to that of the mated female. It is stronger, easier to find on the breeze, and in a matter of hours I locate their nest. It is a perch atop one of the tall, finger-like structures. As I approach, the male bugles a territory warning, and I veer away. For now. If this is where the mated female is, mine will be close by. She will be waiting for me to claim her. I imagine her, claws curled, scales flashing red with mating need. Imagine her lifting her gaze to mine in a challenge to inflame my loins and excite my soul. But I cannot get to her if these others hide her away. I dare not attack a male protecting his territory and his female. I move to a nearby perch a short distance away and settle in, tucking my wings against my body and waiting. I will watch. I will pay attention to scents. And when the time is right, I will attack and flush out my female, force her to take to the air and in battle form. Once she does, then she is mine.
Amy. Boom. The sound wakes me from a deep sleep. I sit up in bed, disoriented. It's hot in my room, my skin sticky with sweat, and at first I'm not entirely sure what happened. A bad dream, perhaps? I scrub a hand over my face and reach for a candle on the bedside. As I do, I hear a trumpeting, angry sound that shakes the walls. A dragon, bugling. My heart hammers in my throat, and I squeeze back against the wall, forgetting all about a candle. I draw my good leg up against my body as if it will somehow shield me from the onslaught. What's going on? What's Kyle doing? I huddle in bed, my back to the wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. If Kyle and Claudia are having a fight... But they never fight. I don't understand. A moment later, someone bangs on my door. Amy? Amy, let me in. Claudia? I call out from the bed. What's going on? Hurry and just let me in, she calls out, sounding impatient and worried both. She bangs on the door again, and I can feel her impatience. I get out of bed and rush over to the door, ignoring the shooting pain that moving so quickly is sending up my leg. I manage to get over there, fumble at the locks in the darkness, and my sister falls inside the moment the door opens. She's got something long and dark in her hand. A shotgun. What is going on? Is that a gun? I whisper, breathless with shock. They don't work against dragons. Are you going to shoot Kyle? What? Never. She pushes the door shut behind her. I can't believe you locked this. Don't do that again. I nearly got nailed with one of those rocks he's throwing down here. I fight back the wave of irritation I'm feeling at my sister's comment. Just like that, she's going to take away my right to privacy? What next? Me sleeping at the foot of their bed? I don't say that, though. It's clear she's stressed out. What's going on? I ask again. There's a dragon out there, she tells me, pulling me back from the door itself. We're alone in the dark, and it's deathly quiet for a long moment, the only sound that of our breathing. And then the dragon trumpets again, a moment before another ear-shattering boom shocks through the room. The floors rattle with the force of it, and I gasp and cling to my sister for balance. Before I can speak, a second dragon adds an angry bugle to the mix, challenging the other. 2 dragons. We're being attacked, my sister says in a sour voice. That other dragon started tossing rocks onto the building. Not just rocks, actually, more like fucking boulders. Claudia doesn't sound scared, just annoyed. And I'm envious of how calm she is. I don't know what his deal is. Kyle says he should be able to smell that a mated couple lives here. I clutch at my sister's arm, my thoughts racing. I'm glad it's dark so she can't see my face, because I imagine I wouldn't be able to hide my feelings very well. Another dragon's attacking us. I wonder if he came for me. My fear mixes with hope. I don't know why he's throwing rocks down, but surely I must be the reason why he's attacking this building, despite Claudia and Kyle's scent being all over it. My sister can't know what I did, though. If she finds out about my panties, she'll never even let me up for air. Her protective side will take over, and then I'll be trapped forever. A second dragon. What do you think he wants? I keep my voice as calm as I can, but it's wobbling just a little. Claudia snorts in the darkness and pats my arm. They're crazy, remember? Who knows what he wants? Maybe he imagines this is his home. Don't worry. Kyle will take care of things. Is Kyle talking to him? I ask, curious. What's he saying? He won't answer, my sister says, and I can hear the annoyance in her voice. He must be crazier than usual. Come on, where's your bed? Let's go sit down so you can rest your leg. I'm torn. Part of me wants to go and peek out the door and get a look at the dragon. What if she's right, though, and he's not for me? He's just crazy and attacking because, well, crazy. She's told me that Kyle has shown her just how mad this world leaves the dragons, so I know it's really a thing with them. They're not just bloodthirsty and cruel to be cruel. They've truly lost their minds, and only know how to lash out to share the anger and pain they're feeling. It sounds so terrible. It's another reason to take a dragon as my mate. He can save me, and I can save him. Of course, I didn't think this through very well. If this dragon's truly here for me, I don't know how I'm going to get to him without alerting Claudia to what I did. And if Kyle sees me out on the roof without my sister while we're under attack, I have no doubt he'll just snatch me up and dump me somewhere safe. Once I figure out what's going on with this dragon, if he's mine, I've got to somehow get away from them so I can escape with him. I don't exactly know how to do that, though, and my leg's throbbing with pain, so I take my sister's hand and lead her over to the bed. I sit down on the edge and sigh with relief at how much better it is on my bad knee. I can never stand for long, and running to the door only made it worse. I feel the mattress sink a little as Claudia sits down next to me, and then the metallic clank of the gun as it brushes against my bed frame. "What's the gun for?" I ask my sister. I thought dragons couldn't be hurt with a gun. "They really can't," she murmurs. "It's mostly to ensure that he doesn't have a rider. And if he dives down low enough and doesn't have his third eyelid protecting his eyes, we might be able to blind him. But that's a big if." She pats my shoulder. I feel better with a weapon, though. I don't. Now I'm envisioning my sister blinding my dragon, my handsome wild prince. "Don't use it, okay?" I whisper, finding her hand in the dark and clutching at it. "Please don't." "Don't be scared," Claudia tells me in an easy voice. "I'll protect you, and Kyle will protect both of us." That isn't what I'm worried about. Silence ticks past. A moment later, something loud and metallic shatters against the roof, making both of us jump. "Car," my sister says. "Man, this bastard's determined." "Can Kyle talk to him? Reason with him?" I ask, worried. "A dragon in love wouldn't throw cars at his beloved, would he? This sounds more like crazy than romance, which means we really are in danger." Nope, he's not responding. Kyle says he's somewhat lucid, but not enough to stop attacking. She squeezes my hand. "We're safe, I promise." I nod in the darkness and give her hand a squeeze back. I wish I knew how to communicate with the dragon out there, to ask what he wants, to see if he came for me. But there's no way to do that, so all I can do is sit here in the dark with Claudia and wait. Is Kyle very mad? More annoyed than anything, she tells me, a hint of amusement in her voice. "We were cuddling." "Don't tell me any more," I say quickly because now I'm visualizing. She just giggles. Even though it feels like we're in danger, it's late and it's dark. I drift off against Claudia's shoulder as she remains quiet, locked in conversation with Kyle. From her infrequent updates, I know that Kyle's perched atop the building, preventing the other dragon from flying too close. No other cars or boulders have been dropped all night, and I doze against my sister's side as we wait for the dawn, or for the dragon to leave. I don't know what I want to happen. I don't want him to leave, but I don't want him to keep attacking either. I didn't think further ahead than dropping my panties off so a dragon could pick up my scent, and now I worry I've made a mistake. "The dragon's gone," Claudia murmurs just as I'm about to fall asleep again. "It's safe." "Oh, okay," I whisper as she gets up. Is Kyle all right?" "He is," she tells me. "He's not going to leave this day. He's going to stay close and skip hunting just in case our new friend comes back." And now I feel guilty that Kyle's going to go without just to protect us, when I suspect it's my fault. Did he find out what the other wanted? "No," my sister says, and there's a wry note in her voice. "Just another crazy dragon in a world full of them. Get some sleep." I curl back up in my bed after she leaves, and I can hear the gentle thud of Kyle as he lands on the roof, and my sister's voice as she calls up to him. Then it's quiet, and I imagine they've gone back to bed, to cuddle. And I'm all alone once more. "That dragon wasn't from this area," my sister says over lunch the next day. "How's your tortilla?" Like she can lob a bomb like that and not distract me? I chew as quickly as I can. "Dry and chunky, well, crap," Claudia says, frustrated. "I was hoping it'd be as simple as grinding up some corn. Maybe not." "It's still good," I tell her between swallows and drink heavily of my water. Time to get back to the main subject. So how does Kyle know the dragon's not from around here?" "He doesn't recognize the mind. You know, there's a couple in this area we've had run-ins with," she says casually, taking a bite out of her tortilla and then wrinkling her nose. "God, that's awful." "It's very corny," I say. I can't be picky, food is food, and I'll eat it no matter how dry and strange it is. I do think about what she said, though. If the dragon's not from here, maybe he's not mine. Maybe no one's found my panties, and they're sitting in the grass still unnoticed. Maybe no one will find them ever, and they'll just fade away to nothing. Like me. Gosh, what a depressing thought. Claudia flips her tortilla in the skillet, frowning with concentration. She's determined to try and recreate old foods we can't get in the after. I think part of that is her pregnancy speaking, but everyone's got to have a hobby, right? Mine is, well, sewing clothing, reading, and decorating my room, and wishing desperately for change. There's a loud flap of wings, and then Kyle alights above us in his battle form. He doesn't relax, but sits alert and ready, eyes whirling as he gazes out on the skies. Claudia glances up at him, but then returns her attention to the skillet and chuckles under her breath. I'm struck by envy and loneliness all at once. I should be happy that I'm safe here with my sister. Isn't this all I ever wanted? Instead, I feel like a third wheel, like I'm constantly left out of the conversation. I know it's not Claudia's fault. She can't help it that dragons are telepathic and I can't hear Kyle. But it just makes me wish even more that I had someone of my own. Do you think he'll be back? My sister glances over at me. Oh, the dragon? I sure hope not. It took Kyle forever to get rid of all the crap he dumped up here on the roof. She looks up at her dragon and gives him such a happy, contented smile that it makes me ache. Even a bad day isn't so bad for Claudia anymore. She's happy as long as she has Kyle. It's late, and I'm reading a book in my room by candlelight when I hear another fierce roar in the distance. I sit up, pushing aside my book even as Claudia enters my room, shotgun in hand. He's back, she says grimly. 3. Amy. The new dragon stays until it's almost dawn before heading off once more. That's 2 nights in a row that he's interrupted our sleep, and my sister has the deep circles under her eyes to prove it. The next day her mood is less chipper, and she casts worried looks at Kyle. Is everything okay? I ask hesitantly over breakfast. I can't taste the eggs because I've bathed in so much perfume. Kyle keeps looking at me, and my sister's expression is tense. I suspect they argued over whether or not I should be allowed to come out for a meal. I'm glad my sister won the argument. The thought of being cooped up all day without being let out is practically like being in a cage. Doesn't matter how nice of a cage it is, it's still a cage. Claudia just shakes her head and sits with me. She's not eating, a sign that she's more stressed than usual. It's handled. The dragon overhead snorts, the sound almost derisive. Uh-oh. I glance between my sister and her mate. I'm not entirely sure I want to pick sides in this. Handled? So there's a problem, he's not just passing through? My sister gets that distant, inward look on her face that tells me she's having a private conversation once more. Normally Kyle isn't in dragon form all day long, which should have been my first clue. He's still on guard then, still trying to protect us. Is he coming back? I ask my sister, trying to prompt her. Claudia's mouth forms a thin line, and when I glance up, Kyle is watching her. He ruffles his wings and shifts on his feet, then gazes out into the open skies again. I can practically hear his voice saying, "You tell her," or something along those lines. It definitely feels like I stepped between an argument of some kind. Kyle thinks he's picked up your scent, my sister says in a flat voice. That it's no longer safe for you here. Oh. I sit back, my hands folding in my lap. My heart flutters with excitement and worry both. Things are changing. I'm just not sure what they mean yet. He has my scent? She nods and crosses her arms over her chest. He's going to keep coming back until he finds you, so we're just going to have to leave and head somewhere else. I realize that my sister's more than stressed. She's upset. She flicks her gaze around the room, and I know it's not just me she worries about. It's the life she was carving out with Kyle here at the top of this tower. She spent months acquiring things and making a home, and she's pregnant. There are so many things at stake, more than just my safety. My safety that I sabotaged. I feel like a childish jerk all of a sudden. I didn't think of anyone else in this, did I? I just want what she has, and I acted without thinking. Now my sister's going to have to pay the price unless I confess what I did and let the chips fall where they may. But as I look at her, the words stick in my throat. If I tell her what I did, she'll be so upset at me, so disappointed. I can't bring myself to tell her yet. Maybe I'll write it down, compose my thoughts. I see. Do we have to leave? You've worked so hard to have a home here. Anyone in the after knows just how much home means to a person. After living in fear in Fort Dallas, hungry and miserable, and constantly worried about where your next meal will come from or what you'll have to trade for medicine or a place to sleep, home is more than just things. It's safety and security, and I've taken those from my sister. I feel so incredibly guilty and sad. I've ruined this for her. She tries to smile as if it's not so bad. It's going to be all right, I promise. We'll find someplace new and safe, and we'll set up all over again. And if he follows us there? I don't ask that. I don't think I can physically wear more perfume than I already am. The taste of it is in my eggs, in my nose, in my everything. I know Claudia's been trying so hard to keep me safe, which just makes my selfish actions even worse. What about the others? Could they help chase the dragon off? I practically choke on the words because I'm torn. I don't want him to be chased off. I want to meet him. I want to greet him and watch his eyes light up with joy at the realization that I'm his mate. At the same time, my sister's misery is eating at me. The others? Claudia echoes and then gives a little shake of her head. Sasha and Doc are at the ocean and won't be back for weeks. And Zor offered to come and help, but you know his wings aren't great. He needs to stay back and protect Emma. This other dragon's really big, and Zor's at a disadvantage on the ground. He wouldn't be much help in a fight. Still, I say weakly, 2 against 1. Or we can just move. Claudia's voice is crisp, as if we're done with arguing over it. Take today and pack your things, and tomorrow morning, we're going to head out and look for a new place to live. Tomorrow? So fast? No sense in waiting, my sister says. No, I suppose not. All right then, one day. One day for me to somehow get to the dragon and talk to him, to stop his endless attacks so my sister won't have to leave her home. And more than that, for me to say hello to the man, dragon, I'm going to be the companion to. He has to be the one that found my panties. He wants me. The thought cheers me probably more than it should. I only pack enough for a small bag. It might be because I don't really intend on Claudia and Kyle having to bail out of their home. It's just a big enough bag that lets me keep a few small necessities in case I need to travel. It's got a dress, a wrap for my knee, a toothbrush, a comb, and a highly prized box of tampons I've been saving. I throw a knife in there, just in case, and a couple of wrapped snacks because I want to be prepared. It feels a bit ridiculous to prepare what feels like an overnight bag, when in reality, I'm probably running away with a dragon I've never met. Actually, that sounds even more ridiculous. I pack a spare bra and panties, too, and my book, and then my bag's starting to get bulky, so I hide it under my bed like I'm a child, and wait for night. I'm restless and nervous, and when my sister comes down to hang out, I try to concentrate on sewing torn clothing scraps into a blanket, as she talks about what furniture she'll have Kyle come back and get, and possible locations for us to stay at temporarily. She isn't sure if they want to move closer to the outskirts of Old Dallas, because the hunting might be better for Kyle with less draconic competition, but she also doesn't want to move too far from Sasha and Doc's nest, as well as Emma and Zor. I get that. She wants to be close to her friends who are going through the same thing she is with a dragon and a pregnancy. I can sympathize and listen, but I can't really offer advice in either of those aspects. So I understand why she wants to stay close. They've formed their own little network of dragon rider ladies. It's just another small thing I've been excluded from. Not in a malicious way, of course. Claudia would be hurt if she thought I felt left out. But there's no way to include me without, well, me getting a dragon man of my own. And I'm excited. To think that a dragon's here for me. Someone wants me enough to love me and protect me. It's different when it's a man compared to just my sister. I've grown up in the after, so I've never had a real relationship. When the rift happened, I was in middle school. After that, we were in Fort Dallas, and having a relationship never even crossed my mind. because all the men there were creepy and made me feel unsafe. If I wanted to just get groped, I could have had my pick of men despite my bad leg, but to have someone love and care for me? Not a chance. I try to recall what my sister said of her meeting with Kyle. She's skimmed over a lot of the specifics when I've tried to pry for details, but I know the gist of it. She was chained up at the top of a building left by the militia. Kyle smelled her scent, landed in front of her, and changed. From there, they fell in love. I don't know how they got past the communication barrier, but just scenting my sister must have somehow flipped the switch in Kyle's mind from crazy to sane. It's like there's a piece missing that she didn't share with me, but I can't figure out what it is. Kyle's nothing but loving to her, though, so I'm not worried. I just hope that my bad leg doesn't make my dragon like me less. I rub my knee, worried. The break happened in the time of chaos during the rift, and there weren't any doctors to help out. I still vividly remember those awful days of mind-numbing pain, and the weeks I spent unable to do more than lie down without hurting. It's healed badly, and when I run my fingers down my leg, I can feel the upraised scar tissue, and then the knobby bend just below my knee where the bones healed badly. It's ached ever since, but I'm lucky I'm alive. So many died during that time. But Claudia's strong and healthy and so smart. Sasha's beautiful, Emma's strong and pretty. If dragons want a strong mate, then what happens if mine rejects me? You're just making trouble for yourself, Amy. I swallow my fears. I'm stalling mostly because I'm a little worried about making the leap into the next chapter of my life. I hope my sister understands. I've left a note tucked onto the table explaining that I've gone to meet my dragon and that I'm safe and not to follow me. I hope she and Kyle listen. No more stalling, I tell myself. It's time to go. I suck in a deep, steadying breath. I can do this. I can be brave. My loneliness is stronger than my fear. I get up from my bed and move to the door, listening. There's not a sound. I know Claudia wanted to wait up for the dragon, but the pregnancy makes her tired, and I think Kyle convinced her to rest for a while because she went to bed before I did. I don't hear him moving around either, so I suspect he's with her. I crack my door and peek out, just in case. When I don't see anyone, I quietly shut my door again and throw the lock, just because I might need a few extra moments that it'll buy me. Kyle can just turn the entire thing into melted slag anyhow. With that done, I turn back to my bed and put my shoes on. Not my sandals that I wear around the building here, but real, sturdy lace-up shoes that never get much use from me. They feel stiff against my skin, but I'm glad Claudia made me take them just in case. I grab my bag and sling it over my shoulder, then head for my hidden grate, moving aside the scarves. It's dark inside, and I don't dare carry a candle or use my flashlight, but I know the way by heart. I crawl inside and slowly make my way toward my secret room, the one with the window. When I get to the other side, I'm so nervous that I half fall out of the air duct and land heavily on the floor. A shooting pain spikes up my bad leg, and I remain utterly still, worried that Claudia, or worse, Kyle, is going to come and investigate, and all of this will be over before it started. No one comes, though, and after a few nervous minutes, I take another deep, shuddering breath and pick myself up off the floor. Moonlight pours in through the dusty window, and the city ruins are nothing but shadow. I approach the view thinking about how it used to be back when there were things like electricity. I remember thousands of clustered lights everywhere, dotting the landscape like a bed of fireflies, and so bright that they drowned out the stars above. Now the night sky is so brilliant that it's like a light show of its own, and it's the city itself that's dark and uninviting. In the gloom, the ruined buildings look more like skeletal hands reaching up from the earth, and that's enough to make me shiver. Luckily, the stars are so bright that they light up the nighttime sky, and I approach the window. I'm breathing hard, nervous. Is he out there? Is he waiting for me? Can he sense my thoughts, or did he give up and leave? The thought fills me with a surge of panic. Please, please still be out there. Don't leave me just yet. Give me a chance. I just need to get far enough out of the window to let my scent carry on the breeze. If he's around, he'll smell me. I think. I study the window. It's made up of several panes, all of the glass gorgeously thick and strong for having held up this long, given the dragons and apocalypse and everything. Each pane is as big as a wall, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to get one of them open. The ledge outside is easily 2 feet deep, big enough for me to stand on, even with my bad knee. I put a hand against the glass, frowning as I push against it. It feels solid, strong. I'm not entirely sure how to get this open. What do? I don't have a baseball bat like Emma carries with her. Even if I did, I'm not sure I'd have the strength to break it. I run my hand along the glass until I hit the seam. The sealant looks cracked and old, and on a whim, I slip my bag off my shoulder and pull out my knife. I jam it into the grout and drag downward, and the grout falls away like dirt, dry and hard. Progress. I continue working along the seam, digging out as much of the grout as I can. I go as high as I can reach, but I can't quite get all of it, so I move along the bottom instead. When I'm done, the window looks the same, though. Frustrated, I make a fist and shove my knuckles against the center of the glass. I don't know what I was hoping for. Maybe a nudge, or a slight shift of the glass that would tell me I'm on the right track. Instead, the glass itself just creaks, and then the massive slab of it is tumbling from the skies. I lean out, staring in horror as it descends hundreds of feet, and I cringe when I hear the faint smash of it on the sidewalk, the tinkling of broken glass filling the air. Surely that's going to wake up my sister. I'd better act fast then. I shove my knife back into my pack and step out into the open air. Immediately, the ledge doesn't feel big enough. It looked enormous and roomy on the other side of the glass. On this side, it's not nearly enough separating me from falling hundreds of feet down to the broken sidewalk below. I cling to the wall and shuffle along it, my butt plastered to it for safety. The wind up here is crazy, and I wish for a moment that I'd tied my long hair back, but there's nothing to be done for it now. It's cold, too, and I wonder if I should have worn something other than one of my normal, simple dresses, because my skirt is whipping around my legs. I wonder how long I'll have to wait for my dragon to pick up my scent. I scan the night sky, but it looks as empty as ever. As the minutes drag past, I begin to get anxious. What if Claudia and Kyle see me here before my dragon does? How am I going to explain that? Of course, it won't matter. If he doesn't come, my fragile heart might break. Oh, please, I whisper out into the air. Come and find me. I'll be a good mate, I promise. The best mate. The only sound is the wind whistling around me. My knee begins to throb, and I glance down at the ledge I'm perched on. My situation starts to take a more alarming turn. If my knee keeps getting worse, my entire leg could go out from under me. This is not the ideal spot to have that happen because it'd send me right over the edge. Do I try to sit down then, or go back inside? I lean heavily against the wall, feeling frustrated with my body. If I was as strong as Claudia, this wouldn't be a problem. The beating of wings interrupts my thoughts. Elated and terrified all at once, I watch as the dragon circles in the air, drifting out of sight to maneuver around the building. I hold my breath until he appears again, watching as his tail flicks. This is him. This is my dragon, my mate. I'm shaking with excitement. This is where my life changes. He's going to be my prince, my love, my protector, and my best friend all in one. I watch him eagerly as he shifts his wings and swoops low, then glides toward my spot on my perch. He's getting close enough that I can see whirling black and gold eyes, a noble golden head with a lovely crest of horns, and gleaming golden scales. Oh, he's so beautiful. The sight of him overwhelms me. This is all so romantic. I needed him to come and save me, and here he is. Out of nowhere, another dragon crashes into him. I barely catch a glimpse of long, white fangs and eyes black as night as the second dragon swoops in and grabs my dragon by his neck. They go tumbling through the skies, and I bite back my scream of horror. This isn't how it's supposed to happen. I watch as they whirl through the air in a flurry of wings and limbs, and the second dragon, who is much bigger and far more menacing looking, still has his jaws locked on my dragon's neck. As I watch, the large, evil dragon whips his head back and forth, shaking him with impossible strength. There's a horrifying crunch of bone, and then his jaws loosen. My dragon slides out of his grasp, boneless. He tumbles down to the ground, and even from here, I can tell that he's dead. I'm going to vomit. Utterly sick at what I just witnessed, I choke back my tears and start to inch back toward the broken window. How could things go so wrong so quickly? Within the span of a moment, my dream has been shattered. I feel as destroyed as the windows scattered on the pavement below. My sight blurs with unshed tears, but I don't care. All I need is enough vision to get me back into the window. I don't care what happens after that. My dragon's dead. He's been killed by another. I hear the rush of wings as the other dragon moves closer, heading for me. No, I can't let that happen. I don't want my dragon's murderer to grab me. I don't want anything to do with him. Panicked, I fling myself forward, and then my bad knee gives out. There's a flash of pain, and I tumble to the concrete lip of the ledge. I claw at it, desperate to find purchase, but there's nothing to hold on to. My hands scrape uselessly over the rough ledge, and then I'm falling. I close my eyes. This is how I'm going to die. The wind changes. I thud into something, not hard enough to be concrete, but just hard enough to knock the wind out of me. I open my eyes and look up at the throat of the second dragon. It's still spattered with blood from his brutal victory. I'm in his claws. It's too much for my brain to process. The world blurs and goes black around me, and I faint, just like a heroine in a fairy tale.
4. Rast. My mate's scent appears on the air, strong and delicious, a moment before a second dragon's smell touches my nose. The growl starts low in my throat and won't let up. A challenger. I refuse to let him touch her. I will destroy him first. She belongs to me. Furious, I pump my wings fiercely as I push through the winds, heading for the source of her scent. I knew it was here in this strange, tall place, but I did not know how to get to her. Every time I approached, her scent would disappear, cloaked by that of the dragon and his bonded mate. They would not leave either. No matter how many rocks I threw into their nest, the big gold would not flush out and abandon his mate. It has given me a grudging admiration for him, even if his tenacity is frustrating my efforts to get my own mate. But I have not given up. And now this. She has emerged only for another to appear on the winds, surging in at the last moment to try and steal her. It will not be done. I will not let him have her. I see her a brief moment before the other dragon swoops in, and she is so beautiful and perfect it makes my spirit flare with warmth. She has long hair the golden color of a dragon's scales, a slim, delicate figure, and the most enticing scent ever. She remains in her two-legged form, despite the approach of another. Does she not wish to battle him, then? I am puzzled by her reaction, but it is a good thing. I only have the male interloper to fight for her favor, then. She will wait and challenge the victor, I suspect. I plan on being that victor. With a snarl, I dive for my enemy. I can tell right away that he is young and untried. He does not react as a warrior does. He is surprised at my attack and leaves his throat open, and so I take it. I snap my jaws around his throat easily and begin to use pressure. It takes mere moments before I crush his throat, and then it is a matter of time. He knows he is dead, that he is defeated. When he relaxes fully, I whip my neck, snapping his. It is over within the space of heartbeats. Arrogant fool. I let him fall to the ground, full of disdain. He is not worth any female, much less my perfect one. With a beat of my wings, I surge forward again, ready to face my female. I am prepared for her challenge. I welcome it with eagerness, because once I have conquered her, we can mate. It is a ritual as old as time, and my spirit craves it. To my surprise, though, my female falls from her high perch, her body limp. It takes a bare moment for me to realize that she is not simply changing to battle form. I adjust my wings, fly toward her, and scoop her from the air, cradling her protectively close to my chest. She glances up at me, and then goes limp, unconscious. Is she sick? Frightened? Have the others that have kept her from me harmed her? I do not know, but I will take her away from here to find out. Full of glee, I clutch my mate to my chest and soar through the air, flying as far from this place as I can possibly take her. The others will come after us, but that does not matter. What matters is that she is mine and she is in my grasp. When she assumes battle form, I will claim her as my own, and then no one will be able to take her from me ever again. I hold her up to my muzzle and breathe deep of her scent. Just that is enough to clear my mind enough to focus. It is not perfect, and the rage still simmers close beneath the surface, but it is less overwhelming than it was before. And when my mind is clear, with her at my side, I will be able to return home. For such a heavily protected female, no one comes after her. I chafe with irritation at this. The warrior in me wants to fight for her. The male in me craves a challenge. The dracony in me just rages to destroy something. As she slumbers in my arms, my thoughts become more chaotic, less peaceful. I need her to be awake, to settle my mind. I need her thoughts touching mine to calm them. But we are not bonded. Yet. I will fix that soon enough when I claim her. I fly away from the clustered human scents. They are focused in the sprawl of ruins, in stone buildings and strange surroundings. It is out in the open that I smell prey and nothing but greenery, and I head in that direction. That is where it is safest to take my mate, even if my battle-crazed mind demands that I remain in the center of things, seeking to take on all others to prove my strength. Even when my thoughts are at their wildest, I know that is wrong. The female in my grip is fragile, delicate, especially in her two-legged form. Until she shows me her strength and shifts to battle form, I must do all I can to protect her. Until then, we must go as far as we can from others. Part of that is the selfish male inside me that wants to keep her out of the sight of all other dracony males. She is my mate, and mine alone. I continue on as the ruins flatten out to mere ropes of stone sprawled across the grasses, and the scents grow faint. Soon, she is the only human I smell, and the sun in this terrible place begins to rise, chasing away the stars. I have flown all night without stopping. I consider continuing on, but my mate will need sustenance soon. That means hunting, and that means battle form. Excitement flares through my senses at the thought. I descend from the clouds and fly lower to the ground, looking for a safe spot to nest with my female. Something protected, I think, but able to fly from easily. I cruise along the breezes, scanning the grasses, and then in the distance, I see the perfect place. It's a cluster of flat, oddly shaped buildings. I see 2 columns and a strange ball in front of one of the buildings. Off to one side, there is a taller place, perfect for a nest. I head there, circling. There are no good places to land. Strange. So I move back to the odd places with the long, flat tops and land atop one. I gently set my mate down from my claws and examine her. She does not move or get up to challenge me, and that is disappointing. I study her instead. Now that she does not have my claws around her, she looks less delicately fragile than before. She wears a long, loose skin of a pale pink over her flesh, and I poke at it with a claw, unsure of what this means. I have seen many humans since becoming trapped in this world, but when I try to recall what they look like, my mind fogs. I do not recall their battle form, or if they all wear these odd skins over their limbs. Her hair is pleasing, though. It is pale golden, like a... I frown to myself at the surge of angry memories that brings up. Like what? What is it that I find pleasing to look at, but so hateful when I try to think of it? I blow out a frustrated breath. The female's eyes fly open, and she makes a little gasping sound as she focuses on me. At last, now she will challenge me. I ruffle my wings and straighten to my full height. I am ready.
Amy. I stare up at the massive dragon looming over me and try not to scream with terror. I can count on one hand how many times I've been this close to a dragon, and always with his mate at his side. Never alone. Never after he just murdered another dragon in front of me. I hold my breath, hoping he hasn't noticed that I'm awake, that maybe he's sleeping or staring down at something else, and I'll be able to somehow crawl away. But then the large head dips, the eyes focus on me, and he leans in. I bite back a whimper of terror. Where am I? I do a quick glance around, but I don't recognize my surroundings. I'm not entirely sure where he's taken me, but the fact that the sun is rising tells me that quite a few hours have passed. Claudia? I whisper out to the world, just in case my sister's nearby and I don't see her. Then, Kyle? Are you guys here? There's no answer. Only the lonely gusts of wind and the dragon in front of me. He watches me from above, unblinking and unmoving. His gaze is focused entirely on me, and my heart pounds in my chest out of sheer terror. In all of my fantasies, I never dreamed that I'd be stuck at the side of the dragon that murdered the one I wanted. I don't know what to do. I always thought I'd find my Prince Charming, and we'd be happy and together, and I'd have what Claudia has. I didn't think about what would happen if another bloodthirsty dragon happened upon him. Lost in my girlish dreams, I'd forgotten completely that dragons are monsters, that they're ravenous, rampaging killers who would just as soon rip a person to shreds with their claws as look at them. The dragon standing over me? This is the reality. These are the creatures that destroyed billions of people and shattered our world. It doesn't matter that my sister loves one. It doesn't matter that Sasha and Emma found kind ones to love and care for. All that matters is that this terrifying monster has me in his clutches. And it's completely my fault that I'm there. I'm the one responsible. I snuck out and went on the ledge. If I die, and it's looking pretty good right now, it's my own fault. I squeeze my eyes shut again. I'm so sorry, Claudia. I asked for too much, and look where it got me. I was just so darn lonely. Even with my eyes shut, I can feel the air around me shift. There's a hot breath against my skin, and I snap my eyes open only to see the dragon's moved his head down and is roaming over me, his snout inches away from touching my skin. I muffle a scream, because at this vantage point I can see the long white fangs jutting from under his lips. His scales are flecked with blood along his jaw and throat. Oh God. I need to stop this. I need to be strong. Dragons are creatures that feed on prey, and humans have been prey far too many times. I lift my chin, trying to do my best to look defiant. Despite my best efforts to be brave, though, my body starts to tremble like there's an earthquake in my belly. I can't stop shivering with complete and utter fear as the dragon's head moves over me, sniffing. This doesn't sound anything like how Kyle and Claudia met. Isn't he supposed to be friendly, loving, caring? I see none of this in the blood-stained muzzle before me. Only death. The snout touches me briefly, and I flinch backward. I try to get a good look at his eyes. Claudia's told me that black eyes means a lot of emotion, and that's a bad thing when it comes to dragons. Their minds can be unstable and veer toward violence. A gold like their scales means that he's calm. Hello? I whisper to get his attention. I can't quite manage to sound as brave as I want to be. His head dips, and one large, whirling eye focuses on me. Great. His eye is equal parts black and gold swirling together. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I wish Claudia was here to interpret. Of course, if she was, I wouldn't be in this mess. A hysterical little laugh bubbles up in my throat, and I clamp a hand to my mouth, trying to swallow it back. He studies me for a moment longer, and then his nose trails over my stomach. The dragon's breath puffs out against my dress, and then he goes lower, nostrils grazing my hips and then moving to the dip between my thighs. I freeze. He's not. The dragon places his snout directly against my pussy and breathes deep, as if he's memorizing my scent through my dress. He is. Outraged, a wordless sound escapes my throat and I can't help myself. I push his nose forcefully away. "Don't you dare!" There's a low, menacing growl, and that's all the warning I get before the dragon grabs a handful of my dress, sniffs it again, and then rips it away from my body like he's unwrapping a present. I make another angry sound in my throat. My fear is creeping away to something else. Outrage. Just who does he think he is? Dresses are precious in the after, and Claudia gave me that one for my birthday. "If you're going to eat me, just do it," I hiss at him, furious as I slap at the claws that descend toward me again. "Don't toy with me like this, just kill me and be done with it." His eyes flare with something. Recognition? The clawed hand reaches for my nearly naked body once more, and I notice there's a bit of grayish material tied over one claw, like tying a ribbon on your finger so you won't forget. It's the most absurd thing, and looks completely out of place on the fierce dragon. When he reaches forward with his claws, I can't help but stare at that tiny scrap of fabric as it nears me. No, I won't allow this. I know I've been sheltered by Claudia, but this outrage is just as bad as the horrible men back in Fort Dallas. Groping and tearing at my clothes? Why did I ever imagine that a dragon man would be any better than a human man? "You're a monster just like the rest of them," I tell him, shoving at his clawed foot when it nears me again. It's like a game to him, but I'm not playing. Screw this. The dragon's eyes whirl again, more gold than black, and then suddenly, it's not a dragon any longer. It's a man crouching beside me on the concrete. I suck in a breath at the sight of him because blood-spattered, wild-eyed, crazy-haired and naked, he's still the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. He's far more wild and fierce than Kyle or Doc or any other dragon man I've seen. His hair seems thicker than any of theirs, and it's so snarled and matted that it looks like a golden cape down his back. And it's so thick that it halos his head like he's an angel from one of the old stained-glass windows. His features are strong and proud, his brows and nose pronounced, as if carved out of harsh stone. His body's enormous, taller than any human man I've ever seen, but still somehow lean, with terrifyingly long claws tipping each finger. The dapple on his skin is faint across his chest, and deeper on his arms, which have long spikes along his elbows, reminiscent of his wings. His chest is taut with muscles, and I notice when he leans in, there's a strange pale pattern on his neck. It takes me a moment to realize it's scarring. The dragon man looks over my body with fascination, and I gaze at him, equally shocked. He's really naked, and really aroused. And oh my God, I've seen penises before. I grew up in Fort Dallas, which wasn't the most private of places, but I've never seen one so golden, and so very erect. There's no body hair to hide anything either, and he looks massive. My thighs tighten automatically. He looks at me with fierce eyes, his lips curling in an almost smile, and then grabs one of my hands and pins it to the cement over my head. My terrified gasp echoes between us. What's he doing? The dragon man leans over me and breathes deep, inhaling my scent in a way that makes me feel strange. I don't know what to think of how he's acting, only that it makes me feel flustered and strange, terrified and yet not at the same time. This is bizarre. "Do you speak English?" I ask him. I know the answer is probably no, but the silence between us is far too charged for me to lie back and let him handle me and say nothing at all. "Let me go, please." He keeps his clawed hand curled over my wrist and leans in. That prey feeling comes over me again. I push against the hand, pinning me down, and that makes his eyes flare a deep gold with black at the rims. I suck in a breath, fascinated at the small change, and then I feel his weight settle over my hips until he's on top of me. Even though I'm wearing panties, that feels too intimate. "No!" I cry, frightened. I buck up against him, trying to push him off, but it sends a tidal wave of pain through my bad leg, and only seems to excite him more. He growls low in his throat, a pleased sound, and runs his face along my shoulder, his hand tightening on my arm. His hips push up against mine, and I can feel his cock resting against my panties, and I'm terrified of the moment that he forces my legs apart. I don't know what to do. Helpless and frustrated, I jerk my legs up again to kick him off, and nearly black out at how much pain it sends through my bad leg. I go still, trying to breathe through the agony. I know it'll pass. I just have to wait for it to ebb. I close my eyes, trying to shut down to mentally protect myself, and as the pain slides away, I realize something curious. The dragon man on top of me isn't moving. I slide my eyes open, looking back up at him. He's still above me, but the look of fierce need and pleasure on his face is gone. It's been replaced by confusion and frustration. He pushes at my arm again as if daring me to fight him, and then watches my face. It dawns on me then. He wants me to fight him. It turns him on. I force myself to remain utterly still, taking in only small, shallow breaths and avoiding eye contact. I stare at the hand curled over my wrist instead. The golden skin, the heat of him that feels scorching hot enough to leave reddish marks against my flesh. The 2 long talons that look dangerous and curious both. I try to recall if Kyle's were that long, and it feels strange to compare this dragon man to my sisters. They feel nothing alike. Kyle is utterly devoted to my sister. And this one, I don't know what to think. He growls low, and the sound is angry, irritated, frustrated. I continue to ignore him, trying to calm myself, to relax. I need to show nothing that will make him think I want to attack. So I wait, and wait. With a frustrated sound, he flings himself off of me, storming a few paces away. I look over, scarcely daring to breathe. Is he leaving me? But he only moves back and forth, flexing his hands in a fist over and over, as if he doesn't know what to do. His hair ripples out behind him like a messy curtain, and he looks as oddly beautiful as he is menacing. I think of the white scars at his neck, and then of the way he murdered my dragon. I swallow hard. I can't afford to think he's attractive, not when he can snap me as easily as he snapped another dragon's neck. The dragon man snarls and glances over at me again. I freeze in place, biting back a whimper of fear as our eyes lock. I'm half expecting him to come to my side again and tear off the rest of my clothes, or get on top of me once more and finish what he started. When he stalks toward me, I flinch back, raising a hand to my face. That stops him. He looks at me, and I could swear the expression on his face is shock. It's gone as quickly as it flashed over his face, but a moment later he grabs the remnants of my dress from the rooftop and buries his face in it, breathing in my scent. He stays like that for such a long, long time that I wonder if he's even breathing. He lifts his head again a moment later, and his eyes are pure gold. There's a look of such intense loneliness on his face that it feels as if he's stabbing me in the heart. Oh, I know that look. I know that look all too well. I want to say something to him, to communicate with him somehow. Even though we're enemies, I feel sorry for him. Then his gaze moves back to me, and his eyes surge with black again. He lowers my dress, and I think he's going to drop it, but instead he wraps it around his cock. His hips surge forward, and his mouth flattens. He grunts, and a moment later, I realize what he's doing. He's mating my dress, and he's doing it with such an accusing, defiant look on his proud face that I don't know what to think. Other than I suspect that my sister didn't tell me the entire truth about her first meeting with Kyle.
5. Rast. She is terrified of me. It is unbearable, this fear she has. To think that I have found my mate after so long, only to find her so full of fear that she will not change to battle form. Angry, I push my cock into the soft skin that carries her scent, but it is not the same as touching her. It is not the same at all, and from the look on her face, she is not pleased at my actions. This makes it even worse, and I am so full of need and frustration that I want to scream with it, to burn something, to destroy. I shake my head, trying to will those thoughts from my mind. I must focus on my mate. She is all that matters now. There is no need to burn or destroy, not right now. There is no war to be fought. Until I am called back to what? I search for an answer and have none. My mind is too full of smoke and haze. I pump my cock into her soft, shedded skin again, but the scent of her fear permeates the wind around us, and it is impossible to keep my erection. Not when she watches me with her lips parted in shock, eyes wide. Challenging me is the last thing on her mind in this moment. I toss aside the skin in disgust, my cock limp. If my mate does not want me, I must think of another way to entice her into battle form. She must challenge me so I can conquer her. No Dracony female will allow herself to take a mate unless she has been conquered first. My need for her gnaws at my mind, but I try to remain focused. She is my mate. She is here. Her scent is all around me and calming my thoughts, and I need to figure her out like any other puzzle, unlock her secrets, and make her realize that I am here, her mate, that I am waiting for her to challenge me, and then get her to shift to battle form. I will not let her out of my sight until then. I change to my battle form and settle on my haunches, watching her. The best way to understand a foe is to watch their actions, and I settle in to watch her. The female remains utterly still for some time, the only movement that of her chest as she breathes. She watches me with wide brown eyes, but they do not change color to indicate her mood. They do not need to. Even from here, I can smell her fear. It threatens to drown out the sweet scent of her body that wafts on the breeze, enticing me. I am patient, though. I keep my senses pricked, just in case another Dracony catches wind of my mate and seeks to claim her, but my gaze never leaves her small form. Slowly, she sits upright, her hands moving over her body. She pushes her long hair out of her face and gazes around her, wary, then gets to her feet. As she does, I notice one of her limbs is crooked. Her knee has healed badly, and the bone juts at an awkward angle, but I do not smell blood. An old wound, then. The thought of someone harming her fills me with black rage, but I force myself to focus on her, on the light, sweet scent of her body. There is no blood, I remind myself. There is no one to attack for harming her. But it does explain why she is so fearful. She has been hurt in the past and expects me to harm her. I have vague memories of this, of others so badly wounded that they hide in two-legged form, their battle thirst destroyed with fear. I must gain her confidence then. When she relaxes enough to mate, she will assume battle form. She steps forward, her arms crossing over her chest, and shivers, her fingers digging into the flesh of her pale arms. Cold? She is cold? I reach for her with my claws, intending to pull her against me and share my warmth. She shrieks and collapses to the top of the building, shielding her face with her arms. I growl low in frustration at her reaction and pick her up anyhow, moving her against my breast and cradling her there to share my warmth. She must learn I will not harm her. My female trembles against my scales, her body stiff in my grasp. I settle on my haunches once more and do my best not to flick my tail. As skittish as she is, my mate will likely be terrified with any sudden movements. For some reason, even though I am annoyed with her, I want to make her happy. I do not like the fear emanating off of her. It makes me upset. I do not like that she fears me. I want her body to smell of mating perfumes, of the sweet scent of her cunt when it is wet with need, not fear. So I nuzzle her hair and tuck her against me, then lower my head, trying to seem as if I am resting. I slide one of my protective eyelids over my eyes, but I can still see shapes and forms, and I watch her like this. It is clear she does not know what to make of this. She remains completely still in my grasp for some time. Then, her movements so subtle I almost miss them, she nudges at my claws. Not much, and if I were not so attuned to her presence, I might have missed it. She pushes them away, just a little, and then relaxes. A moment later, another subtle shift, and then she waits some more. This clever one is trying to sneak out of my grip while I sleep. Amused, I pretend ignorance at her actions, fascinated. She continues to slowly detangle herself from my clutches, and eventually dares to pull one leg free. It is the wounded one, and as she carefully lifts it over my foreleg, I notice the mass of scar tissue on her skin. I want to study it closely, to understand what it is that happened, but that must wait. A moment later, she loses her balance and tumbles forward over my claws. The breath hisses from her throat in pain, and then she lies completely and utterly still. Is she waiting to see how I react, then? I oblige her, yawning to show off my sharp teeth, and then settling my head down once more, as if I am returning to my nap. I can see the tension ease in the slim set of her shoulders, and it makes me want to run my muzzle along her soft skin, to brush her long hair aside and breathe deep of her scent, to flick my tongue at the base of her neck and see how she reacts. But I cannot have these things yet. I remain in place as she gets to her feet, noting the wobble in her movements, and then creeps away with quiet steps. My senses are alert now. Is she looking to escape, or merely exploring? Surely she knows I will not let her go. Even if she were to climb down from our perch, I could follow her scent anywhere. She is burned into my soul. The small female moves to the edge of the building and gazes out, one hand shielding her brows from the sun. A look of frustration crosses her face, and then she swipes a hand over her cheeks and turns back toward me. She thinks for a long moment, and then limps in my direction. Her arms cross back over her chest, and she hugs herself, hesitating. She looks so lost and forlorn, so fragile. It is strange to think of a mate as fragile. Draconi females are fierce, vicious creatures. But she is not Draconi. After a moment, she gives a little sigh and moves back to my side, tucking her small body against my scales to share my warmth. She is not fleeing. She is staying with me. My heart is so full of pleasure I could trumpet my joy to the skies, but all I do is slide my foreleg around her and hold her close.
Amy. There's no point in trying to escape. The hopeless realization occurs to me as I stare out over the ledge of the building. We're up on the roof, and even from here I can tell it's way too high for me to get down from on my own, unless there's a ladder somewhere. This building is utterly massive, though, and as far as the eye can see, there's nothing but rooftop and air vents. It isn't until I gaze out on the lawn that I realize that it's not a lawn at all. It's an old parking lot that's cracked and grown over, and this building isn't a mall like I first thought. It's a casino. I'm a little disappointed in that, because a mall would have clothing and goods I could use for survival. I don't know what a casino will have. I've never been to one. Right now, the lack of clothing is bothering me more than anything, because my pack's gone. Somewhere between my kidnapping and our landing, it fell from my arm, and now it's lost somewhere between here and the wilds of old Dallas. That means I have no comb, no food, no panties, and no clothes. I glance backward where the dragon is sleeping, and near his foreclaws are the tattered remains of my dress. If he didn't come in it, I guess I could try to put it on again. But I shudder at the thought. Big if. I rub my arms to ward off the high breeze. Figures that it's normally blistering hot, and the day I get kidnapped, it's overcast and cool. I'm chilled, but there's not much I can do about it except return to the dragon's side. I move away from the ledge and step back toward him, considering. I can't run from him. Even if I were in perfect shape, he'd be able to follow my scent. Kyle can sniff Claudia out for miles around. And right now my bad leg is throbbing and aching something fierce. If it hurt this bad back at home, I'd wrap it and stay off of it for a few days. But I don't have that option. I have to ignore it. My stomach growls, and it makes me realize just how dry and dusty my throat feels. I have to ignore all that, too. The dragon sleeps on, oblivious to my furious internal debate. Like this, with his head down and his eyes lidded, he looks almost peaceful. Probably because I can't see his fangs from this angle, or the blood that's dried on his scales. But he didn't rape me. He didn't hurt me either. The moment he realized I was scared, he freaked out and flew off of me like I was diseased. If he'd wanted to hurt me, he could have. I've been pinched and prodded far worse by the men at Fort Dallas. I don't think he aims to kill me either. Which means he must think I'm his mate. I don't know how I feel about that. Part of me is utterly terrified at the thought, because he's a murderer. Part of me is also fascinated. How is he going to treat me if he thinks I'm his mate? Will he love me? Cherish me? Can I live with myself if I'm cherished by a murderer? I've never thought about that. But if he does think I'm his mate, he's definitely going to try to put the moves on me again. I feel flustered and nervous at the thought. I've never even been kissed. Groped, yes. Had my boobs squeezed and my ass grabbed, yes. Been crudely propositioned 100 times. But no one's ever kissed me or been tender with me. I have to admit that part of me is yearning to learn what it's like to be kissed by someone that loves you. I know I'm a foolish romantic. I know that looking for tenderness from a murderous dragon is probably equally foolish. But I can't help the thoughts that pop in my head. Maybe it's because I'm trapped, and the fact that I can't walk or run away has me considering what I'll do if I become his mate. After all, what other options do I have? The high winds bite at my skin, forcing me back toward him. He's warm at least, and I'm cold. I move to his side even though it feels like insanity to return to the one that kidnapped me, and curl up against his scales. His foreleg immediately moves to curl around me, and it's strange, but it's not so bad. The claws curl tight around my leg, and I remember the way he shook his head back and forth, snapping the neck of his rival, and a cold rush of fear moves over me again. "Just don't kill me, okay?" I whisper, awkwardly patting his scales. "Maybe we can be friends if nothing else." Here's hoping. I want to drift off back to sleep because there, I don't have to think. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm too scared and stressed, and so I just sit in place and think and worry and wonder if I'm going to die here alone. Surely he didn't grab me to kill me, I remind myself. He wants a mate, not a snack. As my brain tumbles around my situation, trying to figure out what to do, I eventually decide that I'm going to have to be brave and befriend this dragon. Friends don't eat friends, hopefully. And even though he tried to mount me like he would a mate, I'm hoping that if we establish friendships, he won't try it again. All right, then. I can be warm and friendly. I'll learn his name, somehow, and then maybe we can start a line of communication. I try not to think about the fact that Claudia said that Kyle could only speak with her once they'd bonded. At the time, I'd innocently thought it was when they opened their minds to each other, and she didn't go into detail. Now that I've been taken by a dragon myself, I remember the way he looked at me and put his body over mine, and think that bonding is going to be something very different entirely. That will just have to wait. I'm not doing that, not with a murderer. I sit quietly and close my eyes, trying to enjoy the fact that I'm in the sunshine and the open air. Isn't this what I wanted? It's ironic because all my dreams are coming true, and I've never been more terrified in my life. I need to pee, but I don't dare budge. What if dragons are like other predators and the moment you run, it makes them want to chase? It's best to just remain calm and wait and see what he does. I can do this. Claudia and Sasha and Emma all confronted a dragon and ended up happy. If they confronted a dragon, I can do it too, I think. My leg hurts, reminding me that I'm not quite as strong physically as them. That's all right, though. That just means I can't run away. Really, I wasn't going to do that anyhow. He could outrun me in an instant. My plan has to be something non-physical, which is why I'm going to go with friendship, as corny as it sounds. My stomach growls, loud. I wince as the dragon's eye pops open, and he glances down at me. The black swirling in his gaze fades to a pale gold, and he lifts his head, nudging at me with his nose. I quiver with fear under that touch, but when he doesn't do anything else, I wonder if he's waiting for me to do something? To make a move? Oh boy. Hi, I say softly and wave my hand. I don't know if you can hear me like this, but it'd be really nice if we could talk in person and then maybe find a restroom and lunch. The head lowers immediately, gaze focused on me, and I cringe. Not only did I sound silly demanding lunch from a dragon, but I don't know if he even understands me. God, I'm such an idiot. What was I thinking? What? A moment later, the dragon shifts into human form, and I nearly fall backward in surprise after resting against his scales. He uncurls his naked body, standing straight in a fluid motion that I've seen Kyle do 100 times, and I automatically avert my eyes so I don't look at his nudity, staring at the ground at my feet. Of course, the whole not looking him in the eye thing works for about all of 2 seconds because he crouches in front of me and touches my chin, forcing me to look into his face. When he does, I'm struck by how handsome and strong his face is. He looks a bit like Kyle, but his features are sharper, his eyes longer and leaner, his lashes not as thick. His nose is more prominent and his gold is different. And then, of course, there are the scars along his neck. He studies my face and then reaches down and pokes my stomach before I can push his hand away. I flinch back and gasp in surprise because, well, I wasn't expecting that. The dragon man growls low as if displeased with my reaction, and his nostrils flare. He studies me hard, and it's like he's waiting for something. You scared me, I whisper breathlessly. I also notice for the first time that he's not completely naked. There's a faded bit of material tied around his wrist. I've noticed it before, I think. The small tangle of thread on his claw in dragon form. I didn't realize it carried over to his human form, but of course it does. Do you want me to get that off your wrist? I ask, gesturing at the threadbare bit of material. He leans closer and I forget all about what he's wearing on his wrist. He's so close. I feel my cheeks scalding with embarrassment because he's very, very naked, and the crouch he's in leaves nothing to the imagination. I can see every muscle on his flat stomach and the way his cock hangs between his legs, and it's utterly shocking. I'm starting to realize just how sheltered I've been thanks to my sister, and I think all of that innocence is going to get stripped away hard with this guy around. I kind of want to stare, too, but I'm not brave enough, so I close my eyes again. "Us," he murmurs, the words weird and swallowed. I open my eyes again, surprised that he spoke. You can talk? He repeats, and then pokes one long, dangerous claw at my chest. Oh, does he think that's my name? I hesitate out of fear, but this is the opening I've been waiting for. I paste a bright smile on my face as if this is the best thing ever, and then tap my chest. Amy. The dragon man tilts his head animal-like, studying me. Before I can figure out what he's thinking, he grabs my jaw suddenly and I whimper in fear as he squeezes it. It's not a hard squeeze, but it's also not a comforting touch. He frowns at my mouth, pursing his lips, and then scowls, settling back on his haunches and gesturing at me with impatience. I don't know what he wants. I remain perfectly still, doing my best not to tremble, and failing miserably. He growls low and then reaches forward, long claws drifting over my cheek. I suck in a terrified breath, but he only gives my jaw a slight squeeze again. I'm not sure what he wants, so I open my mouth. He gives my face another squeeze, and then sits back, waiting, and makes another impatient gesture with his claws. Then he taps his chest and makes the impatient gesture once more. It takes me a moment to realize that he wants me to speak again. Is that why he's grabbing my face? I touch my chest again. Amy. He reaches for my face before I can finish, and I bite back my name in a wordless shriek, cringing. He studies my jaw with those long, gold and black eyes, and then opens his mouth slightly. With his grip, he works my jaw again, and I'm reminded of a wooden puppet I saw back in Fort Dallas once. For some reason, the absurd visual makes me want to laugh out of horror. Is that what this is? He's forgotten how to talk? Amy, I say again, drawling the word slowly. Sure enough, he watches my mouth with intense fascination, his lips parting as I sound my name out. I think he has forgotten to talk after all. I say my name again and a third time. Amy. Amy. Ah, he tries, and the sound is guttural and angry, his nostrils flaring. He looks irritated, and I cringe when he releases my jaw and narrows his eyes at me once more. I try again, flattening the sound and opening my mouth wide. Amy. He echoes, biting off the sound. Then he smiles, as if pleased he was able to sorta make the sound of my name. Of course, his smile is equally terrifying, because his teeth are long and sharp like a predator's. If I hadn't met Kyle and seen this sort of thing in the past, the sight of this would have made me pee on myself. But it's almost comforting. Almost. I've never seen Kyle smile quite like this. And I can't forget the way he snapped that neck, like it was nothing. Amy, I agree, repeating and tapping my chest. To move things along, I timidly reach forward and tap at his breast, indicating I want to know his name. His nostrils flare and black swims over his eyes. The smile fades and turns to something angry, and I shrink back in terror when he jumps to his feet. I guess I don't get to learn his name.
6. Rast. She asks what I am called. I do not remember. The angry smoke that clouds my mind hides this bit from me. I sound out syllables, trying to stir something loose, but all I get are vague, angry feelings, made worse by the fear I can feel coming off of her. Aim is frightened of me, no matter what I do, and her fearfulness is endlessly frustrating. At this rate, she will never be confident enough to shift to battle form. I hate that my mind is so far gone. I curl my claws against the ruff of my hair and feel its wild, overgrown tangle on my shoulders. It should not be like this. Hair that is long is far too easy to grab in battle. But, the fleeting thought drifts away as quickly as it arrived, and I growl in frustration. I glance back at my female, but she is watching me with big, worried eyes, as if she expects me to challenge her when she is not ready. As if I would ever harm her. But she lifts her chin as I gaze at her, and I feel a surge of pride at that small action, and it turns to pleasure when she gets to her feet. Her gaze is on me, as if she expects me to snap at her, and when I do not, she sidles away a few steps and scans the area, as if looking for something. Curious, I watch her. If she wishes to explore our new nest, I do not mind, as long as no other Draconi arrive to challenge me for her. She seems to be pleased at my two-legged form, so I remain thus, moving into a low crouch to watch her. Aim studies me and then limps away, her steps ungainly as she walks. Would it not be easier to fly? I wonder at her determination to remain so. There must be a reason. Maybe her mind is clearer than mine. Maybe the angry smoke does not hide her memories, and she knows why she should remain thus. I will follow her lead, then. I remain in place as she moves around the flat, warm surface of our nest. It is hard here, but the sun is warm, and the breeze light and clear of any interlopers. I smell humans, but their stink is faint. I smell prey, too, but it is also faint. I am far more interested in the light, delicate scent of my mate all around me, and I focus in on it. Aim studies her surroundings and then heads to a jutting outcropping, putting her hand on the flat surface. To my surprise, it opens, showing a cave inside. That is a door. I vaguely remember such things back where? The thought is gone as quickly as it came, but I know doors lead somewhere. I get to my feet and follow her as she goes inside, fascinated. She is smart and clever to know of such things, and I am interested to see what else she can show me. Inside the door, there are curious metal steps descending down a long, narrow hallway, far too small for any battle form. The smell of humans is stronger here, and I breathe through my mouth at the dirty, choking scent. My female heads down the steps, pausing slowly with each one as she moves over it. At first, I think she is scared to descend, but when she sucks in a breath as her foot lands, I realize she is in pain. That is easily solved. I move to her side and pick her up by the waist, carrying her down several more steps. She gasps at my touch, but does not fight me, and her hands are small and cold on my shoulder, clenching tight, as if she is afraid I will drop her. The thought is absurd. Her slight weight is nothing to me. I hold her tighter to reassure her, and I am pleased when her arms go around my neck. Perhaps I will carry her more often. I like the feel of her touching me. The steps lead down to a small, dark room, and though the darkness does not bother me, I can tell that Aim is lost in it. Her hands fumble along the flat walls, and she eventually finds a long, hard bar and presses on it, opening another door. Fascinating. We step out into a massive indoor cave. Distant windows overhead provide enough light for her to see by, because my Aim makes a sound of pleasure as she glances around. I do not see anything worth the excitement myself. It is full of debris and garbage, big square metal things turned over on their sides all around us. It stinks of humans and dust and mildew. Even in the half-dark, I can see that there are colors everywhere, enough to give me a headache. I see mating red on the walls, and the floors are a brilliant greenish-blue that reminds me of water. Are these humans pleased by this riot of color? It makes my head tired. I wait to see what she does, and she glances around, then covers her breasts with her arms and heads forward, moving as if she sees something specific. I follow, curious. She glances back at me to see if I am still behind her, but does not pause. After a moment, it becomes clear to me when the smell of human refuse wafts to my sensitive nose. Ah. She opens another door into a dark, stinking room and makes a wait here gesture to me. Amused, I hold the door and do not follow her inside. Even I can tell just from the smell that this small cave of a room has no outlet for its stink. I do not plan to hover over her as she relieves herself. She disappears inside for a moment, and then I hear a hiss, smell water, and then she returns to my side, her cheeks pink and a look of embarrassment on her pretty face. Humans are strange. Her stomach growls again, and she puts a hand over it, grimacing. She asks me something, but her mouth moves far too fast for me to follow, and then she waves a hand and shuffles off once more. Perhaps she knows where to find food here, then? I trail behind, curious. After a few steps, her bad leg buckles underneath her, and she makes a cry of pain. That will not do. With a low growl of displeasure in my throat, I move forward and scoop her up into my arms before she can fall to the ground. Aim makes a startled noise as my arms go around her again, holding her against me. I wait patiently, and she says something and points in the distance. Very well, I can carry her if she wants to go there. I stride off in that direction, and she murmurs soft things and puts her arms around my neck, and I decide I enjoy this very much. Just the touch of her skin against mine, with the scent of her in my nose, makes the angry clouds of frustration waft away. For a moment, I do not mind that this world stinks and tears at my mind, that I am trapped with no way to return home. She is here, and everything is perfect. It is fleeting, though, because in the next moment the stink of humans grows overpowering, and I realize that there are others here.
Amy. Everything seems to be going all right for a while. The dragon holds me against him and carries me, one arm under my butt and another around my waist like a long-legged child. It's kind of strange, but I don't mind because my leg aches too badly to protest. He seems to like holding me, though, and he goes wherever I point. I get excited when I see that there's a restaurant area inside the casino, because if it hasn't been picked over, there might be food inside. Even a can of green beans would be welcome right about now. But the moment we head through the archway of the restaurant entrance, the dragon man begins to growl low in his throat. "Are you okay?" I ask in a whisper, wondering what I did wrong. He's not looking at me, though. He's staring around us, his nostrils flaring and his eyes completely black. Oh no. Before I can try to talk to him, he very carefully sets me down on the ground. His movements surprisingly tender as he watches me settle my weight on my bad leg. When he's satisfied that I'm not going to collapse, his teeth bare, and then in a flash, I'm facing the large golden backside of a dragon as it storms into the restaurant. "Wait!" I call, and then stop myself just in case he turns all that anger on me. I squeeze my eyes closed and sink to the ground, remembering the casual snap of the other dragon's neck. Up ahead I hear screams, and what sounds like a gun going off. People. I immediately dash away, looking for cover. I might be sheltered, but I know that people with guns tend to use them, and anyone here won't appreciate me showing up looking for food or clothing. Oh, Jesus, clothing! I'm in a bra and panties! Horrified, I crouch behind a water-damaged slot machine that's tipped on its side. My leg throbs at being folded tight, but I can't exactly stretch out at the moment. I make myself as small as possible, watching to see who emerges. Of course, there are squatters in the kitchen area. That's where I'd go. The dragon roars, and I hear an enormous crash. "Run!" someone yells, and there's another scream and what sounds like a clatter of pots and pans. I wince as something even bigger crashes, probably the dragon himself knocking into something. And then it goes quiet. Only for a second, though. A moment later, the dragon roars out another angry sound, as if he's warning everyone in the world away from this place. I feel a momentary stab of guilt that we're pushing someone out of their home. But survival is survival. I'm just doing the best I can with the hand I've been dealt. And my hand apparently involves a dragon. Maybe I should take this time and hide too. Wait for him to leave and then just run away and never look back. Hope that I can find my sister and her dragon again. Hope that I can figure out where I am and how to make it back. Hope that I won't run into nomads or any other dragons. Or maybe I'll take the coward's way out and stay right here. The sounds die down until the only thing I can hear is that of the occasional slap of something heavy against a wall. I peek over the slot machine and see the dragon man still in dragon form, smoke curling from his nostrils, his eyes black as he prowls around the restaurant area. His tail slaps against the wall, making the loud thudding noise again. I slide back to my hiding spot, biting my lip. This isn't my fault, I tell myself. You can't feel guilty if he ate all of them. You don't know them. They wouldn't have welcomed you. They might have been worse than the dragon. In the after, people cluster in small pockets of humanity. There's Fort Dallas, which is run by the militia, and Fort Orleans. I've heard that there are other forts in old cities. There's even a Fort Atlanta. But most of them are so far away that we never hear news or even know if they're around. No one travels because the only people on the roads anymore are nomads, the lawless murderers who are so awful that even the degenerate forts toss them out. So I can't fret over expelling a few nomads, not when they're awful people. But I don't know what I'm going to do if the dragon comes back to me and he's covered in their blood. Trembling at the thought, I swallow hard and close my eyes, wishing this nightmare would go away. Why did I ever think I wanted a dragon for a mate? Why did I think it would be just like Claudia's relationship? This monster that has me is wild and brutal, and I can't talk to him. I don't know what to do. He calls in a guttural voice, and I look up to see the dragon's turned back into his human form, his long, knotted hair tossing as he strides forward. I get to my feet to greet him and feel a stab of sharp relief when I realize he doesn't have blood on him. I'm going to choose to believe that you let them go without a scratch, I tell him softly. He moves to my side and grabs my jaw, but it's not a rough motion. It's surprisingly gentle, for all that I can feel the intense coiled strength in him. He examines me quickly, and then, pleased that I'm not hurt, grabs me by the waist and hauls me forward, taking me into the restaurant. In a way, it's kind of sweet, I think. He strides in as the conqueror, his shoulders back with evident pride at defending his territory. And even though I'm terrified of him, I have to find this a little amusing. Dragon Man, conqueror of casino restaurants. If we were friends, I'd probably laugh. But I'm his captive. I can't forget that. He takes me into the center of the restaurant where the floor has been cleared and chairs knocked aside, and sets me down gently. Again, he gives me a watchful look as if to make sure my leg behaves, and then waits patiently. My knee brushes against his cock as he releases me, and I flush with embarrassment all over again. "We've really got to get you some pants," I whisper. "Or get me out of here. I'd be happy with either, I'm just saying." The Dragon Man grunts at my words as if he understands them. He just waits on me, though, and I guess it's time for me to take the lead. "Hope all the nomads are gone," I say to no one in particular, and then step forward. My bad leg wobbles and he immediately swoops in to pick me up. "If you're trying to get on my good side, that's going to be a little difficult after a murder spree," I tell him, doing my best to sound as firm as Claudia. I point at the double doors that will lead back to the kitchen area. They've been spray-painted with handprints and gang symbols in different colors. But if there's food left here, it'll be in there. My stomach growls again, reminding me that I need to eat. I let the dragon take me into the kitchen, and then I have him set me down again. It's clear that someone was living here for a while, because there are bedrolls set down next to a line of refrigerators, and there's a pile of empty cans littering one corner of the room, decorated with buzzing flies and gnats. Lovely. Even if these people had clothes, I'm not sure I want them. There's a layer of grime all over this place, and the permeating stink of sweat. Yuck. When I glance over at the dragon, his nostrils are flaring, his expression stiff. "I imagine this smells pretty ripe to you," I tell him, and wrinkle my nose. That earns me a surprised huff that sounds amused. I'm weirdly pleased at that. Maybe all isn't lost if we can't communicate. Body language is universal, isn't it? All right, then. I make an eating gesture and point at a door that has to be a pantry of some kind. He gets a revolted look on his face, and this time I can't bite back my laugh. I'm only eating it if it's canned and safe, trust me. I let the irony show in my voice. I'm hungry, but I'm not that hungry. A quick perusal of the pantry shows that most everything has been picked through, except for a few industrial-sized cans of yams. Oh, wow. I haven't had a yam since Thanksgiving so many years ago. I point out all 3 cans to the dragon and search for a can opener and a fork. There's nothing but a dirty spoon. The water here works, though, and I spend a few minutes scrubbing my find, washing the lids of the cans free of dust, and then drinking my fill from a broken cup I find in the back of a cabinet. The Dragon Man watches me with amusement, but makes no attempt to help me or stop me. "I guess you're not too sure what I'm doing, are you?" I tell him, and sigh heavily at my cans. Either they didn't like yams or they didn't have a can opener. I suppose either one is plausible. I run my fingers along the metal top. I don't know how to get this open. I glance back around me in the dirty, lived-in kitchen. Maybe there's a knife somewhere? I indicate the can and make a stabbing gesture. I have to get this lid off. The Dragon Man steps forward and examines the can, picking it up in his hands and turning it over. He sniffs it and then looks at me again. I pantomime opening the lid, then eating the contents, and he gives me another one of those "you're crazy" dragon looks. As I watch, he sets down the can and then presses one thumb claw against the lid. As I watch, his arm flexes, his bicep enormous, and then I hear the punch of metal tearing underneath his grip. His claws are strong enough to be can openers. My eyes go wide. He pulls free, sniffs the contents, and then nods to himself as if suddenly understanding. With his long claws, he hacks at the hole he's punched in the lid until he manages to pry open a fist-sized section, displaying the yams below. The scent hits me, and I clap my hands with excitement. "You did it!" Immediately, his eyes gleam bright gold. I smile at him, and then I realize his cock is getting hard. My fear immediately returns, and I watch him, wary. Is he going to fling me on the floor and try to get on top of me again? But he only offers me the can, watching my face with an avid, hungry expression that has nothing to do with food. I hesitate and then move forward. I sidle up next to him, careful to ignore the burgeoning erection, and spoon a bright orange chunk of yam. It's syrupy with glaze and smells so good that my mouth waters before I can bring it to my lips. The first bite is heaven, and I can't help the little sigh of pleasure that escapes me. Either I'm hungry as heck, or these are amazing, I tell him. He moves closer to me and touches my cheek but doesn't do anything else, just watches me. When I hesitate, he shoves his hand into the can and grabs another yam, offering it to me. I delicately take it from him with my fingers and eat it, licking my fingertips. I guess this means we're friends. If we're going to be friends, though, you need a name. I glance over at him again. Something nice and sweet and unscary, like Sam. Sam isn't a scary name at all. He just touches my hair, pushing it back from my face as if fascinated by it. Or me. After my belly is full of yams, we search for a gift shop, and I manage to find one after all. I grab a t-shirt to wear that's far too large and hideously ugly. It fits me like a dress, though, and I'm happy to have it. I feel better with clothing on me. We explore for the rest of the day, but the casino's pretty wrecked, and the parts that aren't are filthy from nomads that have stopped through. By the time the sun starts to go down, I'm hungry again and tired. I can tell Sam doesn't like being inside, so we head back out to the roof. This time, when he changes back to dragon form, I try not to panic. He doesn't mean me harm. Sam finds a spot on the roof and just watches me with a sleepy gaze. His tail twitches, and I get the impression he's far more alert than he's letting on. It doesn't matter. I'm way too tired to attempt a prison break, and my leg hurts. The sun has set, and it's getting cold. I guess we aren't sleeping inside. I think for a moment back to those dirty pallets in the kitchen and shudder. No thank you. I'd rather sleep with no blankets than lice-ridden ones. I pick a spot on the concrete a few paces away from the dragon and try to get comfortable. Doesn't work, though. It's concrete. There's no comfortable way to relax and not feel how hard the roof is. Maybe I should have found something in the gift shop to use for a pillow. My legs are cold, too, and I try to stretch my t-shirt down over my limbs. There's a low, draconic snort, and then I hear him get up. A moment later, claws encircle my waist, and I gasp, arms flailing. I bite back my shriek of surprise as he lifts me into the air. Then he settles back down on his haunches, tucks his forelegs against his chest, and settles me on top of them. His head lowers and he closes his eyes once more. I remain utterly still for a moment. It's clear when he does nothing else that he realized I was cold and uncomfortable and is trying to give me a better bed of some kind. All right, then. I relax and shift my weight against one tucked leg and manage to get comfortable. It's warm, like I'm sleeping on a radiator, though, and the heat of him lulls me into relaxation. I'll figure out a plan for tomorrow, perhaps. I'm too tired to think of anything right now. I close my eyes and drift off to sleep.
Rast. She is learning to trust me. I watch my fragile human mate sleep against my chest, her mouth slightly parted, her cheek cradled in her palm. The feel of her resting against my scales is indescribable. I want to caress her, to mount her, and claim her as my own, but I am just now gaining her trust. I can wait a few more days, and if someone comes to challenge my claim on her, I am prepared to destroy.
7. Amy. The next day doesn't provide more answers for me, just more questions. It's clear the dragon has no intention of letting me go. In fact, he doesn't want me out of his sight. I figure this out when he follows me back to the bathrooms again. And then when we go back to the roof and he grabs me in his claws and flies off. He hunts down a cow with me in his grip, snatching the thing with his mouth and then swallowing it in 2 gulps. It's done so fast I can't even scream. And then we fly back to the roof, and he settles in again. And watches me, waiting. Okay, well, if I'm in charge here, I want a better place to stay. This isn't a home. I think of Claudia's place with the hole in the roof so Kyle can come and go. I need some place that's accessible for the dragon, but still is more comfortable for me than a hard rooftop. My leg hurts with every step today, so I know I'm going to need to stay off my feet unless I want to be crawling soon. Some people can handle roughing it, but I can't. My stupid leg just doesn't have the strength. I hate it, and I hate that I'm a burden on everyone, but I can't do anything about it. I head to the edge of the rooftop and then stare out, thinking. A casino isn't the most hospitable place, especially when it's been picked over. My ability to survive on my own is next to zilch, and there's nothing to scavenge. I sigh in frustration and let my gaze move over the parking lot, down the long building, to the hotel at the far end. Of course, there's a hotel on the premises. Why wouldn't there be? And at the hotel, I'm thinking there will be bedding at least, provided the place hasn't been completely ransacked. I shield my eye with my hand and look over at the building. It's very tall, easily 15 or 20 floors. If I were a scavenger, I might venture up to the top floor, but probably not. Not when anything I find has to be toted back down to the ground. It doesn't make sense. But it makes perfect sense if you've got a dragon who can take you to the top of the building. I get to my feet and approach Sam. He watches me, his body calm. I think the calmness is an act, though. There's nothing about him that feels calm in the slightest. More like watchful. And his eyes are whirling with black at the edges, which tells me that he could easily be set off into a crazy spell. As I approach, the gold in his eyes becomes more pronounced, and I wonder if it's me that's keeping him from flipping out. He hasn't gone on a burning spree since he grabbed me, and most dragons are highly volatile. If that's the case, I need to encourage his happy mood. I smile brightly at him and approach his head, even though a little part of me is quivering inside with terror. I don't think he'll hurt me, though. Not if he wants me for mating. I reach out a hand, testing the waters. The dragon lifts his head, brushing his enormous snout against my fingers. All right, then, I whisper, and feel a bit of pleasure when his eyes go even more gold. If dragons could purr, I bet he'd be purring right now. I move closer and stroke my hands along his nose, learning the textures. Impossibly hard scales, so tight against his skin that it feels like one rippling sheet of metal. I stay carefully to the side of his mouth because I haven't forgotten that his teeth are long and sharp. Can we go on a journey? I ask him. A small one. Sam blinks at me, and in the next moment I'm petting air and the naked dragon man with the long, crazy hair is heading toward me. Oh, geez, he misunderstood. He thinks I want to talk. I keep smiling even though I want to say something obscene with frustration. This place isn't a good home, I tell him, and when he gives me the slight head cock that means he doesn't understand, my frustration mounts. My leg hurts. I'm thirsty and tired and getting sick of yams. I rub a hand down my face, fighting back irritation. He moves forward and reaches for my face. I freeze, alarmed, but all he does is brush his claws lightly along my jaw, then watches my expression. He's petting me. Oh, does he think it was a greeting? I fight back a giggle at that, imagining saying hello to the Fort Dallas militia with a nice jaw stroking. Yeah, no. I let him caress me a moment longer, and then point at the building on the skyline just across the expansive parking lot. Can we go there? His gaze follows my gesture, and then he points at it as well, one long talon slicing through the air. I nod eagerly. Yes, there. More food. I pantomime eating. I don't know if that's the truth, but if there's anything that's not rated, it'll be the top floors of the tall hotel. And clothing. I pluck at my shirt, trying to demonstrate it to him. Sam's gaze moves up and down my body, considering my clothing. After a moment, he reaches forward and rips at my t-shirt, tearing a hole along the hip. Surprised, I jerk backward to stop him and end up stumbling backward. "What are you doing?" He growls low in his throat and crouches at my side, reaching for my face again. "Aim." I wince and sit up, ignoring his hands. "I wasn't showing you my shirt so you could rip it off of me. I was showing you so you would know what I want." I glance over at him, and his eyes are whirling blacker by the second, as if he's inches away from losing it. Okay, not good. I reach out and caress his jaw to calm him. "It's okay." Sure enough, the black in his eyes recedes a bit and he touches my face. Yeah, we're pretty much going to be stuck here all day patting jaws if I don't get him to understand me. I can't help but giggle at the absurdity of this situation, and his eyes flare pure gold for a moment, and he smiles. Oh gosh, when he smiles, he's breathtaking. I smile back and point up at the building again. "So, shall we go there?"
Rast. It is clear my mate wants a new nest. This one displeases her, and she points and chatters at another tall, thin building nearby. She wants that one. I consider it. It is much higher off the ground, but that is a good thing. It means she will be safe from more foul-smelling humans if they arrive. But I do not like that it is so high up, because that means her scent will carry so much farther on the breeze. It will surely bring challengers who seek to take her from me. But then she reaches out and caresses my face with her small, soft hands, and I can refuse her nothing. Just that small touch pushes back the smoke of anger that clouds my mind, and for a moment it feels as if my mind has righted itself. It is only a fleeting moment, but it makes me hungry for what we can have if we are together. She must be comfortable enough to challenge me for mating rights, and if she wishes for a different nest, I will give it to her. I change back to battle form, gently scoop her up in my claws, and then take to the air. As always, I open my senses, filtering through the myriad scents on the breeze. There are no other draconi in the immediate vicinity, but I can smell char and smoke in the distance, which tells me there are others nearby, but upwind from us. That is good. The stink of humans is all but gone, and I can also scent more of the grass-eating hoofed animals that make such tasty meals. Those remain nearby for easy hunting. If her tall nest is as she likes it, this is a good place to stay for now. I launch my powerful body into the air, cradling her close. She clings to my foreleg, making frightened noises, and I wonder at a creature that is so scared of flying. If she has a battle form of her own, would she not embrace the air? There is something I am missing. The harder I try to concentrate, though, the more my thoughts scatter and drift away like smoke. She touches my foreleg as I circle the building, pointing over and over where she wishes to go. The very top. That makes it easy to land, then, but I am displeased at the thought of staying so high up in the open air. Surely she will draw others with her sweet scent. I growl at the thought, and then her fierce scent rises around me. I am scaring her, which only makes my frustration greater. Very well. If she wishes to be high in the air, then that is what we will do. If this is so she can watch me challenge all comers for mating rights, then I shall destroy any and all that arrive. Whatever she wishes, I will do. I land atop the roof with a heavy thud, shaking the building. Somewhere nearby, there is the tinkling crash of something breaking, and I go alert. There are no new scents on the air, though, just a reaction to my weight settling here. My human mate pats at my claws, indicating she wishes for me to let her go, and she gestures and babbles in her fluid, soft-sounding words. I reluctantly release her, and she smiles back up at me, as if very pleased. I bite back a snarl of pleasure at her response, watching, waiting. Is this the moment she will assume her battle form and challenge me so I can conquer her? So we can mate and bond? But she only steps away, favoring her bad leg and heading for something across the flat rooftop. I realize a moment later that it is a door. She wishes to go inside this strange building. I will need to switch to my two-legged form for such things then. I crouch low and shift, and when I get to my feet, I see her waiting patiently for me, her hair fluttering in the high wind. Her fear scent is gone, and the sight of her fills me with such pleasure that I cannot help myself. I move to her side and pull her to me, burying my face against her neck and breathing deep of her scent, enjoying the feel of her body against mine. She stiffens, but then relaxes against me. There is no fear scent, not this time, and that fills me with joy. She is learning to trust me. I can make a nest inside this ugly, tall building then, if this is what she wants. Every time I please her, we are one step closer to mating, and my goal is to have her on all fours, shuddering underneath me as I fill her with seed. Whatever she wants, I will do it. I carry her down another set of stairs, and she puts her arms around my neck, holding herself close against me. I like this. I keep holding her, waiting for her next pointed direction even as we come to a flat area, but she slides out of my grip and limps over to another door, opening it. The inside of this strange building is different from the last one. This is more like something I have seen before. I frown as we step forward. There are trees inside, their leaves still bright, but they do not smell alive. They are in colorful pots in the corners, and the long hallway has a patterned floor that feels fuzzy under my feet. Along the corridor, there are several sets of doors, and she casts me an excited look before heading toward the first one. She opens it to reveal a small room that smells musty and bitter at the same time. My mate looks unhappy at the sight, moving forward and picking through the cluster of objects on the shelves here before sighing and shaking her head. I notice something fastened to the wall and pick it up. It looks like a long stick with thick ropes of hair on one end. Curious. I sniff it, but it smells like mildew and dirt. With a snort of disgust, I return it to its spot. My mate says something else, and then indicates I should follow her to the next door. Whatever this is, it is not what she seeks. The next door opens up, and she makes a sound of pleasure at the sight of it.
8. Amy. We've found the penthouse. I bite back my little squeal of joy when the second set of doors, the first led to a broom closet, open up to an expansive suite of apartments that must have been pretty swanky once upon a time. In fact, they're still rather swanky to my eyes. This place looks untouched from all of the chaos and destruction below. There's a living area complete with delicate green sofa and chaise, a carved wood table, and a faded, intricate rug underneath. Mounted on the wall is a large flat-screen television that has a series of hairline cracks running through the screen, but is otherwise whole. Washed-out art hangs on the wall across from the still-open windows, and the bed in the next room is freshly made, the blankets and pillows perfectly unmussed. It almost feels like we're walking into someone's bedroom. It's all so perfectly set up. I'm fascinated by all of it, right down to the wilted flowers in a crystal vase on one of the tables. If there's anything good to be found, it'll be here, I tell Sam, and start exploring. It's all so beautiful and luxurious. I peek into the bathroom, and I'm delighted at the large glass-enclosed shower with multiple spray heads. If even one works still, I can have a real, honest-to-goodness shower. I'm thrilled at the thought. I head into the bedroom, and the closet there doesn't have real clothes in it. just a white, fluffy bathrobe with dust accumulating on the shoulders. I flick it off and pull it from the hanger, hugging it to my body. It's the softest thing I've ever felt. I'm not even mad that it's the only thing there and it's impractical. I'm tired of being practical. I slide it over my arms and bury my face in the soft fluff of it, sighing happily. I already love this place, I tell Sam. He says, a frown on his brow as he gives me a curious look. It's clear he doesn't know what to make of my excitement over the robe, and I bite back my giggle at his expression. It's all right, I tell him, and move toward the bed. It looks just as fluffy as the robe. A little dusty, sure, but I live in the after. Dust is the least of my problems. I test the edge of the bed with my hands like they used to do in the movies, and then fall backward onto it with a sigh of delight. That earns me a rumbling chuckle from the dragon, and I can't help but laugh myself. It's such a nice bed, I exclaim, as if he can understand me. It's amazing, so soft and pillowy. I lie flat on my back and close my eyes, happy as could be. I don't even care that it's stuffy in here and smells musty. This is the nicest place ever. The bed bounces hard, and I open my eyes with a squeal to see that Sam's flung himself backward on the bed just like I did. His expression is half frown, half thoughtful, as if he can't quite figure out what he's supposed to enjoy about it. I laugh at that, and then gasp when his arm spikes tear at the blankets, making a ripping sound. "Oh no, you're trashing it," I tell him, reaching out for him. He sits up on one arm, ignoring my protests, and gazes down at me. His eyes are pure gold. Just like that, I lose all of the breath in my body. I've never seen anyone look at me so intensely. It's almost too much. It makes me feel dizzy. I remember to breathe, but I don't dare move. I just remain completely still, waiting to see what he does. Is he going to attack me? Try to mount me? Sam reaches out and very gently caresses my jaw with his claws. It's the lightest of touches, so achingly gentle for such a brutal dragon man that it steals my breath all over again. I should push him away. I know I should. But there's something deep inside me that wants to see what happens if I let him continue, if I enjoy his caresses. So I just wait, gazing up at him and scarcely daring to breathe. He brushes his fingertips along my face, tracing it with tiny movements. It's like he's fascinated by me, and I love the attention, even if it's coming from a fearsome, murdering dragon. There's something inside me that's achingly thirsty for attention, and he's giving me exactly what I want. I'll feel bad about it later, I decide. For now, I just want to enjoy feeling like the center of someone's universe. Sam continues to gaze down at me, touching my face with careful precision. His claws skim over my skin, but he never quite scratches me with them, and I feel oddly safe despite the fact that I know he's a murderer. The way he's touching me, I know he wouldn't harm me. Not like this. It isn't my pain he wants, or he'd have already done terrible things to me. I know exactly what he wants. The thought makes me breathless and excited and terrified all at once. Fingertips move over my forehead, tracing my brow. I close my eyes, letting the simple pleasure wash over me as he caresses my face. He murmurs, stroking my hair back. Oh gosh, who would have thought it would be so very nice to be petted by someone? Have I been craving touch so badly? I think I have. When I open my eyes again a moment later, he's still watching me, his gaze intense, pure gold. His hip is near mine, and when I glance down, I can see that his cock is completely erect, so close to my leg that he could stab me with it. The thought makes my pulse flutter hard and my nipples feel tight. Oh. As I watch, he skims his claws lightly over my ear and then down my neck, moving to the open neckline of my robe. One claw drags between my breasts, over my t-shirt, and I can't bring myself to tell him no, that those areas are off limits, because I don't know if they are. I'm suddenly very aware of the fact that I'm wearing no pants and that he's so much bigger and stronger than I am. I'm also very, very aware of the fact that he's incredibly naked. My mouth goes dry. It wouldn't take much for him to just roll forward and get on top of me again, and would I stop him? I don't know. Because when he looks at me like this, I think I could have what Claudia and Kyle have. But he's a murderer and unstable, and he's not the dragon I was supposed to have, and that's confusing. I don't know what to think. Sam murmurs again, and I tense, wondering if he's going to go under my shirt. But he takes my hand in his, cradling it with infinite gentleness, and then presses my fingers to his chest. Oh, he wants me to touch him. You want me to do the same to you? I whisper, and his eyes flurry with gold, utterly beautiful in how deep and rich the color is. I'm fascinated by him when he's like this, when he's tender and gentle, and fascinated with me. Do I dare touch him and encourage this sort of thing? If I'm trying to escape, shouldn't I keep him at arm's length? But he's warm and hard under my touch, and I'm so very curious. And there's no one here to know if I'm behaving. It isn't like before when I was living in a room off of Claudia's apartments, where Kyle could scent everything I did, and my sister had to warn me not to masturbate or dragons would smell it. God, that was an embarrassing day. And of course now I'm remembering just how long it's been since I've masturbated. I wonder if he'd be content with just touching and nothing more. Is it okay to fool around with you, Sam? Or are you going to want more? Of course, he doesn't answer me. He just watches me with those intense gold eyes, waiting. I'm far too tempted to walk away. Biting my lip, I lightly trace my fingers over one rock-hard pectoral, along the scale pattern on his golden skin. Just that small touch makes him close his eyes and groan deep, as if pained. He looks blissed out, and I'm utterly entranced by his response. If just touching him like that makes him go wild, what would he do if I touched more? Suddenly, I'm feeling really, really bold and curious. I'm going to keep going, I warn Sam, even though I know he can't understand me. And if things get too intense, we'll just back off, all right? I drag one fingertip along the edge of his muscles. There's not an ounce of fat on his lean, hard body. Whatever he does in dragon form, it must be an intense workout, because he's covered in rippling muscle. I never really paid too much attention to how Kyle's body looks because he's my sister's. Most of the time I'm averting my eyes from his nakedness, and the only thing I do pay attention to is how he gazes at Claudia. It's kind of like how Sam is looking at me, and it makes my silly, romantic little heart flutter with joy. I don't know how bold I should be. Of course, I want to touch and explore him, but I also don't want things to get carried away. I can't stop myself, though. I keep touching, sliding my fingers along his collarbones and tracing the veins under his skin. The scars on his neck are vicious, crisscrossed slashes. I don't know if they were made by teeth or something else, but they look as if it was a brutal fight. Who hurt you, I wonder? He murmurs, rubbing a knuckle against my cheek. Right. I hate this language barrier stuff. I move my fingers along his arm, fascinated by the strength there, the hard muscles of his biceps, before sliding down to his elbow. Here he starts to look more draconic than human, because he's got those enormous spikes that don't quite lie flat, and his hands are tipped in the biggest claws I've ever seen on a dragon man. Not that I've seen a ton of dragon men, of course, but out of Sasha's Doc and Emma's Zor and my sister's Kyle, Sam definitely has the biggest equipment. Of course, thinking that makes me remember other equipment, and I pause. Is he hoping I'll touch him there? That might be too much for my virgin mind to handle. I can't help but contemplate it, though. Who would know? What's the harm, if I want to do it? Strangely enough, I do want to do it. Biting my lip, I glance up at his face and let my fingers skate lower on his belly, a clear indication of my intentions.
Rast. I can scarcely breathe with anticipation as my mate's questing hands slide lower and lower. She has been so shy up until this moment, but her boldness pleases me. It suggests that there is more trust than I thought. I can smell the faint perfume of her arousal. It is but a mere breath, a tiny, almost unnoticeable scent upon the air, but it is there. I want to make it stronger. I want the air to be saturated with her mating scent. I move closer to her, rubbing my nose against hers. She gives a sweet little sigh and tilts her face toward mine, as if asking for something, but I do not know what she seeks. I rub my nose against hers again, hoping that will suffice. She only sighs, a smile playing on her lips. Her fingers skate low on my belly. My cock aches in response, my entire body anticipating her touch. "Lower," I silently demand. "Go lower." But her hands only caress and slide against my skin, and then pause, as if she is reluctant to take the final step forward. Perhaps she is waiting for my touch, for me to caress her like she does me. Or does she wish for me to take the lead? I take her hand in mine, and she presses her palm against my own, gazing at our entwined hands. She seems fascinated by the sight of her smaller hand in mine, a dreamy look in her lovely dark eyes. Her scent grows stronger, and I rumble my appreciation. I lift our joined hands to my face and inhale deeply, breathing in her scent. She watches me, fascinated, and I lick her skin, wanting to taste her. If she would let me, I would taste her all over. Her eyes are soft as she watches me, but her scent grows thicker with arousal. Her gaze is locked on me, and again I wait for her to take the lead, to challenge. She does not, though, and I feel again as if I am missing something. Perhaps she waits to see if I will challenge her. The thought intrigues me, and I growl a low challenge to her. I take her wrist in mine and pin it over her head once more, holding her down on the soft bed. Then I wait. Wait for her to fight me. Wait for her to show her anger at being trapped. Waiting for her to shift to battle form. But she only gasps and shrinks back, her sweet arousal scent replaced with that of fear. This is not what she wants. Even as I realize it, I snarl with frustration and fling myself off the bed. Does she not wish to be my mate? I do not understand her. I move across the room, pacing. I do not know how to get her to shift. It is like there is something wrong, and I am missing it. She makes an unhappy noise behind me, and when I turn, she sits up in the bed, her eyes full of sadness and confusion. The smoke that clouds my mind threatens to sweep forward once more, drowning out everything but the fires of rage. Perhaps I am a fool for even trying to fight them. Perhaps I should just sink into the rage, let it take over, wallow in the mindless nothingness of it. Let my thoughts disappear and just exist. For a moment, I lose myself. I give in to the fires and let them consume me. Hatred and rage thunder through my mind, and I feel it ripple over me like a palpable force. There is nothing here except the need to kill and hurt, like this world hurts my spirit. But there is no pale-haired, fragile mate in the rage. There is no delicate hand touching mine, no soft sounds coming from her throat when I touch her, no pleasure scent when I lean close. It is for those things I will stay, even though the fires call at me. I force myself to focus on her, to close my eyes and concentrate on her scent. The fires in my mind recede, the need to hurt and destroy tamping down. For now, it is enough. I bring my frustration and rage back under control and return to her side. She watches me with worry in her gaze, and I caress her cheek. Her mind is closed when I reach out to her, as it always is, and I bite back my frustration. soon.
9. Amy. Sam's rage is palpable. I'm losing him, I think. He's been pretty with it for an unmated dragon, but I can tell his hold is slipping. As the hours go past, he gets twitchier, and the black creeps into his eyes a little more. I know it's just a matter of time before he goes completely insane once more, and then I don't know what I'll do. There are times he seems to be okay, and times that he stares off at the shadows, as if seeing something that isn't there. It's a little creepy, and more than that, it's alarming. If he completely loses control, I can't defend myself. I'll be toast. It's definitely a concern. There's part of me that thinks he wouldn't harm me because he wants me as a mate, but then he gets that wild-eyed look on his face and zones out, and not even talking to him can reach him. This morning I found him staring out the window, unmoving and unblinking. It was like he was in a trance, and when I crept up to see what was going on, his eyes were completely black. I went back to bed and hid under the blankets despite the stuffiness of the room and waited. It took him forever, hours maybe, to snap out of that. I wish I had a watch so I could time it, but all I know is that it went on far too long. During that time, if I spoke or made any noise, he didn't move. It was like he wasn't there. It's the unpredictability of his personality that worries me. If he's not in his own mind, how will he know not to hurt me? Am I going to get the blank zombie this day, the bloodthirsty killer, or the affectionate dragon man who wants a mate? I wish I'd thought to ask Claudia more questions about how she and Kyle got together so I'd know how to handle this. I think of how unprepared I was for all of this, and could just cry. Today, Sam seems to be with me. Mostly. He had a bad morning, but right now he peers over my shoulder and watches me as I dig through one of the maid carts I found down the hallway, looking for anything to eat. There's nothing, of course, but I do find fluffy towels and fancy soaps and shampoos. And that reminds me that the shower just might work. I've held off on using it because Sam's been unpredictable. But as sweaty hour after sweaty hour passes, I feel more and more grimy. Of course, I know that going to take a shower will mean that Sam is going to follow me in, because he doesn't like for me to leave his sight. That's just another reason I've put it off. I'm not sure I want to put it off for much longer, though. I can practically feel my stink following me like a cloud. If dragons are driven by scent, I don't think I'm going to be safe for much longer if I smell strongly. I've got no perfume to disguise my scent either. I collect a few of the soaps and shampoos and bring them back to the penthouse. If I can't cover my scent with perfumes, maybe I can scrub it away. I set my things in the large bathroom, turn the water on, and light a candle so I have some light. The shower runs dirty and reddish for a moment, then begins to run clear. So I let it run for a few moments, adding my soaps and shampoos to the lip for such things inside the shower itself. Sam follows me in the bathroom, because of course he does, and the dragon man sniffs at everything I touch. He finds the candle amusing, snorting loud enough that he almost puts the flame back out before pushing it aside and picking up a towel. He rubs it against his face, then tosses it to the ground as if it's garbage. With a tiny sigh, I pick it up again and neatly fold it. That's not for you, it's for me. He moves closer as I speak, his eyes flicking with gold as if the sound of my voice pleases him. He reaches out to stroke my cheek, and I let him, as long as his eyes remain more gold than black. I don't return the favor because I don't want to get distracted away from my shower. When he lowers his hand, I take his wrist and point into the penthouse, then lead him out of the bathroom. Sam follows me easily, at least until I indicate that he should stay, and then I whirl and head back into the bathroom as quickly as I can, locking the door behind me. "Quick shower!" I call out in my happiest voice. "Be right back!" It won't be a hot shower, but I don't care. A nice cool trickle of water over my skin sounds wonderful right now. I hear the dragon man growl on the other side of the door, and the entire thing shakes, the knob twisting. When it doesn't open, he snarls louder, and the entire door shakes on its hinges from the force of his rattling. "Just a minute," I say in my cheeriest voice. This is going to have to be the world's quickest shower, because he's not going to let me leave his sight for a second. "You know no one's in here," I say in my most soothing tone, even as I slip my shoes off and slide my arms underneath my t-shirt to pull off my bra and panties. "It's perfectly safe, Sam. Don't worry, okay?" His low snarl turns to a bellow of rage, and the moment I let my panties slide to the floor, a fist crashes through the wooden door. I gasp, stumbling backward as the entire thing shudders, and when he pulls his arm back, a large panel of the wood falls to the floor. Sam glares through the shambles of the bathroom door at me, and then proceeds to finish breaking it until he can walk in. "Seriously?" I ask, frustrated. I lean over to scoop my panties up off the ground. "You couldn't let me have 5 minutes alone to get clean? I break off in shock as he snatches my panties from my hand and lifts them to his nose. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. I stare in mortified horror as he takes a deep breath of them. They can't smell good at this point, but he doesn't care, it seems. As I watch his eyes go completely gold and he gives me this intense look that makes my body react. Nervous, I tug at the hem of the t-shirt I'm wearing, trying to make it long enough to cover all of my parts. It does, but just barely. "Can I have those back, please?" The dragon man lowers them from his nose, but instead of returning them to me like I've asked, he begins to loop them around his wrist, next to the worn scraps of fabric he wears on his arm all the time. I grab his hand, surprised. "What are you doing?" He gazes at me, eyes flooded with both black and gold equally, his expression on the edge. I feel this intense frustration rolling off of him, and as I glance farther down, I notice he's completely erect. There's no mistaking his reaction. The smell of me has turned him on. I guess I'll let him keep my panties if... Hang on. I turn his wrist and angle his hand toward the candlelight, because I want to get a closer look at that worn fabric he's wearing. It's gray and tattered from sun exposure, but when I touch the fabric, it feels familiar. I run my fingers along the elastic and then I see it. A tiny bow, like the kind a girl has on her panties. These are my panties, the ones I left behind for a dragon to find. I gasp, looking up into Sam's eyes. "You're the one that found them? It was you?" He reaches for my face with his free hand, running a knuckle along my jaw in the barest of caresses. I'm shocked to my core. All this time, I thought the other dragon was the one that had been meant for me, that he was my mate and Sam had killed him. It turns out I've been horribly wrong. Sam's the one that found my panties and came looking for me. The other one must have just happened to pick up my scent at the right time, and Sam killed him for trying to steal me. It wasn't murder, not really. It was Sam defending his territory. And his territory is me. "This is the weirdest thing to get emotional about," I tell him, even as my eyes well up with tears. "But you've always been looking for me, haven't you?" He murmurs, and I don't even mind those enormous claws that skate over my skin. This is my dragon mate. This is the one I wanted to find me. He did, and I've been holding him at arm's length the entire time, and all the while he's been losing sanity with each and every moment that passed. I feel so guilty. "Oh, Sam," I whisper, and put my arms around his waist, resting my cheek against his chest. He's so warm and vibrant, and I can hear the rumble of pleasure low in his chest as I touch him. This doesn't negate the fact that Sam's a killer, of course, but I feel like I understand him better now, and it feels like we have a bond somewhere in there, beneath all the crazy. He puts his arms around me, his hands moving over my back, his rumble of pleasure fierce. I let out a blissful sigh. This isn't quite how I dreamed things would turn out. My version was far more romantic and childish than this. I thought he'd be a prince come to rescue me, but instead he's a wild-eyed berserker. Instead of making me afraid, though, the fear is turning into something else. A desire to help him. I've seen glimpses of the real Sam behind all of the fury and the frustration. He's caring and devoted. It's just that he's being swallowed up by crazy Sam who breaks down doors and snaps necks. "What can we do to help you?" I ask, rubbing his back. "How do I find what Claudia did to break through?" Sam rumbles low in his throat, and his arms tighten around me. Suddenly, I'm cuddled up against his massive erection, pushing against my stomach. Oh, the press of it against my body makes me feel a little shivery and aroused. I'm also acutely aware that I'm wearing nothing but a t-shirt, my panties and bra gone. It would take nothing for him to strip the shirt off of me, and I quiver at the thought, feeling vulnerable and anxious and excited all at once. I don't know if it's safe to do anything with Sam until I figure out how to settle his mind, though. Until I can forge that bond that Claudia did with Kyle. I get a mental image of Sam wrapping his hands around my neck and snapping it like he did to the other dragon, and I shudder and pull away from him. We'll figure this out, I promise him. For now, I should probably shower. I detangle myself from his grip, but he catches my hand, unwilling to let me go far. I chuckle at that, but I'm also flattered he wants me so much that he can't stop touching me. I can't shower with you holding my hand, I tell him. But I notice that his eyes are almost pure gold at this moment, and he looks relaxed. The crazy goes away when he focuses on me, I think. I consider the shower and the dragon man at my side. His hair looks like a disheveled mess, and mine probably doesn't look much better. Want to come and shower with me? I figure it can't hurt for both of us to soap up as long as I wear my t-shirt. It'll do his mind good, I think, to clean up. Maybe it'll make him remember his humanity. Don't kid yourself. A little voice inside my head says, you want to see where this goes. Okay, so maybe I do. What virgin hasn't dreamed of doing arousing things with the right guy? Of being caressed and petted and slowly made love to? I'm not sure I'm ready for all of that yet, but I'm attracted to him, and we're here alone, and there's a lovely shower running, and I'm not going to deprive myself, I decide. So I move forward, toward the shower, and keep holding his hand. He follows me toward it, his brows furrowed as if he can't quite figure out what we're about to do. I push the glass shower door open all the way, then run my free hand under the water. I was hoping it'd be bitter cold to cool my flushed skin, but it's lukewarm. That's all right then. It's running clear, and I can't wait any longer. I step under the spray and can feel the grime of the last few days running off of me. I gasp with delight, freeing my hand from Sam's to wipe water out of my eyes. It feels wonderful, and I wave him in. Come on, you'll like it. His eyes narrow at my playful tone, and then a moment later, he's in the shower with me. The spray isn't big enough to hit both of us at the same time, so I move backward a little to share. My foot skids on the slippery tub, and I nearly tumble down, but he grabs me just in time. And then I'm pressed up against his body, and we're both wet. I suck in a breath, completely aware of how we're plastered against each other, and the wet fabric of my t-shirt doesn't feel like it's any kind of barrier. I can feel the heat of him through the thin material, can feel the way his body moves when he slides a strong arm around my waist. I can practically feel the rumble start in his chest when he begins that strange, dragonish purr. This is far more intense than I imagined. I put a hand on his chest and push back, trying to get space between us. Sam isn't allowing it, though. One big hand plants on my butt and cradles me against him, and there's a look of fierce pleasure on his face, his eyes liquid gold. Our mouths are so close together I could swear he's about to kiss me, and in that instant I want it so badly I can taste it. I lift my chin, hoping he'll close the distance between us, but he only rubs his nose against mine. Oh, right. Claudia mentioned that Kyle didn't know what kissing was when they met. How did she train him? How can I show Sam when I've never been kissed myself? But surely it can't be that hard, can it? I put a hand to his neck and pull him down just a little until he leans in. Then I very gently brush my lips over his. It's nothing more than a mere flutter of contact, but I can feel his body tense against mine in response. I move back, studying him, and his eyes are bright gold, his lids heavy. He presses his lips together as if trying to taste me on his mouth, and then leans in, asking for more. My heart pounds and I gaze up at him, fascinated by the expression on his face. He looks as turned on as I feel, and when I part my lips, he reaches for my face and caresses my mouth with his fingertips. One claw dances close to my nose, and when he touches me, it scratches my face. Ow! I back away, pressing my fingertips to my nose. There's a tiny bit of blood on my hands, but it doesn't seem like a big scratch. It stings, but I suppose that's one of the dangers of kissing a dragon. Sam stares down at his claws, his nostrils flaring. His eyes go black, and a moment later, he bites one claw off, then another, spitting the broken tips aside as he watches me. I'm surprised he'd do such a thing. And the way he's looking at me, so very intense, makes me shiver. It's as if he's getting rid of his claws to prove something to me. When the last one is bitten off, he flexes his hand, eyeing his shorn nails. The look he gives me next is downright determined, and he moves forward and pulls me against him once more, grinning. He sweeps his fingers along my jaw, apparently pleased at how he can touch me without his claws in the way. And, oh, I'm really liking that smile on his face. It's making me weak in the knees. He pulls me in closer, one hand at the small of my back, and then brushes his lips over mine. A tingle of response moves through me like lightning, making me squirm. It's shocking how such a small act can make completely different parts of my body light up in response. It's like I feel his kiss deep between my thighs, in a place I've only touched. I whimper and press my lips to his, parting mine so we can make the kiss deeper. I timidly stroke my tongue into his mouth, and I can feel his jolt of response. He growls again, and then his hand digs into my scalp, pinning me against him as he slides his tongue against mine with enthusiasm. I've never felt anything like this. It's slick and hot and intimate, and every time his tongue brushes mine, my entire body prickles with awareness. It's both too much and not enough all at once. I try to break the kiss in case he doesn't like it, but he slants his mouth over mine, his tongue tangling anew. With each touch, it's different. I want to never stop. My arms twine around his neck, and I don't care that I'm pressing my wet, nearly naked body against his. I don't care that he's totally naked and a dragon man. I don't care about anything other than the feel of his mouth on mine. Over and over, our tongues lock and mate, and I realize in the dim fog at the back of my mind that I'm making soft little noises of pleasure with each stroke of his tongue. This makes me think of other things, deeper things. The enormous thing that's pressing up against my belly. Sam growls low in his throat even as we keep kissing, and one hand slides along my wet thigh, then moves under my shirt. He groans when he cups my bare butt, as if just now realizing that I've stripped off almost everything. I'm incredibly aroused, and wet too. Kissing him has made heat pool between my thighs, and I feel like squirming against his hard body just to try and squeeze out a bit more pleasure from our touches. "Aim," he murmurs, and licks my mouth with that incredible tongue of his. Oh, it's like he licked me lower. And suddenly I want that. My cheeks flush bright red at the thought because I'd never be bold enough to ask for such a thing. But I'm going to think about it forever now. "Sam," I whisper. I slide a little closer to him and get a face full of his wet hair when he dips his head to kiss my neck. That startles me, and I half giggle, half sputter. He lifts his head, and the moment is broken. I smile at him as he gazes at me and brush the long strands of hair back from his face. With his crazy lion's mane of hair wet, his horns are that much more prominent, frilling his brow kind of like how they frill his brow when he's in dragon form. It's fascinating to see. Maybe we should wash up before we waste more water. When he doesn't respond, I pantomime washing and pick up a bottle of shampoo, then demonstrate. "See? You put this in your hair and it cleans it." I add a dollop to my own hair and then begin to scrub, and I can't help the sigh that escapes me. This is definitely good shampoo, and my hair's filthy. Curious, Sam reaches out to my hair and grabs a handful of suds, lifting them to his face and sniffing. He inhales a bit of the bubbles, and then snorts in outrage, swiping at his nose. It's hard not to laugh at the indignant look on his face, but I somehow manage. "Here," I tell him, getting another handful of fresh shampoo and then holding it out. "I can wash your hair for you." He scowls at my hand, his expression fierce, but I'm going by the shade of his eyes. He's still calm for now, so I'm going to be a little bolder. I move closer and reach up, putting the soap in his hair. Then I lift my other arm and begin to rub it in. His hair feels different than my own. The strands are thicker, almost wiry, and they seem to have a life of their own. I can only imagine the industrial strength knots he must have in this mass, because normally it looks like a thick cloud attached to his head. Wet, it brushes against his hips and cascades down his back. I add more shampoo to my hand and turn him around, with a gentle touch to his shoulder, and keep soaping his hair. By the time the entire thing is soaped up and ready to wash, he's practically twitching with impatience. "Now we rinse," I tell him, and demonstrate. He mimics me once I step out of the stream, using the water to rub the last of the soap out of his hair. I add conditioner to my own hair, because it's a luxury I don't often get. When I offer him conditioner for his hair, he growls, clearly not a fan of all of the washing. "For me?" I ask in my sweetest voice, giving him a pleading look. "It'll make it so much easier to comb out, I promise." When I reach out to put the conditioner in his hair, he stands still, his look one of aggrieved patience. He's definitely doing this just for me, and it's sweet. I can't help but smile as he turns so I can condition his long, long sweep of hair with additional palmfuls of conditioner. My hands are slick from it, and he's so golden and wet that I can't help but reach out and caress his broad shoulders. He's so strong and powerful. It does all kinds of things to my insides to touch him, to know that someone as gorgeous as this man wants me, and not anyone else. To think that I could have something so fine as this man. It's a heady thought. He tips his head forward, groaning with pleasure as I move my fingers along his skin. This part of bathing he likes. I add body wash to my hands and slick it all over his broad back, doing my best to slather every inch of him with the lightly scented stuff. He's so big and brawny compared to my own form that it means that I have to rub up against him to get as much of him clean as I can. Though, I have to admit, I might be rubbing more than I need to. It just feels so good to press my breasts up against his hot skin and imagine. He turns and pulls me into his arms, and then his mouth is on mine once more. We're kissing madly, our lips as intertwined as our tongues. The water sprays over us, and I can taste suds as they flow down our faces and rinse out of our hair, but I don't care. I'm going to keep kissing him as long as he keeps kissing me. I love this. I could kiss forever, I think. I knew it would be wonderful, but I had no idea it would feel like this. Sam growls low in his throat again, and then slides one hand from my butt to between my legs. I gasp, and my eyes fly open, and I break the kiss despite my best intentions. When I meet his eyes, I see his gaze intent on mine. His hand is cupping my pussy, more blatant than anything ever, and I'm both shocked and turned on by the touch. I don't know how to react. Do I let him know this is okay? That I like it even as much as I'm stunned by how intimate it is? Or do I push him away because I don't know how far I'm willing to go? His gaze is locked on mine. Sam rubs his fingers up and down my folds, and I gasp as heat floods through my body. He pulls his hand away, and I bite back my protest. I'm further shocked as he lifts his hand to his mouth and licks his fingers, tasting my juices. Oh my God, that's the most insane and obscene thing I've ever seen. It might also be the most arousing. I stare at him, my lips parted as I try to catch my breath. I don't know what to do, so I go on instinct. I reach down between us and caress his cock. Turnabout is fair play, after all. Sam immediately snarls, his entire body jerking at my touch. I panic and flinch backward. Was that bad? He leans in and buries both of his hands in my hair, holding my face up to his. The look on his face is all-consuming, and as he stares at me with gold eyes laced with black, I wonder if I've pushed things too far. But he leans in and gives me another light, fluttering kiss on my mouth, and then locks his arms around my hips, pulling me up against him. I gasp in surprise, my hands going to his neck to hold on. The sudden movement makes my bad leg throb, but I don't care about it at all right now. "What are we doing?" I ask him. As if responding to my question, Sam pushes the glass of the shower door aside and carries me out of the bathroom. I cling to him so he doesn't drop me. Our bodies are slippery and I still have traces of soap, but I doubt he's thinking about bathing any longer. I know I'm finding that I could care less about properly rinsing my hair at the moment. I just want him to keep touching me. I'm acutely aware of the fact that he has my hips hitched against his waist, and that his cock brushes my thighs when he moves, and that my pussy is spread wide open like this. I'm imagining all kinds of things. My mind is turned on as my body is. I never thought a simple kiss could lead to this, but I'm quickly learning that nothing is simple with dragons. He carries me across the room and over to the bed. With a fierce look, he gently sets me down atop it, laying me backward, his hands skimming all over my body. I squirm, pulling at the wet hemline of my t-shirt. I feel exposed like this, but I don't want to stop either. Sam grabs my hands as I fuss with my shirt, stopping me. The look in his eyes is scorching hot, and he releases my hands again, his focus going to my bare legs. As if fascinated, he skims his now blunted claws along the sensitive skin on the inside of my thigh, and then gently presses my knees apart. I could push him away, fight this tender exploration of my body because I'm about to be exposed in the most intense sort of way, and I don't know if I'm ready for it. But is any virgin ever ready for sex? I have no idea. I've got no one to ask except my sister Claudia, and it's clear she's been hiding things from me. It doesn't matter, though. I'm not sure I want to stop. When his hand slides higher and he leans down to rub his nose against my inner thigh, I moan and let my legs fall open. He gives another growl, and I realize it's not anger or frustration, but pleasure that makes him growl like this. He doesn't have the words for what he's feeling, so he's vocalizing in a different way. I understand that. Oh, God, do I ever. Because as his nose rubs higher up my thigh, I fist my hands in the blankets underneath me. I can feel my folds getting wetter and wetter with anticipation, until I'm practically trembling with the need to stay still and open for him as he moves closer to my center. By the time I feel the heat of his breath against my skin there, I practically buck my hips in response. I've never wanted anything so bad. He rubs his nose against the curls of my sex, and the low rumble of pleasure comes through his body once more. I suddenly remember that his body is entirely hairless, his groin as smooth as his chest, and I wonder if he's going to find my hair repulsive. I reach down to shield myself, but he bats my hand away as if it's nothing, as if I'm blocking him from a fascinating view. Before I can say anything, he leans in and rubs his entire face against my pussy, like he wants to bathe in my scent. I gasp, beyond shocked, but I have to admit it also turns me on that he loves my scent that much. With another rumble in his chest, he rubs his face once more, and then drags his tongue over my aching folds. I give a startled gasp and arch up off the bed. Oh, there are no words for how that felt. It was so startlingly intimate. I've never been touched like that, much less with someone's mouth. And as he nuzzles my pussy again and then licks me once more, I whimper, closing my eyes and trying to relax into enjoying it, even if it feels like I'm going to jump out of my skin at any moment. This is the gentle lover I dreamed about. He's still ferocity barely tethered, but this is my dragon. This is what I've wanted. I take in a shuddering breath as his tongue strokes over my folds, because every drag of his curiously rough tongue feels as if it's moving all over my body, not just my pussy. My nipples are hard and aching under the shirt, and I want him to touch them even as I want him to keep licking me. Boy, do I want him to keep licking me. Why did I ever think we could just take things slowly? There's no slow involved in this. There is kissing Sam, and then there's submitting to Sam as he licks every inch of me. There's no in-between, no gray areas. If he wanted to take me in every way possible in the next moment, I'd lie back and do so gladly. I want him just as much as he wants me, maybe more. Sam, I breathe as he laps at my pussy over and over, sending little shocks through my body. It's ticklish and arousing, and I'm squirming with every drag of his tongue. I feel like I should be embarrassed that his face is down there, but all I can think about is wanting him to go for my clit next. Do I show him where it is if he doesn't find it on his own, or... There's an animalistic grunt that rips me out of my blissful reverie. I open my eyes and see Sam bent over me, his head lifted. His eyes are swirling black and he looks like he's distracted, his mouth still wet and gleaming from tasting me. He's not paying attention to me, and before I can ask what's bothering him, he snarls, jerking upright. I sit up on my elbows, and between the space of one breath and the next, he shifts to dragon form. Pictures crash off of the walls and furniture knocks over as his enormous draconic body takes over all the space in the penthouse. I gasp aloud as the enormous dragon's breast looms over me, the scales inches away from crushing me into the mattress. Sam?" His head is held alert, focused on something in the distance. As I watch, he gazes at the wall of windows off to one side. Then I hear it, the trumpeting challenge of another dragon. Someone else has followed us here. It's another dragon come to try and lay his claim on me. He must have smelled my scent. Sam throws his head back and sings out a furious response, so loud that the walls vibrate and my head feels like it's going to rattle right off of my shoulders. His big dragon body tenses for a moment, and then he flings himself through the wall of windows, sending glass everywhere.
10. Rast. A challenger has arrived to take my mate from me. Another fool thinks he can steal away what is mine. I call out an angry challenge, flying out from my nest to meet the interloper. I am furious at his timing, to think that I had my face buried in the sweetness of my mate's cunt, and this one comes to try and claim her mere moments before I am about to sink into her and give her my fires. I will destroy him twice as quickly for taking me away from my mate's touches. The other responds with an angry blast, and I follow his scent, circling the building to meet him. He is an older male, judging by the scars and marks that cover his scales. One of his nostrils is torn from an old battle wound, his face in a permanent snarl. His scales are pale, but his eyes are just as black as mine. He smells my aim and wants to take her for his own. I will burn this entire world to the ground before I will let him place one claw on her. I rear back, flapping my wings hard so I can change the angle at which I dive at him. As I do, I see his claws are nearly as long as mine were. An honored warrior, then. My claws are destroyed, useless. If we were home, it would be a mark of shame, but we are here, in this strange, wretched place, and without them I can touch my mate as freely as I like. I will need to use my teeth and my cunning then. It does not matter. One way or another, I will defeat him. He bares his fangs at me and dives low, trying to move behind me so he can grab my neck. A classic move, one that mere young are taught in their first days of battle. I easily evade it, keeping my chest toward him and my head down so he cannot gouge at the thin line of vulnerable scales underneath my jaw. He lunges at me again, and once more I twist away with ease. I will let him show his moves before I attack back. When he swoops and dives at me again, I notice he lunges at me with the same claws, and his body twists, one wing not beating as hard as the other. It would not be noticeable to anyone except one with my skill, but with that showing, he is as good as dead. I dodge him once more and then whirl through the air, soaring high. He chases me, as I suspected he would, and we move along the wind currents, going higher and higher. I flick my wings, changing the angle, and flip backward, only to tuck my wings in and drop through the sky directly onto his back. He cannot move away fast enough, his one wing thicker with scar tissue. He tries to maneuver, but too late. I clasp my jaws around his neck, and while he tries to buck me off, I increase pressure, searching for the right spot to crush his windpipe and destroy him. The interloper struggles fiercely, but for all his long, glorious claws and experience, I am younger and stronger and far more clever. My mind is clearer than his, thanks to my mate's presence, and I must destroy him quickly so I can get back to tasting her sweet cunt. The older one twists in my grip, and then my teeth sink deep. I clamp down and shake my head fiercely, waiting for the satisfying snap. It takes a few attempts, but then I feel his bones crack under my grasp, and his neck goes limp between my teeth. I continue the pressure, even as I extend my wings, gliding our bodies toward the ground. I will leave him here to rot as a warning to any others that think to take her from me before I can claim her. The scent of 2 dragons in this area will keep any but the strongest, or most insane, away from my nest. I let his body down gently onto the earth, then tilt my head back and drink the blood filling my mouth as a sign of respect. My mate's scent flutters through the breeze, fear mixed with the warm honey of her cunt, and it fills me with a surge of longing. I must return to her side, claim her like I should have days ago, fill her body with my cock, and then sink my fangs deep into her neck. Share my fires with her so we can share spirits. Then no one will seek to claim her from me again. I beat my wings, abandoning the corpse of my challenger, and fly back upwards, my mind on my mate and the way her cunt was drenched with desire for me. My lust for her is overriding the rage smoke that threatens to cloud my mind, but I push it back, focusing on her scent. Her delicious, needy scent. It is a mystery to me as to why she is giving off mating scents when I have not challenged her, but she is human. Perhaps they do not challenge the same. I think of the way she wrapped her arms around me in the box with the spraying water. My aim is delicate and soft. Perhaps that was the gentlest challenge ever, and I did not realize it? Was that enough to arouse her? Or was it the mouth on mouth that made her want to mate? Do humans have different signals than Draconi? Just thinking of her sweet mouth has me wild with hunger. I rush back to the nest and see that it is not necessary to go to the roof and descend the human stairs with 2 legs. I have torn an enormous hole in the side of the building with my fury, and my mate waits there, clinging to the wall. Her hair whips about her face in the breeze, and I want to grasp her in my claws and hide her away from the world, to selfishly dominate her and hide her away so no one else can drink in her incredible scent. I land inside the nest, tucking my wings close, and then return to my 2-legged form. Her eyes go wide, and she backs up a step as I approach her, still full of lust from our earlier encounter. I want to return to my place between her legs, to bury my mouth in her cunt once more. I realize dimly that I'm snarling, that my shoulders are hunched with anger, and that I have given in to the rage fires once more. My thoughts are mere sparks flicking through the inferno in my mind, and the only thing that keeps me from sinking back into the wildfire of madness is the female before me. That is why I must claim her. Now, before any others can stop me, before another challenger arises, before I lose myself to the rages entirely. Her fierce scent stops me, though. I approach her, but I slow my steps. She watches me with wide eyes, wariness in her body. Her mating scent is all but gone, and as I near her, I want to drop to my knees and lick her until I taste it again. But then she reaches out for me, and I am distracted. She says something in her soft voice, her tone soothing. I pause, because she has never reached for me before. This is new. It takes everything I have to keep my hands at my sides, but I do not want her fear scent growing stronger. She murmurs again and reaches up to caress my cheek. Her fingers stroke over my skin, and then she indicates we should sit on the bed. I follow her lead when she takes my hand and let her guide me there. Are we going back to mating? Does she want this too? But I do not smell her mating scent anymore, so it cannot be that. She keeps her hands on me, caressing my skin, and I close my eyes, losing myself to this sensation. If I cannot mount her, then I will take this. Her hands flutter over my shoulders and arms, brushing over my chest. She does not go lower, and this tells me that she is not wanting to mate any longer. I have missed my chance for now. I will need her to challenge me again with her mouth and the body rubbing in the water. Tomorrow, then, I will let her fear abate, and then I will claim her. AIM continues to speak to me, and after a moment I hear her pick something up. A breath later, something wet touches my face, and I realize she is cleaning my skin with one of her strange skins she keeps folded and close by. I glance down and see that I am spattered with the blood of my enemy. Ah, is this what frightens her? I remain still so she can cleanse my skin, and when she is satisfied, she puts the bit of material aside. I close my eyes, anticipating her touch. Something jerks on my hair, sending an annoying twinge up to my scalp. I hiss, startled, and her fear scent immediately clouds the air. She holds up a comb and gestures at my hair, and I realize she is trying to groom me. I study the comb for a moment. It has been a long time since I have seen such a thing. I have vague memories of this, from before, from my home. A flash of knowledge dances through my mind, and with it a vision of other females, lingering around a bath and waiting to groom me, their giggles filling the air. I remember their beauty, and I remember how it pleased me that they wanted to wait on me. Somehow that seems pale compared to the female at my side. The one with the bad leg and the delicate body and eyes that look so dark and deep that I want to lose myself in them. I grunt agreement when she gestures at my hair again and remains still as she begins to gently comb through my hair. She can do anything she likes to me, so long as it builds her trust in me.
Amy. I'll give Sam one thing. He's very patient when he wants to be. It takes hours to brush through his thick, tangled hair. Hours and hours of gently working through knots, wincing each time I pull too hard, and expecting him to lose his control and rage away. But he remains quiet and utterly still, and even when I work a particularly bad tangle, he says nothing and does not indicate if it hurts. By the time I'm done, though, his nearly dry hair is the most gorgeous waterfall of liquid gold I've ever seen. It shimmers in the low light of sunset and looks like a molten river against his gold and bronze scales. I'm envious of such loveliness on a guy, and I can't resist petting it. You're beautiful. He makes one of the noises I now know is pleasure and moves closer to me. I'm at the edge of the bed, with him at my feet, and I'm a little surprised when he puts his arms around my knees and puts his head in my lap. It reminds me just how much bigger he is than I am, and how warm he is, how kind he can be to me. I ignore the fact that he returned to me covered in someone else's blood, and stroke his hair back from his horns and face. I think he's addicted to touches. That works for me, since I'm addicted to touching him too. We remain like this for a long time, until my leg is aching and cramped from not moving, and my stomach growls because I've missed meals today. It seemed more important to get him settled and back to himself than to eat, though I'm regretting it now. I keep stroking his hair because he's calm and not snarling and black-eyed with anger. And now we have a new window and a breeze, I murmur, trying to make the best of things. So I guess in a way it works out. He lifts his head, and his eyes are tinged with black but are mostly gold. That's good. He reaches out to my now dry t-shirt and touches my stomach. I know he's asking if I'm hungry, but I'm suddenly remembering that his head was between my thighs earlier. I think of the look of utter bliss he wore as he rubbed his entire face against my pussy. Oh God, I'm never going to forget that moment. We can see if there are things to eat here, I say loudly, flustered that I'm thinking about that kind of thing instead of eating. I think there was a minibar that we didn't check 2 rooms over, remember? I get to my feet and my bad leg cramps up, making me stumble. It happens all the time, which is why I can't travel very far on my own. Sam is immediately there, though, and he lifts me into his arms, not like he usually does, settling me on his hip. This time he's got me like I'm a princess in a fairy tale, cradled against his chest. It makes my silly romantic heart flutter. He waits, and it's clear he's letting me steer. For some reason, I feel really grateful for that. Like we're a team instead of me being useless and flopping around like the invalid I am. I don't feel like I'm an inconvenience to him, and it's a rare pleasure. I point at the hallway, and off we go. We find the other room and head for the minibar. This room, like mine, has a small kitchen in it and a refrigerator. I found a couple of bottles of wine in my room, but they smelled like vinegar, and I didn't want to try it. I'm hoping this place has something to eat, even if it's just bags of stale pretzels. I poke at the main fridge and don't find anything there, but there's a second fridge in the bedroom, and when I open it, my butt thumps to the ground in surprise. This fridge is chock full of snacks. Nothing healthy, of course. Nothing naturally made would last this long. But there's an entire row of half-melted candy bars, chocolate-covered candies, wafers, cookies, potato chips, and 2 rows of bottled water and sodas. I pull out a chocolate bar, fascinated. I'm drooling. It's been so long since I've had chocolate. Oh, wow, I whisper, caressing the wrapper. Despite it being a little soft, it looks as if it's still held its shape. Sam reaches past me and picks one up, sniffing the wrapper. This is some really good stuff, Sam. Wait and see. I flip over the bar and carefully open the wrapper, running my finger along the seal until it falls open. I peel it back, and sure enough, the gourmet chocolate has still held its shape. I break off a tiny square, and even though I'm beyond excitement at the thought of chocolate, I offer it to Sam. He pushes my hand back toward me, indicating I should eat. You first. It's okay. I promise I'm going to eat some. When he still refuses, I shrug and pop the piece into my mouth. Sweet flavor explodes on my tongue, and it takes everything I have not to moan with pure joy. I might get a little teary-eyed, though. Chocolate. Not just any chocolate, but expensive gourmet chocolate. And I have an entire fridge full of the stuff. I'd been hoping for a few stale crackers, nothing more. I know this isn't a meal, but I'm too excited to care. I break off another piece and then lick my fingers clean of the smears the chocolate leaves behind. Oh my God, this is so good. Sam grabs my hand and pulls it to his mouth, licking my fingers for me. Oh, there's nothing left there for him to clean off, but I don't think he cares. The look he gives me is sultry and full of promise. If you want some chocolate, I can give you some, I tell him, feeling shy. I gently tug my hand free and get another flashback of the blissed-out expression on his face when he was between my legs. Oh, goodness. It's going to take me weeks to get over that. Months. Years. Never. I break off a piece for him and hold it out. Instead of taking it in his hand, he leans forward and takes it directly from my fingers, licking me again as he does. Oh, mercy. I feel a little flutter of excitement race through me as he chews, a thoughtful expression on his face. Part of me hopes he doesn't like it, more for me, but part of me wants him to love something that I love, to see that humans aren't all awful, and that we can create wonderful things. He swallows, licks his lips, and then brings my fingertips back to his mouth, licking them clean. Well, that's distracting. I try to stay still, but I'm squirming by the time he's finished. Is it the ticklish rasp of his not-quite-human tongue that feels a bit like a cat's? Or is it that he's giving me a scorching look with his eyes as he tongues my fingers? Or is it that I'm still thinking about what we were doing earlier? Might be a little of all of them. Whatever it is, I'm feeling it. My breasts feel tight and I know my nipples are hard, and I bet if I put my hand between my thighs, I'd be wet again. I wait for him to say something about it, but he only gestures to the chocolate bar and then watches me with those intense eyes. Am I disappointed that he wants chocolate more than me? I honestly don't know. Parts of me, naughty parts of me, are, but after he just killed another dragon, I don't know that I'm ready to jump back into bed with him. So, chocolate it is. I break off another piece and offer it to him, but he pushes it back toward me. He wants to watch me eat. Oh. I take it in my mouth and savor the small square, rolling it on my tongue. Before I can lick my fingers clean of the melt, he takes my hand and does it for me. I wait for him to finish, then break off another piece and offer it to him. He makes the same gesture, and it's clear he wants me to eat it. Again. When I do, he takes my hand and licks my fingers clean once more. We finish the entire bar this way, and by the time it's gone, I'm restless and turned on, and his eyes are gleaming pure gold. I've never enjoyed something so much. I lick my lips and glance back at the mini-fridge. I don't want to leave this bounty now that we found it, but I also don't want to eat it all in one sitting. These are things that should be savored, enjoyed. Maybe we should move to this room? I glance around and it's not as nice as sweet as mine, but it's got all its walls. It also has a massive layer of dust, which I've gotten rid of back in my room. I hesitate, then decide we'll take this back with us. Let's get pillowcases and fill them up to take this stuff back to our room, okay? I figure we can move here as a backup if it rains, but if the weather's nice, a breeze won't hurt things. I feel a little guilty as we bag up our stockpile of goodies. I can't help but think of my sister, Sasha, and Emma. They'd flip if they saw this chocolate. And candy to boot, cookies. I know Emma's got a sweet tooth for sure. I think about holding on to some of the treats and saving them to bring back to my sister and the others. But then it occurs to me, I don't know when I'm going back. Or if I am. Nothing's certain with Sam. The thought makes me sad and takes some of the joy out of the moment. What if I never see my sister again?
11. Rast. My female is sad. Despite the treats she seems to like so much, I can tell her mood has changed. Her eyes make water, and her scent has changed to something dull. I do not like this. I like when she is smiling and happy, and her hands move over my skin. She does not reach for me, but instead drifts on her thoughts. I wonder if she has succumbed to the madness, and the thought makes my own fury flare once more. I sink into it instead of fighting, letting it carry me. My frustration is too much, and it is easier to descend into the madness and let it take over. The scent of prey calls to me, and I shift to dragon form and ride the winds, chasing down fresh meat. Blood. Blood is what I need. Blood and the urge to kill drive me, consuming my thoughts. I find one horned, hooved creature and snap him into my jaws before his companions can scatter. They moo and gallop away, but they are fat, ungainly creatures, and it is easy to snatch up another and eat my fill. I snap at another lazily, enjoying the killing more than the actual food. It feels good to destroy, to hurt, to kill. I pick my way through the herd, snapping at them as I fly overhead, enjoying their terror. It fuels the fire in my mind, appeasing the destroyer inside me. If I must suffer in this world, they must suffer as well. Is that not how things work? Is that not the way of the predator? I am a predator. The sweet juice of their lifeblood runs along my tongue, coating my chops, and I lick it away. It tastes almost as good as something. I do not recall what. All I know is that their blood is in my mouth, on my blunted claws, spattering my skin, and I revel in it. This is freedom. This is life. This is... Wait. Why are my claws blunted? Why would I wear such a mark of shame? I stare down at them, revolted, and see the soft material looped around one stubby claw. It is gore-spattered and dirty, but I lift it to my nostrils to pick up the scent. Curious. The smell of my mate hits me like a sudden rainstorm, washing away the smoke in my thoughts. They clear, and I remember her. My aim, with her soft hands and her gentle touches, her sad eyes, her delicious taste, and the noises of pleasure she made when I tasted her cunt. My fury dies away, and shame returns. I have abandoned her. I look at the bloody field in front of me, my belly full of meat. Nothing but carcasses lie before me, their red blood staining the green grasses of the land. It is wasteful what I have done. I have destroyed senselessly and left my mate behind, all because my mind was weak. I snarl at myself for being so useless, so foolish. I have not even fed her this day. What kind of dracony male am I, to choose a killing spree over simply being in the presence of my female? I hate that I have sunk so deeply back into the madness. My determination to win her should override all, and yet I am weaker than I thought. I must return to her, quickly, so she does not feel abandoned, and I must somehow make this up to her. There is one dead animal with only a few bites out of its neck, and I grab it in my claws, intent on bringing her a meal. I return to our nest, flying as quickly as I can. She looks relieved when I return, though she wrinkles her nose at the dead animal I drop in front of her. She does not rush forward to eat, but indicates that I should blow flame on it. An odd request, but I can refuse her nothing. I set it on fire and watch her expectantly, waiting. Will she eat, and the taste of blood will make her challenge me? My mate stares at the burning creature with a look of frustration. She covers her nose and shakes her head, disgusted. Did I do something wrong, then? Tell me what will please you, I entreat her, trying to touch her mind with mine. Challenge me, so I can claim you. Let us become one spirit. But she only gazes at the charred animal with a look of defeat on her face. More water falls from her eyes. I feel as if I have failed her, that I have done wrong somehow. I do not understand it, and the anger that flares through me in response makes the fires of my mind blaze. I should sink back into the madness. Let her fend for herself, abandon her, and revel in blood. I shake the thought from my mind as quickly as I can. No, that is not what I want at all. That is the madness seducing me, trying to get me to leave my mate behind. I will never abandon her again. The madness will not conquer me. I shift to my two-legged form and move to kneel beside her, cupping her small face in my hands. I meet her gaze, a question in my eyes. What does she need from me? How can I fix this? She gives me a watery smile and sniffs hard, words tumbling from her lips in a flurry. I do not understand them, but all I need to know is that she is distressed, and I have caused it. That is enough, and it tears at my spirit that I have made her so unhappy. I lean in to try and press my mouth to hers the way she likes, but she flinches backward and gestures at my face. Anger flares, and she frowns, reaching out to brush at something on my cheek. She pulls away her hand, and it is stained red with blood. It takes me a moment to realize that the blood is from my killing spree, and not hers, and I relax. Aim, I say, leaning in to rub my nose against hers. My sweet mate gives a little laugh and says something else, then gestures behind her. Does she wish to get up? I rise to my feet and offer her my hands, and she takes them, her movements ungainly. I do not care that she is not graceful. Her bad limb means I will just have to be fiercer in my protection. It is a task I welcome. Anything to please her. She gestures at the door in the back of the nest, and her cheeks get pink. With surprise, I realize she is pointing at the box with water, where we mated tongues yesterday, and she rubbed her hands all over my body. Is this her mating signal? If so, I accept. 12. Rast. I have vague memories of rituals from my homeworld, of priests and incense, fires and chanting, of temples and prayers. I do not remember much about these things, just glimpses through the fog of my destroyed mind. But I think they must be important to AIM, and so I will participate in them. I will do anything she wants if it brings her to challenge. We re-enter the small, boxy room with the water, my mate's gentle hand leading me forward. Inside, it is dark, and I wait to see her actions. There is a ritual to this, I think, though my lust-clouded mind cannot comprehend it. She is human, I remind myself. Their ways are strange. I wait patiently as she releases my hand and moves to the counter, making a spark of fire and coaxing it atop a pillar of wax. Is that all she wants? I can give her more fire than that. I lean forward and gently blow on the pillar, a steady stream of flame that melts it down and makes the wax trickle in rivulets. My mate exclaims something in surprise, then giggles, shaking her head and pulling me away. Is this not part of the ritual, then? I will follow her lead. Just as long as she keeps laughing, her smile bright instead of sad. She moves toward the water box and turns a knob. Rain sprinkles down from the top in a steady pattern, and AIM turns to look at me. She is so beautiful that she makes my chest ache. Show me how I can claim you, I demand silently, reaching out with my mind to try and connect with hers. There is nothing there to latch on to, which makes me feel hollow and angry all at once. But then she gives me another soft look, and I feel a fierce, possessive surge rush through my body. I want to press my mouth to hers and mate it, like we did last time. She does not reach for me, though, so I suspect water is part of this ritual. I rush into the spray, my clawed feet sliding on the strange, smooth basin the rain falls into. I remember something like this from home. A bath. But baths have water in them, and this one only catches water. Another human oddness, I suppose, and reach for AIM. My female makes a small sound of protest as I pull her forward. She stumbles a little, but I am there to catch her, and then she is in my arms, sputtering as the rain pours into her face. She is covered in many of her thick, strange, body-covering skins this day, and as I watch, they soak up the water. Time to remove them, then. I want to feel her slight body against mine, like the last time we did this ritual. She goes very still against me, her body trembling as I push the top layer off of her body. She does not fight me, but I do not sense her fear scent either. It is as if she is waiting for something. But if she will let me do more, then so be it. I push the heavy white skin off of her body, and it falls to the bottom of the basin with a wet thud. Now she is in her lighter skin, the one she wears daily. It covers her from neck to mid-thigh, sticking to her body as it soaks up the water. I hate the sight of it. It is another barrier that keeps her from me. I glance up at my female, and her eyes are on me. Her lips are parted, her wet hair plastered to her head. The look on her face is one of anticipation, of sweetly mingled fear and arousal. I put one of my blunted claws to the neck of her skin, waiting to see how she reacts. She gives the tiniest of shudders, and I smell it, then, her arousal scent. She likes this. I grab a fistful of the skin and bend down to tear it with my teeth. She gasps, remaining completely still next to me as I rip the skin away from her body, baring it to my gaze. Now, I tell myself, I will gaze upon my mate's body. My AIM is not naked, though. She wears another bit of material over her loins and another across her breasts. She is gasping now, trembling in my arms, leaning heavily on me. If she put her hand on me and asked me to stop, I would in a heartbeat. She knows this. I have stopped before. I wait to see if she will do such a thing, if she will stop me and end this courtship. But she does not. She simply watches me, waiting. I reach up to the strange, triangle-shaped skins covering her breasts. Her mouth is open, lips parted as she pants. Her arms go around my neck to steady herself, and I bite away the strange material covering her breasts, then slide lower so I can bite away the other bits. A little breathless moan escapes her, nearly drowned out by the water that spills over our heads in a steady downpour. But I am attuned to my mate, and I hear it. I hear every little sound she makes, every gasp, every sigh, everything. She is not afraid of me this day. She does not like the blood I am covered with, but there is no fear in her. If she will let me win her challenge, I will mate her this day. Let me be yours, I silently entreat. Choose me. Challenge me. Her fingers work in my hair, and she clings to me even as I rub my face against her lower belly. She smells delicious here, a hint of sweat tinging her skin and adding to the delicious aroma of her musk. The material between her thighs hides away all of her sweetness, and I snap at it with my sharp teeth, shredding it and pulling it away from her body like cobwebs. She says something, stroking my hair. This Sam word. It is not my name, so I pay it no mind. Instead, I watch her body and her scents. They tell me she likes this, so I will continue. I nuzzle the soft skin of her belly, taste the fascinating floss between her thighs. It is almost like a shield, and I find that amusing and fascinating and arousing all at once. I want to taste under it, to learn her secrets. My mate gasps when I rub my nose against her lower fur, the curls that hide her cunt. Her hands roam over my head, as if she is not sure where to put them, and when I look up, she licks her lips, panting and full of need. I want to put my mouth on hers again, like we did yesterday. The mouth mating, where my tongue thrust into her mouth over and over, as if it were her cunt, claiming her as my own. I loved the taste of her like that. I slide back to my feet, and she cups her wet hands on my face, rubbing at my jaw. Her hands come away pink, and I realize she is washing away blood. She does not want me to wear the blood of others when I come to her. I understand this. I lift my head up to the stream and scrub a hand down my face, wiping away the remnants of my frenzy from earlier. I am glad that this is all she will see of it. She does not need to know my shame, to know how close I was to losing control and leaving forever, lost in violence once more. She is the only thread of sanity I have left, and I will cling to her, just as she clings to me in this strangely made rainstorm. I open my eyes and gaze down at her, and she is gleaming wet and slippery, her skin pale shades of pink and white against my warm gold. I imagine the flush that comes over her when she is aroused, and wonder if she will flush all over when she comes. I should like to see that. I stroke one hand up and down her arm, as if petting a wild creature. She looks up at me with heavy-lidded, fascinated eyes, and I lean in to mate my tongue to hers again. This time, she does not push me away, but welcomes my touch. Her lips part under mine, and then I am tasting her again, the slick heat of her timid tongue brushing against my own. My cock aches with the sweetness of it, and I bite back a growl of ferocious pleasure. I bury my hands in her wet hair, then cup her head, holding her to me as I sweep my tongue deeper into the cavern of her mouth, claiming her here, showing her my desire for her. This is a challenge of sorts, I think. It is not one of claws and fangs, but it is the way I show her my desire nevertheless. Aim leans in against me, a small sound of pleasure in her throat as I conquer her mouth, her hands curling around my shoulders. I roam my hands over her body, wanting to touch her everywhere, and settle on the rounded curves of her buttocks. I grip them tight, kneading her soft flesh, even as I stroke my tongue against hers over and over again, showing her how great my desire is, how much pleasure I can give her, how I can make her cunt feel as good as her mouth if she will only say the word. Aim's perfume grows stronger, her scent increasing with every moment that passes. I groan into her mouth, fascinated by how quickly she is so deeply aroused. My sweet, perfect mate. I could mate her mouth for endless days and never grow tired of it, but I am eager to touch the rest of her, to taste all of her body now that I have unveiled it. With a sweep of my tongue, I lick her plump mouth one last time, and then nip at her jaw with my teeth, showing her that I would take this challenge further, show her the other places I can pleasure. She sighs and arches her head back, exposing her neck to me with complete and utter trust. I rumble my pleasure at the sight and rub my nose along her jaw, nuzzling her before dragging my tongue along the cords of her neck. So fragile, so lovely, mine to protect and cherish always. I press my mouth against the soft skin of her throat over and over, moving lower to the delicate spread of her shoulders, and then lower still. Drawn to her breasts, I drop to my knees and press my face between the valley of them, then explore her with my mouth. Her skin is incredibly soft, her breasts small but firm. The tips are bright pink, which I find fascinating, almost as fascinating as the cries she makes when I lick one. She enjoys that, then. Her hands move to my hair and clench, and her head goes back, her eyes closed. She is surrendering to me. If this is a challenge, I have won it. Full of satisfaction, I ignore the ache of my cock and redouble my efforts on her breasts. I caress them with my hands, squeezing the small mounds before teasing the tips. She holds me close, and so I lick and suck at her nipples, seeing which touches get the best reactions from her. The sounds she makes drive me to madness, and I live for each gasp, each shudder that ripples through her body. As I touch her, the scent of her arousal grows thicker by the moment. I have won her challenge, but I am strangely reluctant to cease touching her. I want to keep going. Any Dracony would end a challenge by flipping his mate over the instant she turns to her two-legged form and surging into her. But that does not fit for my aim. She is gentle and delicate. I cannot handle her like I would a Dracony female who was all warrior. I would hurt her if I even tried. Instead, I want to keep caressing her, to keep licking at her skin and watching the way she reacts, enjoying her cries of pleasure. Those cries are everything. I drag my tongue over the tip of one breast, nipping at it until it stands erect, the nipple hard against my lips. I do the same with her other breast, and when I am satisfied that they are well pleased, I move my mouth lower, slicking my tongue over her navel. Aim shudders and moans, but she does not release my hair. She pins me to her, silent approval of the way I have won the challenge. I continue on, licking and tasting her skin as I go. I return to the mound of her cunt, the darker golden curls that shield it from my sight. My hands flex on her hips, and then I lift my head to see her expression and get a faceful of water. With a frustrated growl, I get to my feet and pull my mate against me, enjoying the slap of her wet breasts against my chest. She makes a noise of surprise, but when I carry her out of the water box, she wraps her arms around my neck and leans in. A moment later, I feel her tongue nipping at my ear, and need bursts through me like an inferno. Her mouth. I have never felt anything so good. I groan and clutch her to my chest, letting her taste me to her heart's desire. My aim. My mate. Her little tongue flicks at my earlobe, and then she nips at my skin, both tease and caress at once. It only makes me want her more. With a few quick strides, I cross the room and move to the area she has set up as her true nest, her bed. I set her down carefully on her back, and then pin one arm over her head, as I have so many times before. She looks up at me, her cheeks flushed and pink, her eyes glazed. Her lips part, and she stares at my mouth. I lean in and press my mouth to hers, mating my tongue to her again. Aim moans and undulates under me, arching her hips. She lets her wrist stay under mine, and when I lift my hand, she keeps her arm there. She has given herself to me. She has let me win her challenge. Fierce pride surges through my body, and I want to shift to battle form and let out a massive current of flame, so great is my joy. I want to take to the skies and fly as high as I can. But then I would abandon my sweet aim while she is soft and aching for my body to claim hers. Grinning wildly, I slide back down to her thighs and press a kiss on the curls over her cunt. My mate, finally mine in all ways. All that is left is for me to give her my fires so I can then give her my seed. So long have I waited, and yet she is worth every moment of agony. So I lower my head between her legs and feast upon her cunt. She gives a startled cry when my lips make contact with her sweet flesh, her legs arching up as if she cannot stay still. Her fingers tighten in my hair, but she does not pull me away. She hungers for this as much as I hunger for her. It is evident in the flow of her arousal, the way she wets my face with her need, the way she soaks my tongue. I have never tasted anything more delicious or more perfect than my aim's cunt. I love her soft cries, the little shudders of reaction that move through her when I explore her body with my mouth. I lean over her, keeping her thighs spread with my hands as I delve into her sweetness with my lips, tasting and licking her folds. I watch her responses, seeing which touches get her to cry out and which ones make her squirm with impatience. She is shy, trying to close her legs around my face as if that will stop me, and I think I am the first male to touch her like this. The thought is unbearable in its delightfulness. She is mine, and only mine. It is the most overwhelming, fiercely pleasurable feeling ever. I will not disappoint her, I decide. She will come and come hard many times, so she wishes to mate with me over and over again. Now that she has let me win at her challenge, I shall make things so good for her. So very good. I drag my tongue over her cunt, letting it linger on her clit. When I touch her there, her entire body lifts off of the bed, and I know to focus my attentions there. I swirl my tongue over the tiny nub, stroking it and sucking, until she is whimpering and thrashing underneath me. Her thighs quiver as I begin a slow and steady rhythm of flicks with my tongue, determined to make her lose control. The hands in my hair grow tight, Her cunt grows juicier with her wet arousal, and still I refuse to lift my head. Not until she comes. Not until she bathes my face with her release. Aim's cries grow louder, more intense, and then I feel her entire body tighten up and shudder. A moment later, her sweet release floods the folds of her cunt, and I lick all of it up, delighted. Her perfume is everywhere, and the pleasure it gives me is overwhelming. Even the throb of my cock does not compare to drinking in her flavor. My need does not matter nearly as much as hers. I drag my tongue over and over again, continuing my relentless assault on her cunt. Once is not enough. I want to feel her come again. I keep licking even as her legs jerk and she whimpers, because I want to wring another brutal release out of her. This time, when she cries out, she tries to pull my face away. Her cunt is pink and flushed with her release, wet from my mouth and her juices both. With a low snarl, I lift myself and pull on her hips, dragging her down on the bed. I push her over onto her stomach and then part her thighs, settling my weight over her. Now I will mount her, and there is a hint of her fear smell, even as she pants and arches her hips back against me. No, that will not do. I want her to want me atop her as much as I want it. Very well, I will pleasure her again. I get off of her, and when she tries to get up, I plant a hand on the small of her back, holding her in place. Her knees are on the bed, her cheek pressed to the blankets. I pull her thighs apart, enjoying the sight of the delicate spread of her bottom, her pink cunt wet and inviting. My cock throbs in response, but I ignore it. Ravenous with need, I lean forward and begin to pleasure her again, attacking the flesh of her cunt with my tongue once more. Her cries turn to screams. Her body jerks with every lash of my tongue, and she floods my mouth with her flavor. Her body quivers with every stroke I flick against her clit, and when that is not enough to drive her over yet again, I slip a hand between her thighs and tease her clit with my fingertips, even as I push my tongue into the wet heat of her core. I can feel her cunt clench and squeeze around my tongue as she comes again, and this time when she releases, she's keening a low sound, her entire body trembling. I press my mouth against the backs of her thighs and her bottom, nuzzling her. I want her to know that she is safe with me, that I only want to give her pleasure, to adore her with my form, my aim. I breathe her name and she moans, and as I watch, her pussy clenches, hot and wet and flushed. I slide up behind her again, letting my cock rest against her folds, even as I stroke her hips and back, reminding her that I have her, that I will never let her go, that she belongs to me. This time there is no fear scent, only dazed arousal. She looks over her shoulder back at me, such need and dazed lust in her eyes that I nearly spill against one of her tender thighs. When she looks away, I growl low, leaning over her to grab a handful of her hair, anchoring her against me. We will come once more, together. I want her to know it is me when I enter her. Gasping, she glances back at me, her eyes wide, her breath panting as I hold her captive. "Aim," I call in a low, husky voice. I slide my fingers over the folds of her cunt, pleased that my claws are gone, because there is no pleasure quite like touching her. Her hungry cunt clasps at my fingers when I brush over her folds, and it gleams, wet and inviting. I take my cock in my hand and rub the head of it up and down her folds, slicking it with her desire. I am large and she is small, for all that she is wet. With infinite patience, I ease the tip of my cock into her tightness. She goes still under me, her fingertips clenching on the bed, and her body has very little give to it. As I push in, there is a faint scent of blood, and I pause, panting, aching to release. Aim. Am I hurting you? Do I cause you pain? She cannot hear my thoughts, though, and I growl with frustration. I start to pull out, because if this is wrong, I will not do it. Aim whimpers under me, and when I meet her eyes, she shakes her head. She bites her lip and gives me a pleading look, then reaches back to stroke my hip. She is telling me to go on, that she wants more. A groan rips from my throat. Was any male ever so lucky? The blood I smell is not because I harm her, but because it is her first time. No one will possess her like I do. The thought floods me with possessive triumph. My mate, mine. I croon to her, letting her know that I have her, and anchor one hand on her hip, the other in her hair. She is locked to me, my mate, and when she closes her eyes again, I know it is not because she is afraid or wants to escape. She is letting the sensations move over her. She is lost to pleasure. I want to follow her into that aching darkness, to completely lose myself in her, but I must be the cautious one. Her pleasure cannot turn to pain. I reach out with my mind, but there is no connection yet. I must give her my fires first, but in my impatience I try anyhow. I ease my way into her tight channel, flexing my hips and stroking her skin. She is very still under me, giving only the occasional gasp to let me know she is very aware of my movements. I work my cock in to the halfway mark, and then gently stroke into her. Aim sucks in a breath, her eyes flying open. She looks back at me, her lips parted in wonder. I cannot help the growl that erupts from my throat. My mate. Finally, I am claiming her. I pump into her again, surging deeper, watching her reactions. She gasps when I sink in, her fingers spasming against the bed. I go still, and she shifts her hips, moaning low. Aim, I murmur, keeping my own body still as I lean forward and stroke a hand up and down her delicate spine, petting her. I go slow for you, I tell her silently. I will give you much pleasure. Be patient, my gentle one. She moans, shuddering, and her hips press back against my cock, a silent demand for more. Ah, my sweet, greedy mate. Growling, I let one hand slide underneath her stomach and seek out the tiny nub at the apex of her pussy, caressing it to see how she reacts. My mate gives a shrill little cry and bucks her hips, taking me deeper. Pleased, I keep my finger pressed against her clit, even as I slowly roll my hips forward, thrusting into her again. With each movement, her delightfully tight cunt sucks me a little deeper, until finally I am seated fully inside her. She makes whimpering noises and squirms under my touch, frantic. I notice that her hip movements make her rub up against my finger, and I tease her clit, loving the loud cry she gives when I do so. Shy no longer, my mate. Pleased at her enthusiastic response, I sink my shaft deep inside her, thrusting hard. It is the first full stroke into my mate's welcoming body, and when I am seated fully, I close my eyes at the incredible sensation. Nothing has ever felt so good as Aim's tight cunt quivering and flexing around my cock. I rock into her again, and she shudders. Even though I should pace myself, be careful not to get too close to the edge, I cannot help but thrust into her hard, over and over again. It is like a sickness inside me, the need to possess her body, the need to claim her, to brand her as mine. With every pump of my cock into her, she cries out, and her cunt tightens around me in response. I feel the pressure growing in my body, feel a ripple move up my spine, and know that I am dangerously close to spilling. It is the tight clasp of her heat, the soft cries she makes, the way she wriggles when I rub her clit. All of these things eat away at my resolve until I am a mindless creature, thrusting into her body, seeking the edge. But I cannot come just yet, not when I must give her my fires first. If I am to claim her, I must give her the bite that will meld our spirits together, or I must spill my seed on her back, the gravest of insults to a female. I will never do such a thing to her. Just the thought makes my body clench, my resolve returning. She is mine, and I have waited long enough to claim her. I thrust deep, spearing her with my cock, and when I am seated in the depths of her heat, I put my hands on her waist. "Aim," I murmur, entreating her to look at me. She moans, rocking her lovely bottom back against me, making me grit my teeth with unfulfilled need. Not yet, I remind myself. You must claim her sweetness first. I pull her up from the bed, keeping my cock buried deep inside her, and lift her backward until she is on her knees, straddling my lap, her back pressed to my chest. I wrap one arm around her, holding her tight. Her breasts tickle my forearm, but I am careful not to harm her with my spikes, as I gently cradle her neck, pinning her against me. "Aim," I say again, and lick her throat. She moans and says that word again, that Sam, that sound that is not my name. It is time. My fangs tingle, filling with the venom that will bind her to me. I stroke my blunted claws over her throat and lick her skin again, and when she trembles, rocking her hips against my cock once more, I lean in and sink my teeth into the tender flesh of her throat. My female gives a choked gasp, her entire body trembling and then going still. I stroke her, sliding my free hand between her thighs to play with her clit, intent on her seeing this as pleasure instead of the pain I am giving her. I feel her cunt squeeze tight around my cock, and she shivers in my arms as I let the fires move from my fangs into her blood. This will bring her temperature to match mine, link our minds and spirits for all time, and make it possible for her to take my seed and bear my young. It is the greatest of honors to give to a female, and yet I think she does not like it. Her body has gone very still, and even my touch on her clit does not bring her pleasure. That will not do. I growl low against her throat as I keep my fangs buried inside her. I rock my hips, pumping into her cunt even as I tease her clit. She lets out a little cry, and her hard nipples rub against my arm. I keep moving and then go still, waiting. I'm gratified when she puts one hand on my thigh and digs in with her fingernails, whispering something urgent. I do not need to understand her tongue to know that she wishes for me to keep going. I do, thrusting into her with as much force as I can, my teeth sunk deep. I am locked into her, even as power flows out of me and moves into her. I can feel my very spirit being sapped of its strength as I bond her to me, and it takes all of my concentration not to spill into her as I fuck her tight cunt. All of my fires must be transferred first. If I hurt her by spilling early, I will not be worthy of being her mate. It is as if my body can sense my needs. With one final surge, I feel the last of my fires move into her, and I free her throat of my fangs, licking the skin to heal the wound. I press 2 fingers against her clit, rubbing hard even as I pump into her, and she arches, her back bowing as another orgasm ripples through her. Her cunt clasps me tighter than a fist, and then it is too much. With a roar, I let my seed release, and with it, all of my strength. I thrust into her roughly, filling her with my spend, the wetness of our joining melding together as we both come. As I do, blackness creeps in around my vision, and I reach out to her with my mind. There is no connection, not yet, but it feels like the barrier between us is as thin and fragile as an eggshell. Soon, I realize, and the anticipation is overwhelming. I topple forward, spent, and have just enough energy left in me to push my weight to the side so I do not crush my mate beneath me. The world around me distorts and fades, and I sink into unconsciousness. But before I can, I grasp my mate and hold her tight against me. Mine.
13. Amy. I do my best to pant quietly as I lie in bed, still trying to catch my breath. I can't believe that just happened. I'm shocked to my core at what we just did. I mean, as a virgin, I've read books and heard people talk. I know the mechanics. But doing all that with Sam just now, there aren't words to describe the intensity of it all. The way it felt when he pushed inside me, his aggressive dominance that should have scared me but just turned me on even more. All of it feels as if it's unraveled the old Amy and she's lying in pieces here in the bed next to him. Good pieces, of course. It's all good. I've never felt so very sated. I've never felt so possessed either. Even though I'm sweaty and sticky from what we just did, Sam's still plastered to my body, his arm wrapped around me and his hand resting on my throat, as if he has to hold me against him as he sleeps. It makes me feel cherished, even if he is napping when all I want to do right now is talk out what just happened. He can't talk to you, remember? I remind myself. But somehow I think that's going to change. My head aches, and I feel a little feverish, and I can't stop thinking about that bite. My neck throbs with the reminder of it, and I remember how he held me close, soothing me even as he sank his teeth deeper. I vaguely remember Claudia mentioning a bite, but every time I asked her about it, she'd get vague. I suspect this is how the bond is created between dragon and human. This is why she wouldn't say anything to me. It's because it's not just any kind of bond. It's intensely sexual and erotic, and she didn't want to discuss it with her little sister. I get that, I do. At the same time, it's frustrating because I feel as if I've been flying blind. Claudia had all the answers and didn't share them with me, and instead, I've been terrified of Sam and his moods. Maybe I could have done things differently if all he needed to do was bite me. I shift against Sam because his cock's pressing up between my thighs where I'm still wet with our release, and I want to squirm away and take a shower. But his arm is tight around me, and even in his sleep, he nuzzles against my hair, as if he has to make sure that I'm there against him and that I'm safe. So I relax. It's kind of nice being in his arms, held like this. I slide my arm around his and lean back against him, closing my eyes. If I take a small nap, hopefully the pounding in my head will slow down. Then, when he wakes up, maybe we'll talk. I hope so. I fall into a deep sleep, full of wild dreams and fire. They don't feel like my regular dreams, but they're so strong and vivid that I don't know how they could be anything else. I struggle to wake up, and eventually manage to open my eyes, only to find that whatever fever hit me earlier has only grown stronger while I slept. I'm on my stomach on the bed, and I rub a hand over my eyes trying to gather my thoughts. My throat aches, parched and dry. My skin feels flushed and everything hurts, most especially my head. A hand caresses my back and moves down my hip, cupping one of my buttocks. I can hear the faint sound of a rumble, almost like thunder, except it's coming from the body pressed up next to mine. That brings me fully awake. I glance over my shoulder and Sam is there, gazing down at me in that ultra-possessive way of his. sliding his hand up and down my back, as if petting me.
I am pleased you are not afraid.
The thought floats through my mind at the same time the dragon man's eyes meet my gaze. I'm shocked at the intensity of the thought, the fierceness of it. If I was standing, I'd have probably stumbled and fallen over. The voice is like liquid pleasure, though, and I can feel the emotions of the owner behind the words/thoughts that float through my mind. Oh, wow. Is this what the mental link is like? It's overwhelming. My head throbs as I struggle to get used to it. "Sam?" I whisper. "Is that you?" There's a low chuckle both in my head and aloud, and the dragon man gives me a half smile, the look on his face utterly pleased. He traces one blunted claw over my hip as if fascinated by the sight of my naked body against his.
You think my name is this Sam? Is that what you have been saying all this time? I am amused.
"I didn't have anything to call you," I reply. It seemed as good a name as any. There's a strange delving in my mind, as if he's diving into my thoughts and picking through the swamp of them.
You picked it because it sounded safe, nice.
His teeth flash in a way that's both ominous and appealing.
You wish for me to be nice, then? Is that it? I am sorry to disappoint you.
I can feel my face flushing with embarrassment. You don't have to be nice. It was just a thought. I was a little scared of you.
I still am.
No, that's not right. Even now I'm more nervous at meeting him than I am scared, worried he'll find something about me he won't like.
There is nothing about you I do not like, my sweet aim. No, that is not right.
I feel him delve through my thoughts again.
Amy. Such a delicate, sweet sound. It suits you.
I'm blushing even harder now, especially when his gaze goes to my body and he caresses my buttocks again. That idle caress as if I'm his plaything. "What's your name, then?" The dragon man thinks for a moment, concentration written on his face. Surprise dawns, and then a genuine smile curves his mouth.
Rust. I think that is it. But it does not feel like all of it.
You don't remember? He traces the blunted tip of one claw on my bottom, making circles on my skin.
My mind is clearing a little more with every moment, but there is still much that is blurred and inaccessible. Things lost or burned away. They will return in time, I hope.
His gaze fixes on my face.
Your presence in my mind helps. It anchors me. A mate always anchors her male.
A mate? So I'm his mate for sure.
You doubt it?
He leans over me and presses his mouth to my shoulder, and I feel his tongue flick against my skin.
After what we shared? After I gave you my seed?
I shiver at the casual yet erotic touch. I just didn't know. I'm not very strong. I hate that my insecurities are leaking all over my thoughts. This feels far more naked than being next to him in bed without clothes. I realize I can't hide anything that floats through my mind because he'll pick it up.
Your challenges were unusual, but I eventually understood them for what they were.
Challenges?
Yes. When you pulled me into the water box and rubbed yourself on me, I knew that was when you wished to mate.
His eyes gleam with pleasure. Now I'm really blushing. I wasn't challenging you. He goes still and the look on his face is offended.
You did not wish for me to claim you? You mated your mouth to mine, sucked on my tongue.
I hide my face in the covers because this is the most embarrassing, frank conversation I've ever had. No, I wanted that. Even my inner voice sounds ashamed.
Good. There is no shame in wanting a strong mate for yourself, my Amy.
His hand moves over my bottom again, one finger tracing the cleft of my cheeks. I squirm at the intimate touch, but I'm also fascinated by it despite the fever raging through me.
You are new to mating, and shy. I do not seek to embarrass you, my mate. I only wish to learn more about you.
That's what I want, too. Rast. His name sounds strange on my tongue.
A flood of pleasure sweeps through my mind. I like it when you say my name. I am not this Sam.
I won't call you it again. I'm sorry. I had to call you something. I lift my head and look back up at him, and his eyes are whirling almost entirely gold. His hand stroking over my bottom again. One finger slides along the part of my thighs, and then I'm gasping as he dips into the wetness there.
You may call me your mate. That is all I need from you.
His eyes gleam and he lowers his body so he can press his mouth to my shoulder again, licking my skin with little curious flicks of his tongue. Just those small touches make my nipples hard against the blankets, and I can't concentrate because his hand is between my thighs and stroking my wet folds. It's like my body no longer belongs to me. It's all his. I stutter as he sinks one finger inside me and nips at my shoulder again. I'm sorry, this is all new to me.
It is new to me as well. My mind has been nothing but wildfire since I came through the rift. With your mind linked to mine, though, I am much clearer. My thoughts follow straight paths instead of twisting, smoke-filled ones.
He rubs his nose against the back of my neck and slicks his finger deep inside me.
I like that you are still wet with my seed, my mate.
I moan, both at his filthy thoughts sliding through my mind and the finger that pumps into me. I should get up and shower.
Why? I like you covered in my scent. Why wash away my seed when I am going to fill you with more?
His tongue flicks against my nape.
Or are you too ill from my fires to let me push my cock into your cunt and pleasure you?
I tremble at the images rolling through my head. Ill? Your fires? He sends me a visual image of his teeth locked on my throat even as he pumped into me, and I moan again because I'm seeing it through his mind, and it's beyond erotic to see myself fucked by him like that.
I gave you my fires so we could be as one.
His fingers smooth over my neck, petting the soreness there.
I only have to do it once, though. I will not hurt you again. It was necessary if I was to give you my seed, or else I would have burned your sweet cunt from within.
Even as he says it, he slips another finger inside of me and thrusts hard, leaving me quivering and full of need. God, my body is making the wettest sounds, and I can tell from our mental connection that he finds it incredibly sexy. He thinks everything I do is sexy. It's amazing. His mind is so strong it's almost overwhelming. Rest, I breathe, dazzled by him. I'm just still so surprised he wants me. Plain, quiet Amy with the bad leg.
I see nothing plain before me,
he tells me, voice sultry with heat. He leans closer, and when I turn my head, he nips my ear with his sharp teeth.
I see my lovely, fragile mate who has a soft, giving body, a strong mind, and the most incredible scent. I have wanted you from the moment I scented you.
My panties, I whisper, remembering. You found them. You smelled me on them.
Yes. I have been hunting you ever since I caught your smell that day.
I left them for you to find, for someone to find. I thought the other dragon was the one who had come for me, though, and then you killed him. I think about the confusion and worry from those days, the fear I had of him. Strangely enough, I'm no longer afraid. Maybe it's because our minds are linked, but I know he'd never harm me. I still can't believe you did that. A hot stab of jealousy shoots through my thoughts.
I will not let another touch you.
I don't want another, so that's good, I tell him. The jealousy immediately clears.
Then you understand why I had to destroy him.
It's that part I'm still coming to terms with. But to him, violence is a way of life. I struggle to compose myself. Did Claudia feel like this? So completely overwhelmed at such a strong presence in her mind? Did she have trouble forming coherent thoughts? Or is it more to do with the fingers that are thrusting deep inside me, mimicking his cock, and the subtle heat of his breath on my neck? I try to focus because I want to learn so much about him. So, rest. I practice his name, rolling it around in my head. It's short and brutal. I guess it fits him better than the much milder Sam. You remember your name? Do you remember other things from your world? He pauses, fingers stilling inside me. It makes me squirm because I didn't realize how much I wanted him to keep doing that until he stopped. With a chuckle, he nuzzles my neck again and begins the leisurely thrusts once more.
If I try to focus on something other than the body of my mate at the moment, I can think of nothing. But perhaps they will come to me in bits and pieces. You can ask me things if you have questions, though.
His fingers surge deep, even as he pushes my thighs apart, and I can feel his scorching body, warmer than even my fevered one, moving over me. It's hard to concentrate. There are so many things I want to ask. How old is he? Does he have family? Who was he before? What was the name of his world? Did he have a mate before? I try to focus in, but I'm distracted by the way he gently pulls my hips up until I'm on my knees, my cheek pressed against the blankets. A full-body flush moves over me when I realize this is the same position I was in last night when he took me.
I am going to take you again,
he purrs in my mind.
Unless you ache too badly.
It's a different kind of ache, I think. And when he chuckles in my head, I realize he heard that. It's true, though. I'm aching deep inside, and when his fingers slide out of my warmth and leave me empty, I whimper.
No, mate,
he tells me in my head.
A Draconi warrior mates only once, and for life. You are mine, and I am yours.
My silly romantic heart flutters at that. Really?
A male can only give his fires once, because it bonds him down to his spirit. If we mate with a female that is not worthy, we spill on her back to let her know she is rejected.
Jesus, that sounds insulting. I don't know what to think. Has he done that to a lot of women? Now I'm the jealous one.
Do not worry over it. It will never happen to you, sweet one.
He nuzzles my neck again, even as I feel the heat of his cock press against the entrance to my core.
You have taken my fires. You are mine entirely. Your scent will change to match mine. Your thoughts are mine. All of you will be mine.
All of me? I shiver.
All,
he agrees.
Especially your cunt.
And he pushes into me. I gasp because it's tight, and my body strains against the invasion. A split second later, though, it's as if my pussy welcomes him, because all the tension eases and then I feel amazing. It's like he's scratching an itch I never knew I had until today, and I can't help but rock back against him as I feel him straighten, his hands on my hips. He kneels behind me, his thighs pressed against mine, his cock so deep inside me it's shocking.
You have no more questions?
He asks and rotates his hips even as he speaks in my head. It's awfully hard to think when he's inside me like this. Gosh, it's even hard to breathe. I just want to curl my fists in the blankets and wallow in the sensation of being filled up like this. My toes curl when he strokes into me, and when his next one is as hard and demanding, my gasp turns into a half sob. I'm overwhelmed with emotion and sensation both. But questions. Yes, I choke out. You're a warrior?
A general,
he tells me proudly.
It is why my claws are so long.
He pauses over me.
Used to be long. It does not matter now.
A general, I echo. In an army?
Of sorts. All Draconi serve our Silurian overlords.
A surge of hate floods his thoughts.
May they burn in all the fires of every hell imaginable. I will not think of them when I am inside you, though,
he tells me, and gives me another deep rocking thrust that seems to shake me to my core. Oh, you remember so much, I breathe, barely able to focus. Zor and Emma, because I have to think of them as a pair, mentioned Silurians. You're not like the others. He goes still over me.
Others?
Rast asks, and I can feel him searching through my memories looking for answers.
What others?
Other dragons, I manage, and my pussy ripples around his hard length. Oh God, I'm going to come just from him being inside me like this. I'm too sensitive, too full of everything. I can barely think. I'm swamped with his erotic thoughts and the way his cock feels inside me. One big hand grabs the back of my neck and holds me down on the bed, and I have to admit, it makes me even hotter to realize I'm pinned and can't get up. I moan loudly, my body clenching tight.
Other Draconi?
He asks.
They seek to mate you?
His thoughts are frenzied, furious. No, I manage as he reaches down with his other hand and manipulates my clit, as if he's determined to make me come before I can think of anyone else. Sister, mate, friend. Oh God, he touches me and then it feels like my entire body is igniting. I sob again because it's so incredible and I'm so close. There's a rush of furious pleasure that sweeps from his mind to mine.
Good. You are mine. They cannot have you.
Yours, I agree, lost in my need. I'm talking in my head now because I'm too overwhelmed to form words. I'm just whimpering over and over again.
You belong to me,
Rast asserts again and thrusts into me hard. He anchors my hips against him and then begins to slowly pump, picking up a slow, steady rhythm that has me crying out within a matter of moments. Each stroke makes me come even harder, until it feels like my orgasms are just cascading on top of one another in one big, endless, ongoing climax. Between this and the fever, I'm barely aware of when he stops, when his cum floods inside me with heat and he pins me under him, licking my neck with a surge of possessive thoughts. But then he's sliding off of me and pulling my body back against his, tucking my bad leg gently over one of his thighs, as if he knows it needs to be propped up when it aches. He settles me against his chest, and this time his cock is still deep inside me as he relaxes, his legs twined with mine. He hugs my breasts with one hand, stroking and teasing my nipples idly.
I like touching you like this. I feel it in your cunt.
As if to prove that, Rast caresses my nipple and it makes my pussy clench and tighten in an aftershock. Please, I sigh, heavily, exhausted. His constant torrent of thoughts and the touches he keeps giving me are suddenly too much to take. Weariness falls over me like a blanket. I think I need to rest for a bit. He nuzzles my neck, licking my ear.
Very well. Let the fires finish their work. You are still too cool yet.
His hand slides to my belly and he strokes me there, as if he cannot help touching me. Then he pauses.
These others, are they the ones that harmed you?
Harmed me? A flash of my bad leg passes through my mind. Oh, no, that's an old wound. He grunts.
Good. If they hurt you, I would destroy them all.
I don't know whether I think that's sweet or disturbing. A little of both, maybe. Claudia's my sister. Her mate is Kyle. Sasha's like a sister to me, and Emma is a friend. They are all mated. We should fly back toward Fort Dallas and meet them soon.
No.
No? I echo, too tired to even look at him. I'm drifting off into sleep, the throb of my pussy being replaced by the throb of my headache, as the sickness takes over me again.
No, my Amy.
Rast promises.
You are mine, and no one else's.
Before I can protest, I'm unconscious once more.
14. Rast. My mate falls into an exhausted slumber at my side. The fever that comes with fires consumes her, and her eyelids flutter even as she sleeps. I watch her, unable to tear my gaze away. She is so perfect, so fragile. I have never felt such contentment as I have just gazing upon her. She has saved me. Even this terrible world, which I have hated for so long, does not seem as bad now that she is in it. I brush my fingertips along her shoulder and down her arm, because I cannot stop touching her. It is still hard to believe that she is here and she is mine after so long. Even as I fill my thoughts with Amy, other things flood in. Memories. Now that the fires that have consumed my mind for so long are nothing but smoke, I am beginning to remember other things. Not all at once, but thinking of what I told her earlier has jarred a few fragments loose. I remember Solorians, the ominous elite of my people. I remember them in their long robes and their tall, austere buildings filled with gardens and sculptures. I remember the feasts they would throw, when rich, luscious scents would pour out of the city walls, even as my people struggled for food. I remember how it felt to be selected from the ranks of soldiers and made into a general. It gave me a position of authority, even though I hated who I served. I was important. I was powerful. I could use my title and my skills to leverage privileges for my people, more food for my family. None of those things came to pass, though. Instead of saving my family, they enslaved them and betrayed me. I think of my brother, Hitar. I remember him, his kind expression and laughing eyes. I remember he loved music and did not like fighting, even in battle form. I remember his gentle smile. I remember the Solorians crushing his mind like an eggshell and turning him into a soldier. I remember desperately using my title, my privileges, anything to try and free my brother from his conscription, to send him back to our poor village out in the sands, where he might have a chance at a happy life, free from the poison of Solorian mind control and their endless wars. They laughed at me. My hands curl, my shorn claws desperate to latch on to something and destroy it at the memory, at Hitar's violent death in the first battle he went into, unable to resist the mind-numbing orders of his Solorian leader. What good is being a general if you lead your people to slaughter? Next to me, Amy whimpers in her sleep, and I lean over her, brushing her sweaty hair back from her pale face. My mate, the ultimate prize. I remember how the Solorians held the promise of a mate back from us, that we could serve our time and then return to the mating lands to fly and challenge worthy females. I remember that all males fought for that honor. I do not know of a single one of my friends that ever got that chance. I struggle to think of faces, of names that served well enough to receive such an honor, but I recall nothing. I wonder if the Solorians stripped my mind of that as well. Frustration and rage swell inside my mind. The more that I remember, the angrier I am. This world is bad, with its foul smells and its strange atmosphere that brings me so easily to rage. But I think of my homeland, and I want to destroy every Solorian I ever see. I want to crush them beneath my claws and rip their heads off and make them suffer. I want them to grovel and sweat and serve like slaves, like we Draconi did. I want them humiliated. I want vengeance for Hitar. All of these thoughts flood back in as every moment passes, and I feel the rage slipping back in through the cracks, ready to consume me again. I lean closer to my mate, breathe in her scent that even now mingles with my own. That world is my past. She is my future. I can rage against the unfairness of my past, the treatment of my people, my brother's murder. I can let it consume me, or I can focus on this new world that I have come to. I think of the rift, and it is like a pulsing wound in my mind with its presence. There is no way I can return to my homeworld through that tear in the heavens. Like it or not, my place is here now, in this world, at Amy's side. I can make a new life with her. I can even be happy, I think, with her to focus my thoughts and her lovely body to claim. We can breed half-Draconi young and set ourselves a nest and live our lives quietly. It sounds pleasant, I think. Hitar would have loved such a life. Grief makes my throat close, and I lean down against my mate, hold her close. I cannot change the past, I remind myself. The Solorians are on the other side of the rift, and I am here. I must forget them. My need for vengeance does not matter when there is no one to avenge myself upon. Amy is the only thing that matters now. I nuzzle her skin and wait for her to awaken, for her body to accustom itself to my fires. Once she returns to me, we can begin our life together. We can start anew. It will be enough. It has to be. I drowse next to my mate, keeping my senses alert for interlopers that might come into my territory. This far from the human nests, it is quiet in the skies, and nothing brushes against my mind. It is almost peaceful to be alone like this, without the buzz of other dracony thoughts at the edges of my consciousness. But it is also different. When I was lost in the mind fires, it was easier, I think. Now that I have returned to myself, everything feels strange. Perhaps it is just that this human world is strange, and I will eventually grow used to it. I sense her rousing and remain still, curious to watch her and see her reaction. I can feel her mind open to me, like a flower. She does not know how to keep any of her thoughts private yet, and they flood into my head. There is a flurry of confusion and wonder, of muscle aches and fever, and then an overwhelming wave of shy pleasure as she realizes I am still pressed against her. I revel in that, drinking it in. She thinks for a moment, and then slowly slides out of my grip, and then out of bed. She glances down at me to see if I am sleeping, and so I keep my eyes closed, feigning it for a moment longer. Her mind stabs at mine, clumsy, but there is no question there, so I do not respond. After a breath's time, she turns and heads for the water box, where she challenged me. Odd. Her thoughts are a chaotic flurry. There are notes of pleasure mixed in with the awkwardness, and every time she thinks of me, her thoughts grow warm. She thinks of my possessiveness, and I can feel her shiver. Images of others, a sister with red hair, another dragon, other females and their dragons, float through her head, and then I feel her overwhelming sadness and confusion. She turns on the water and steps under it, shivering at the chill of the rain as it patters on her skin. More sad thoughts slide through her mind, and I get up to confront her. I do not like her sadness. If I must chase it away with repeated matings, then I will do so. After all, if she is climbing into the water box, does that not mean she wishes to mate again? My cock rises in response to that. How lusty she is, how giving. It is a welcome surprise. I knew having a mate would be enjoyable, but I did not realize the depths I would feel for her so quickly. I open the door and step into the room. Amy turns and gasps, nearly dropping the slippery bar in her hands as she squeezes it. "Oh my God, you scared me!" "How? I am in your mind." She covers her breasts and pussy with her hands, and a wave of flustered emotion enters my head. I thought you were sleeping." She glances down at my cock, which is already erect with need for her, and I can feel the arousal that threads through her mind in response. Ah, my mate. She is perfect. You are in the mating box, so I thought I would join you. Mating box? She echoes, and her cheeks turn red with embarrassment. This is for showering, not mating. We mated in it, I reason with her, even as I move to her side. I slip an arm around her waist, careful to hold her against me so she does not lose her balance with her bad leg. Is it not a mating box, then? I guess it can be. She pretends to pay no attention to me and makes lather in her hands, then rubs them on her arms and stomach. After a moment, she glances over her shoulder at me. Are you going to watch me bathe? Why not? I enjoy the sight of you. I slide behind her and caress her hips. Or do you prefer that I wash you before we mate again? Again? It stabs through her mind with surprise. "You want to mate again?" I chuckle at her astonished reaction. "I plan on mating with you repeatedly for many, many years to come. So yes, we will mate again." I lean in and press my mouth to her shoulder. And again. I lick her skin lightly and then nip it with my fangs. And again. Her arousal scent begins to perfume the air. I'm sticky. I should clean up first." "Then clean," I tell her. "I can wait." Her flustered thoughts dance through my head, and it is a joy to pick through them. I love how open and unshielded she is. I can feel her pleasure as I press my body against hers, and I also feel the aching soreness between her thighs as she washes herself there. I forget that she is so new to mating, and I have been a very enthusiastic partner. I nuzzle her wet hair. "You are sore. I will wait for your cunt to feel better. Perhaps I will just lick it to watch you scream instead." Heat flushes through her body, and she whimpers. "Are all dragons this forward?" "With their mates? Undoubtedly." I take the bar of soap from her hands and lather it against my palms as I watched her do, then clean her skin for her, taking my time to rub over her breasts and stomach. Her nipples are hard little points as I touch her, and her breath hitches with every slick caress. This is such a pleasure, and I feel myself rumbling in response to simply holding her like this. I did not realize having a mate would bring such intense joy so quickly. I thought it would be gradual, like the rise of the sun over the horizon, but this is more like an explosion in my spirit, thundering through me and growing more powerful by the moment. "My mate," I tell her, as I press my face against her head, rubbing against her. "How perfect you are." Her thoughts fill with adoration, and she leans back against me. "I'm sorry if I woke you," she tells me shyly. "You did not. I have been waiting for you. My fires have taken a lot out of you." "Is that why I feel so feverish and weak?" "Yes. It will subside as your body adjusts." I move a slippery hand to her stomach and caress it. "And eventually you will carry my young. But there is time for that yet." It is the wrong thing to say, because a memory of another female, the red-haired sister, flashes through her mind, and the sadness returns. "Oh," is all she says, but there are so many emotions in her head. "You do not want to be with me?" It is unthinkable. Just like that, my mood goes from calm to blistering. The very thought makes my spirit rage and howl with pain. The fires, always licking at the edges of my mind, threaten to return. "That's not it at all," she whispers, even as I cup her breasts in my hands and tease the slick, soapy tips. She sighs. "I just know my sister will be missing me. She's going to worry." "I do not understand. Did you not say that you left your skin for me to find?" I send her a mental image of the bit of fabric I keep around my wrist, always. "My panties?" "I did," she admits, then sighs and leans back against me. "I just didn't think things through. I've been lost in fantasies of my own making. I didn't think what would happen once I called a dragon. I just knew I was lonely, and that if you found me, you'd love me." Amy glances up at me, an apologetic smile on her face. "Does that seem silly?" "No," I tell her. I want to press my mouth to hers and capture her tongue once again. I want to taste her all over, but I need her to want that too. A mate is the greatest joy one can have. I have been searching for you as well. I gaze down at her. Do you regret that I found you? That I won your challenge? Her brow furrows, and there is a flash of confusion in her mind at my challenge comment. She does not see it as a challenge at all, which is curious. Regret you? Never. You're wonderful. She smiles shyly up at me. I still can't believe you want me. How can she think that? She is perfect in all ways. Her scent is the most glorious thing I have ever had the pleasure of experiencing. I love her sweetness, her gentle nature. It is a perfect contrast to my angry, bloodthirsty nature. Then you will stay with me. Of course. She reaches up and caresses my jaw. I just miss my sister and want her to know I'm happy and safe. Memories flash through her mind, and as they do, I see other golden-skinned dracony males there. I growl low. It does not matter that she is mine and the others are mated. I know her request is a simple, logical one. She wishes to see family, that is all. But this is all too new, and I am too territorial. Just the thought of bringing her in range of those males so they can breathe in her scent is enough to make my mind blister. My arms tighten around her protectively, and I hold her tight against me. I am not a good male, my Amy. What are you talking about, Rast? You're wonderful. Her voice has a hint of shyness as she says my name, but I can feel the pleasure she does when she says it, and it makes my cock ache. Was ever a male so lucky? I am possessive. The thought of taking you near other males, even mated ones, makes me want to attack them. I clutch her tightly to me. Perhaps that will go away in time, but for now I cannot take you home. You are mine and mine alone. I feel her sadness ripple through her, and it just frustrates me even more. I hold her to my chest as close as I can, sliding a hand between her thighs to cup her cunt, my possessive nature taking over. I cannot be the male she wants me to be, and it makes my emotions even higher, my irrational jealousy greater. But Amy is the greatest treasure I have ever had, and I have spent a lifetime having the things I value taken away from me. My family, by choice, when I entered into the hated Solorian army and sought ranking. My brother Hitar, when he was conscripted. My world, when I was thrust here through the rift mid-battle. I cannot lose my Amy, not to anything or anyone. I hold her close, burrowing my face into her wet hair. I will take you anywhere in the world you wish to go, my mate, my fires. Anywhere at all. Just not there. Not yet. Perhaps someday I will be ready, but not yet. It's all right, she says softly, reaching up and caressing my cheek. There is a hint of sadness in her thoughts, but understanding, too. We'll go someplace else for a while, then. Maybe we can find some place with better supplies, a nicer view. Maybe the ocean. Sasha always talks about going there, and I admit I'd like to see what it looks like in a post-rift world, if it's wild and beautiful and empty. Then we shall go, if it makes you smile, I tell her. She turns in my arms, facing me, and her hands go to the back of my neck. She looks up at me with her soft, beautiful eyes. You're what I wanted, Rast. Never doubt that. As long as you want me, we'll be together. The oceans would dry before I would cease wanting her. The winds would die away, and the stars would fall from the sky, and still I would crave my Amy.
15. Amy.
As if he's taking pity on my bruised, tired, feverish body, Rast doesn't initiate sex again for the next 2 days. In a way, I'm a little glad because I do feel awful. I'm exhausted and too hot and achy to get up from bed, and my neck throbs. My head does too, as I try to get used to the mental connection. I don't recall Claudia telling me how incredibly overwhelming it is to have a dragon in your head, but Rast has a lot of his memories from his homeworld, so maybe he's got a stronger mental connection to me than hers is to Kyle. It feels a little mean-spirited to think of it that way, but I can't help it. Rast is amazing. He's everything I dreamed of, wrapped up in an unexpected package. Did I want a man that's as attentive to me as Kyle is to Claudia? Yes. But I never dreamed that Rast would want to spend hours on the roof with me draped over his chest, naked atop him as he cradled me out in the rain so I could enjoy the cool weather, instead of sweltering in my breezeless room. I never dreamed he'd hold me against his chest and just stroke my skin for hours on end, feeding me bits of chocolate when I felt too sick. It's beyond words how cherished I feel, and to someone like me, who has always felt lacking because of my leg, I gobble up his attention like it's candy, and I always want more. It's not perfect, of course. Rast is struggling to understand our world and his emotions. He mentioned that he was a general in his homeworld, and I think that accounts for some of his arrogance. It's clear that he's used to being obeyed, because any time I contradict him, he looks utterly incredulous. He also struggles with jealousy and flares of temper. He's even jealous of the crows and pigeons that wander in the open hole in our room, because if I smile at them, I'm not smiling at him. Some of it is the residue from his wildness, I think, because I immediately feel the shame that rolls through his thoughts when his temper flares. It's just adjusting to each other and him adjusting to this world, I think. In the past, he didn't have to worry about adjusting to my world because he was beyond crazed. Now that he's sane, it's like he has to learn everything anew, and I can tell he gets frustrated, most of all with himself and his mind that won't behave like he wants it to. He's endlessly patient and loving with me, though. Except, other than those first 2 matings, he hasn't touched me again. I wonder if there's a problem with me that he's taking care to hide in his thoughts, or does he think that after 2 matings no more are necessary? I have no idea. All I know is that he's woken up a craving in my mind, and now all I think about is sex. I think about it when he caresses my back or strokes my hair. I dream about it when I sleep. I think about it every time he smiles at me, or I catch a whiff of his scent, or his skin strokes over mine. Basically, I'm turning into a nympho and he won't touch me, and I don't know what to do. I tell myself it's another one of those adjustment things, that just because he isn't having sex with me now, after the first few mind-blowing rounds, it doesn't mean there's a problem. But my self-esteem is pathetic, and of course I worry. I worry because I'm not as pretty as Claudia, or as fit, or as strong-willed. I'm not bringing much to the mate table. And when he wakes up, his cock is hard and erect. It's hard not to notice because he's naked and there's nowhere else to look but at his staggering male beauty. In that aspect, he's definitely like the prince of my dreams. When he looks at me, his eyes are filled with such hunger and need that it takes my breath away. So I do feel as if there's something I'm missing. But how does a recently de-virginized girl tell a guy she wants to have sex again? I haven't figured that part out yet. I'm still horribly awkward around him. If he picks it up from my thoughts, he hasn't indicated it yet. Which then makes me worry the sex wasn't very good, or my weak body repulsed him. God, I am such a mess. I thought getting my Prince Charming would solve all my problems. I have him, but he's more like Prince Fury, and he's brought a whole new kit of issues along with him. At least my fever distracts me for the most part. But on day 3, I feel much better. I'm not sweating constantly, and the breeze this day actually feels cool and refreshing on my skin instead of painful. I wake up hungry and pick through the remnants of my junk food in frustration. I'm craving something filling, and although a chocolate bar is amazing, it does not make a meal. I haven't minded too much in the last few days since my appetite has been non-existent, but it's ravenous today. "Wait here," Rast says, intruding into my thoughts with that mental blast of his. "I will take care of you." He moves to my side,
caresses my cheek, and then heads for the open, gaping hole in the window. As I watch, he shifts to dragon form like he's exploding into the skies, and then he takes off with a mighty flap of his wings. "Come back soon." I can't help but call after him. This is the first time he's left me in days, and it feels strange.
"I would not leave your side for long, my mate. Be patient."
He sends something that feels like a mental caress, and I start to think all my worries are silly. It's just more of us getting used to each other, I reason. Maybe when he gets back, he'll want to have sex. Of course, the thought makes me blush, and I limp over to the shower to clean all my sweat off my skin, so I smell as fresh as possible, just in case. By the time I hop out of the shower, I can hear the distant beat of wings overhead.
"I return,"
Rast tells me. I barely have time to pull the spare robe over my body before the dragon alights, wings gently fluttering, and lands on the floor a few feet away via the gaping hole in the side of the building. He carries a dead cow in his mouth and drops it on the floor in front of me.
"These are tasty,"
he tells me.
"Eat your fill."
I stare blankly at the big dead animal. Its neck is snapped, and it's not covered in blood, which is nice, I suppose. But it's so huge and dead. I've dressed squirrels and seen Claudia help Kyle with his kills, but I've never had to do any cooking myself. I'm at a loss, and I clutch the neck of my robe shut, worried. "I'll, get a knife."
"Why? I can cut it for you. Just show me where to bite open the skin, and I will make a wound for you to eat from."
He nudges it toward me with his nose. When I don't step forward, a hint of impatience flares in his thoughts.
"The blood will clot if you do not make haste."
I swallow hard. Right. He's trying to feed me. I can do this. It's not like I'm a vegetarian. I'll eat whatever I can find, just like everyone else. But right now I'm longing for just one more can of those stupid yams, because I feel wholly unprepared to dress an entire cow on my own, in the middle of my hotel suite living area. I head for my bag and pull out a knife, then move to the cow's side. I need to figure out the best place to cut. Do I slit the throat so the blood can pour out? I've seen Claudia and Sasha do that before, back when we were in Fort Dallas, but there's no place for the blood to go at the moment except in the carpet. I hesitate, then kneel next to it. "You can cook this thing for me, right?" My voice sounds braver than I feel.
"If you like, step back."
I give him a horrified look. "No, wait, I need to get the skin off. I can't eat it like this."
"I will wait."
There is patience in his tone, but I feel like I'm being rushed. No, I feel like I'm being judged. I don't like it. I move to the cow's side and try to figure out which part a steak would be cut from. You would think I'd know something like this, but I've never had so much meat flung my way before. Never in Fort Dallas, and after I moved in with Claudia in her tower, I had to keep to my room. I swallow hard and decide on a hip. A hip seems nice and benign. I move toward it and lay the sharp part of the blade against the hide, then gently try to dig it in. It doesn't go very far. I have to hack at it to get the knife to penetrate the hide, and by the time I do, black blood starts to gush everywhere and I swallow hard, my stomach turning.
"You wish a flank? Here, move. Let me gnaw you a piece."
The dragon's head gently nudges me aside, and as I watch, he clamps his sharp teeth against the thing's thigh and bites down. There's a crunch of bone, and then he drops it onto the ground, a big hunk of bloody meat.
"Finish skinning it, and then I will cook it for you."
I nod, swallowing hard. I hike up the sleeves of my fluffy white bathrobe and put one hand on the meat while I saw at the hide on the side. "You can eat the rest," I tell him. "This is more than enough for me, and you must be hungry." There's a flare of pleasure in his thoughts, and then he leans in and snags the rest of the cow, downing it in a snap of bones and a big swallow. Wish it were that easy for me to take care of my food, I muse grudgingly as I saw at the bit of hide left on my portion. The meat's tough and slippery, and I swear by the time I'm done I'm not even going to be hungry. I'll need a shower again too, I think, sourly.
"You are not very good at taking care of yourself,"
Rast observes, his tone curious. I look up at him, hurt. I'm so sorry if my performance disappoints you.
It is most odd.
You're right, I say sarcastically. Here, let me hike myself out of the building, and I'll go run down a nice fat deer or two for dinner. I slap my bad leg and then glare at him. Right after that, I'll go and toast myself up a couple of birds for dessert. Sounds great, doesn't it? Maybe after I'm done with that, I'll go and run a fucking marathon. He is quiet, even in my head. For a long moment, it's utterly silent between us. I hate that I lost my temper and cussed at him. It's just, I'm really sensitive about my leg. I know it's ugly and it makes me slow and useless. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I swat at the meat with the knife one last time and then drop my knife, glaring at him. Done. He grabs the meat between two broken claws, breathes a gentle flame on it until the outside is crisp, and my mouth is watering at the scent. He cooks it for a bit longer and then offers it to me, like a giant pot roast, dragon style. Thank you, I say politely, but I'm still brimming with hurt. This is the first time he's made me feel like less, and I don't like it. I grab at the roast, but it's searing hot, and I drop it to the floor, making an angry exclamation. Immediately, Rast switches to human form and approaches me. He scoops up my roast and dusts it off with his fingers, then sets it on the nearest flat surface and approaches me.
You are upset.
Duh, is the thought that immediately comes to mind, but I squelch it. It's nothing.
It is not nothing,
he insists, and then adds,
duh.
I can't help the smile that curves my mouth at hearing that. It's fine.
It is not.
His thoughts blast through my head and I wince. He reduces his mental tone and moves to my side, caressing my cheek.
I did not mean to hurt your feelings. It is something I realized as I watched you. I should not have asked.
I sigh because now I feel like a jerk. No, you pointed out something I'm struggling with myself. Even though I can't run, I should be able to dress a kill. The fact that I don't is rather embarrassing. My sister's just always taking care of so many things for me that I've never really had to push myself. It's startling to realize how passive I've been, how much has Claudia simply handled, and I let her. I never did half as much as she did work-wise back when we were in Fort Dallas. She would insist that she could take care of it all, but I could have done more. After all, skinning a hunk of meat can be done sitting down as well as standing up. Maybe it's a good thing we've been separated, even if I miss her. You're right, I tell him. I've never been good at doing a lot of things. I've never had to. I guess I didn't like it being thrown in my face, but it's a good eye-opener. It makes me realize how sheltered I've been despite all these things. If I didn't have you to look after me and I was out here alone, I'd be dead. Not just because of my leg, but because I don't know how to take care of myself. I've never had to. Someone else has always been there to handle whatever needed to be done, and I've let them. It's a rather humbling thing to realize. I look up at him. But I'm going to learn, I tell him firmly. He caresses my cheek and presses a kiss to my mouth.
Learn after you eat. You need your strength.
I move to the small kitchenette and pull out a plate and utensils and carve my meat into bite-sized pieces and chew methodically. It's a little raw on the inside, but it's so good I can't help but devour as much of it as I possibly can. Rast watches me eat, his expression focused and intent. There are a lot of things I've never really tried to do on my own that I'd like to give a shot, I tell him between bites. Now that I'm warming up to the concept, it feels a bit like an adventure, and I've had painfully few of those in my life. I can learn to fish, maybe set traps, ride a bicycle, shoot a gun. I think for a moment, then add, I don't want you to think I'm completely inept. I can light a fire, but I need a lighter or matches. I can sew clothes, and I can grow vegetables in old coffee cans. I used to do that back when we lived on the bus in Fort Dallas. I'd grow a seedling and then sell it to someone in exchange for food. I give him a faint smile. A lot of that isn't all that useful out here, though. Oh, swimming. I'd love to learn how to swim.
We can do all those things,
he tells me, leaning in and brushing his fingers over the corner of my mouth.
Whatever you want, we shall do.
He rubs his thumb against my lip.
You have blood on your mouth.
I give him a sheepish look and swipe my hand over it, before he can lean in and do something naughty, like lick me. Then I kind of regret that because I like his licking. Of course, then I think about him licking and can feel my face getting red all the way to my roots. "You'll have to be patient with me," I tell him. I was very young when the rift happened, and that's how my leg broke. We lived in Fort Dallas until a few months ago. I know how to deal with the militia, but not with a full-blown cow corpse. It's going to be a lot for me to learn, but I'm willing.
You are not the only one who has much to learn about survival in this world.
A rueful smile curves his hard mouth.
I feel as if I have just returned to my mind after so long. It will be a challenge to look at this place as a home instead of where I am simply trapped. But at least I have my mind back.
I nod. It wasn't always like this. Once upon a time, it was busy, peaceful. There were so many people, billions. I glance out at the gaping hole to the distant ruins of Fort Dallas, just barely visible against the skyline. It was so very different. You can't imagine how. I feel a hint of sadness, thinking of my parents and the life I had before, of going to school in a full belly and new clothes, and never having to worry about dragon fire.
Before your world was destroyed in the rift.
I bite my lip. It wasn't the rift that destroyed our world. It was what came through.
He grunts at my subtle correction.
As I eat, he moves to my side and pulls me out of my chair. Startled, I get up, only to be dragged back down into his lap. His arms immediately go around me, and he rubs his face in my hair. "Is everything okay?" I ask timidly.
I wish to hold you. Nothing more. It has been too long since I felt your form against mine.
I feel myself blushing. By too long, he must mean a few hours, since we slept together last night, but only in the purest sense of the word.
Tell me about your world. Before it was changed, what was it like?
Oh, gosh. Well, I was 12 before everything changed. We lived in a house in the suburbs, and it was me and my parents and my older sister. I let the memory of it fill my mind, the small, cozy house and our little backyard. I always wanted a cat, and my parents told me if I did well in school, I'd get one in the summer, but then the rift happened.
Cat? You were hungry for such a small animal?
Hungry? Oh my God, no. People kept them as pets. I giggle at his misunderstanding. You don't eat cats, or dogs. No one does.
A pet?
He echoes, clearly not understanding. Yes, you let them live in your house and you feed them and take care of them, and in return you get to pet them and love them. It's like a tamed wild creature.
Ah, so you tame it and then you eat it. It is like a snack waiting to happen.
Now you're just teasing me, I tell him, and I can feel the amusement bubble in his mind. He is teasing. How charming. No snacks like that.
So the rift destroyed all cats?
I shake my head. I've forgotten all about eating because he's got his arms locked around my waist, my weight balanced on his thighs, and he's lightly rubbing his mouth and jaw against my shoulder, as if he wants to touch me even more. It's distracting, in the best kind of way. No, but food was really scarce once the dragons came through and stopped supply chains. Grocery stores emptied out and never restocked. Fields were destroyed, so there was no more fresh produce, and no one could really venture out safely. It was a really awful time. I think I ate oatmeal for an entire summer and was just happy for that. I remember those long, awful, hungry days. Days where Claudia and I hid in an abandoned stranger's house after our parents were gone, terrified to venture out. We ate every single thing in their pantry. I remember eating the oatmeal while Claudia ate pancakes made of flour and water and nothing else. She swore they were fine. I knew she was lying. But I still ate the oatmeal anyhow because my leg hurt, and I felt sorry for myself. God, I've been such a selfish twit for so long. I feel like a jerk. I've never really thought about how much Claudia sacrificed because of me. I just took it as my due. No longer. If I ever see my sister again, I'm going to apologize. At any rate, things were difficult. Getting another mouth to feed was the last thing on my mind. If I would have found cat food, I probably would have eaten it. I smile faintly at the thought. But most stores that were easily reachable were cleaned out right away. And then once all the gas stations ran out of gas, You were stranded where you were at. A lot of people died in Dragonfire, but I think just as many died from starvation.
Starvation?
He nuzzles my neck and then flicks his tongue against my skin. My thighs clench in reaction, but I try to focus on his thoughts.
This is a land of plenty. There are those hoof animals everywhere.
Cows? Deer? Goats?
Yes, all of those.
He agrees, matching the images I send to his mind.
How can your people starve?
Well, we got all of our food from grocery stores. We didn't grow our own crops or raise our own cattle.
You should have hunted.
I chuckle at the thought. No one really hunted much anymore either. It was a very odd time. Looking back, it only took 1 or 2 wrong things to happen for the entire world to fall apart. I guess no one was as prepared as they thought. He grunts.
My world is very different from this one. The Draconi lands are barren, stripped of almost all life.
He sends me a mental image that reminds me of the Badlands, all red and tan rock and desert, with very little life to be seen. I slide my hand over his arm, wanting to touch him like he touches me. What did you eat?
We hunted all day long for what we could. Lizards, desert scavengers, mree.
The mental image is that of something that looks like a giant doodlebug, plated on one side and hundreds of legs on the other.
Bitter, but filling.
He agrees.
But it is a hard life for those that wish to remain independent.
Independent?
Of the Silurians.
His mind fills with hate even as images arise in his thoughts of cool white stone cities and verdant greenery on the far side of the mountains. Water shimmers in his memories, surrounded by lush grasses and herds of fat, waddling creatures with flippers and dusky skin.
You could starve and watch your family struggle, or you could sell your allegiance to the Silurians in exchange for food for your family.
I brush my fingers over his hand. And this is what you did? He nods slowly, and his thoughts grow vague, as if he's picking through his memories. I remain quiet, waiting for him to speak. I know from conversations with my sister that Kyle's mind is fragmented, and it's difficult for him to recall who he used to be and his life then. But Rast is different. From the beginning, it's always felt like he's had more left in his head than Kyle. He's wilder, I think, and quicker to anger, but maybe that's just part of who he is, and the thing that poisons their minds here just amplifies it.
I was young in a very bad time for my people,
Rast says after a while.
When there was little to hunt and even less to fill the bellies of the Draconi. It was when they demanded things from our people that we dared not give them. They were the enemy, and to give yourself to their service meant betraying all that you were as a Draconi. You turned your back on the homelands and your people. You turned your back on your beliefs, and you gave your soul to the Silurians to use as they wished. It was a grave, grave dishonor.
But you did it, I whisper. I can feel his torment.
My family was starving. My younger sister died, her belly caved in. My father had a bad wing and could not hunt. My mother was with young once more and could not leave her nest. My brother Hitar and I were the only ones who could, and we were far too young and inexperienced to hunt enough to feed our family.
And no one else wanted to help you? He brushes his lips against my skin.
As a people, it is considered a source of pride to feed your family, to be independent. Those who cannot are shamed, shunned. It was either be shamed by starving to death, or be shamed by enslaving myself to the Silurians who sat on their white thrones and grew fat from the blood and sweat of Draconi servitude. And so I chose them. I was young when I crossed the mountains, just past my trials of adulthood.
He sends a mental image to me of a young, golden-skinned man with short, shorn hair and a too-skinny body. His hollow eyes and sad, defiant expression pierce my soul. My heart aches for him.
I went to the Silurians and pledged myself. Let them entrench their evil into my mind willingly in exchange for food to be sent back to my family. I do not think my family took it. They let the tame Svarti be set loose in the desert rather than eat Silurian spoils.
His feelings grow hard, edged with resentment.
I gave up my freedom for nothing, and threw my entire self into being their tool. If I was to be a soldier in their army, I would be the greatest soldier I could possibly be.
His life makes me sad. I feel his intense anguish and frustration, and I wonder that perhaps Kyle is better off not remembering his past except in patches. And were you?
Did you not see my long claws? Admire their tearing ferociousness?
His thoughts are full of amusement and bitterness both.
I became a great man, a notable general to the Silurian cause. Many trembled before my shadow. None stood in my way.
I lean back against him, and as I do, I see the edge of his jaw, the white crisscross of scars there. I lightly trace them with my skin. And are these battle wounds?
No.
He grabs my hand and pulls it against his lips, pressing his mouth to them.
Do not ask me of that.
I see a flash of his brother's face in my mind, and then he closes it as thoroughly as I would close a book.
Does this satisfy your curiosity?
To a point, I admit, smiling despite my confusion. If he has things he doesn't want to share, I understand. And yet at the same time, I'm a little hurt that he'd keep me, his mind-linked mate, out of parts of his thoughts.
It is not because I do not want you there, sweet fires.
He nips at my ear.
It is because it is too hard for me to share it as of yet. Give me time.
Time I can give him. I change topics. Do you remember about coming through the rift? I remember the day myself. I let my mind drift to that time, watching stupid game shows on TV while home from school sick. I'd had the flu, though not nearly as bad as Claudia. Mine was more pretending, if I'm honest with myself. I wanted to stay home even if my sister was. It's a good thing I did, because I think if I'd have been at school that day, I'd be dead. I wouldn't have made it back home. It was a quiet morning, and then there was this awful sound. I remember it was so loud that my ears popped and felt like they were bursting. We went outside to see what it was, and this big hole just opened in the sky. I shiver at the memory. It took a while for us to realize that dragons were coming through and that they were murdering people. We saw the fires spread across the city, but we thought it was just rioters or people looting. We didn't know. And then it was too late.
I do not remember that day.
Rast tells me.
I am glad. I do not want to remember it. All I know is that one day I was in my world, and the next I am here, my mind devoured by madness and bloodlust.
He caresses my arm.
I might have smelled you that day and not realized it. I might even be the one that destroyed your parents.
It feels like there's an enormous knot in my throat. It happened. I can't change it, neither can you. We can only move forward.
That is right. And there are no Silurians here.
The knot in my throat gets bigger. Rast goes still underneath me.
Tell me what you know.
His mind flares, and I can feel the rage building behind his calm words.
My mate, my Amy, do not think to hide such a thing from me. Are those foul ones here?
I swallow hard. There was one. He died, though.
If there was one, there will be more. Where was he last seen?
His body under mine is like a statue, unmoving and hard. I'm suddenly flooded with fear. No, Rast, please. I don't want you to go find him.
He needs to be destroyed.
His thoughts are wild, and I can practically feel the anger vibrating through him.
I remember the terrible things they made us do. They took over our minds, used us like we were playthings.
I know, I say softly. He did that to my friend's dragon mate. But I promise he's dead. I wouldn't lie to you about this. Rast's thoughts calm a little with every word I speak. I reach up and caress his jaw again.
It feels wrong not to go after them,
he admits after a long moment.
You cannot know how many times I dreamed of ripping them apart, of having control of myself once again. Do you know what it is like to be conscious of who you are and what you are doing, and yet someone else controls your movements? Do you know how many of my own people I slaughtered, screaming inside because I did not want to? But I did not have a choice, because the Silurians owned my mind. I vowed I would avenge them. Now that I have the chance, to not pursue such a thing is strange.
You'll stay with me, won't you? I ask, caressing him. You won't leave me alone? That brings his focus back to me, and he leans in and brushes his lips over mine in the gentlest of kisses.
No, I would never abandon you. It is as you said. The past is in the past. My mind link with them is broken now. That is all that matters. You are all that matters. His hand slides over my waist. Even now, you might be carrying my young. I gasp. You think so? It is early yet, but it is not unheard of. I bite my lip and then let my thoughts trail in a direction I've avoided for days. Is that why you won't touch me anymore? Rast chuckles, the sound a rumble in his throat even as he dips his head and licks at the side of my neck. Have you been missing my touch? My poor, neglected mate? There's such a flirty tone in his thoughts that it makes me all breathless. I have been giving your body time to heal. I touched your thoughts and felt your bruises, your aches. I would never wish to harm you, but some things cannot be helped. Great, now I'm blushing. He dug through my thoughts and found my bruises. I know where those were, and I'm dying of embarrassment inside. Do not be embarrassed. We are one. I knew we mated roughly. His fingers stroke my cheek. But you liked it as much as I did. Did I think I was embarrassed before? That's nothing compared to how I feel now. The floor swallowing me up sounds pretty good at the moment. And Rast chuckles at my mental images. He gets to his feet, me still in his arms, and I cling to his neck so I don't lose my balance. He carries me across the room toward our bed, and my heart flutters at the realization. He sets me down there with infinite tenderness, like I am the greatest treasure he's ever seen, and then peels back my robe. It falls open, revealing my naked body underneath. Rast pushes the plush white fabric to the side, and then gets on his knees at the edge of the bed, pulling my thighs toward his shoulders. What are we doing? I ask, breathless. I am pleasing my mate, just as she has asked. If her cunt aches too much for my cock, I will give her my tongue instead. Oh, I protest, and my entire body trembles. I'm not sure I asked for this. I mean, I'm more than happy to take it, but I'm just a little surprised. Do not be. Tasting you is a pleasure I have fought against for nights on end. I wanted to wake you with my mouth between your thighs, my tongue on your cunt. I wanted to watch you scream my name and wanted to feel your puny claws in my hair. I did not, though, because I worried you were not strong enough to withstand the fire, sickness, and the demands of your mate. But if you are feeling better... I moan as his mouth finds just the spot he was describing. For the record, I tell him, and then whimper when he begins to tongue me with strong strokes. You can wake me up any time.
16. Rast. It is night. My mate lies sprawled next to me, sated. Her mind is a tired, delighted jumble after the attention I have given her body. She has come for me many, many times, and I have the welts on my scalp to prove it. I enjoy feeling her marks, though. Her scent is all over me, and I welcome it and the calm it brings to my spirit. It does not matter that my cock aches every time she shifts on the bed, or with every little sigh she makes. My pleasure in mating has waited many, many years. It can wait a few nights more. I stroke my hand over her arm, enjoying the sight of her strangely colored flesh against my golden scales. I admire my large hand on her small frame. I know a Draconi should want a fierce mate who can challenge him and attack on a whim, a mate who needs no protecting. But I like my soft, sweet Amy. It does not matter that she has no battle form. I realize that she only has the one form now that I have delved in her thoughts. There is no hint of any other form in her mind, or else I suspect she would have changed to it long ago to relieve the near-constant ache her bad leg brings her. Truly, it does not matter that she cannot hunt her own food, or that she is fragile. I am here now, and I will take care of her every need. And while I feel a little fear that my mate is so helpless, I am strong and powerful. As long as I am at her side, she needs to fear nothing. She is mine to protect. She is my world, my everything, my reason for living. I am still filled with awe when her gentle thoughts thread through my own, like strands of smoke. I love that even her ideas and reactions have the same innocence and sweetness of her spirit, and it is a joy to connect my mind to hers. I am nothing like her. I am not a good male. I am not honorable or noble. I fought for the enemy and did terrible things, and I was very, very good at them. Just thinking about my past makes the fires in my mind flare, and I feel the wildness start to churn at the back of my thoughts. I want to move toward it, to sink into the blood-filled depths of it and revel in my hatred and need to destroy. But then Amy turns over in her sleep and presses her small face to my arm, and her hand finds my stomach in her sleep. And just like that, the fires disappear. I reach over and caress her cheek, lightly so as not to disturb her slumber. I am filled with such wonder and joy at the sight of my beautiful mate. To think I had to come to this hellish world to find her. It is worth it. It is worth the years of madness, the fragments of my splintered mind. It is even worth my past as a Solorian general, though I hated every moment of those years. Amy is my future, as she has said. I need to focus on her and not on Solorians. But I cannot help myself. As Amy sleeps, my thoughts stray towards those cruel, capricious overlords. Just thinking about them makes my gut churn. I hate that they are here. I hate that not even this world is safe from their evil. I hate that Amy might meet one someday. I hate the worry that my mental connection with them will return in an instant, despite being broken, and that if it does, she will see me as I was at my worst. She will not see her Rast, just a merciless killer with no control over his own soul. If one Solorian is here in this world, there will be others. No matter how many enslaved Draconi they sent into battle for them, a few would ride with us, on our backs, so they could command on the field. If we were taken from battle, and it reasons that we were, given that we arrived in this world in battle form, there will be more than one Solorian. They need destroying. The thought of one of them meeting my sweet Amy and snatching her mind away makes the fires in my mind flare. My thoughts fill with helpless rage. I cannot sit and act as if their presence does not gnaw at my gut. I cannot pretend that my past has not scarred me. But Amy has not asked me to pretend the past is not there. She acknowledges her own past, too, and wishes to learn from it. I need to be more like her, I think. I need to focus on the day-to-day joys. Now that she is here, there are so many pleasures to be found. There does not need to be worry about Solorians. There does not need to be fear. There does not need to be evil in our lives. I do not have to be that bitter, soulless husk I once was, the general who had no control over his thoughts, whose claws were at the beck and call of any vile overlord. That is not who I am anymore. I tell myself this repeatedly, until it starts to feel as if it might be the truth. Amy sighs something in her sleep. It sounds like my name, and my cock stirs in response. It will never grow tiresome, seeing her pleasure, I think. Even now, I hunger for it. I carefully slide down on the bed so as not to wake her, and then roll her gently onto her back. Before she even wakes up, I have my mouth on her cunt, licking and tasting her again. After all, she said I could wake her up like so. I intend on doing so on a regular basis. If Amy is on my tongue and in my senses, perhaps the past will remain where it is and not haunt my future. I would like that very much. For now, I sink into Amy's reactions and enjoy the little moan she makes, even as she curls her fingers into my hair once more. We are easier together the next day. The odd tension between us is gone, and I realize I have been lost in my own thoughts too much to realize that my Amy was worried I did not find her attractive. I pick up the feel of this in her mind, though she tries to hide it. She feels foolish for thinking so, and amid her mental blushes, I catch more threads of pleasure, and how much she enjoys my tongue. Ah, it is enough to make a male pull his mate back down into the bed and show her again how much he cares for her. I lick her until her arousal coats my tongue, and she is shuddering with release, and I keep licking her until every last drop is gone, and she makes little mewing noises of protest, her hips undulating against my face. That was a fine meal, I tease her, as I nip the inside of one thigh, just to watch it tremble in response. I shall have that every morning to break my fast. "Oh," she breathes, and her nipples grow stiff, as if the very thought pleases her. My cock aches with fierce need, but I will let Amy set the pace. When she tells me she is ready to take my cock deep into her cunt again, I will claim her. Until then, this is a pleasurable way to bond. She's dazed and replete as she lies back on the bed, catching her breath. I continue to give her skin little nips, fascinated by how responsive she is. I could do this all day, I think. Perhaps I will. Amy shudders and tugs at my hair ever so slightly, indicating that it is too much for her. "Should you?" she sighs, arching when I run my tongue along the soft fold of the back of her knee. "Are you going hunting today? Do you need to eat?" "Perhaps," I tell her. My stomach is not growling with hunger, and I can go for days on one good meal. But a wise hunter always takes prey when he has the ability, because it might be scarce later. "Do you wish to join me?" "Join you?" She props up on her elbows, looking at me in surprise. "I can't fly." "I can carry you in my claws." I send her a mental image. "I will make sure I do not get blood on you." She flinches. I think I will pass on that. I need to stay here and make clothes anyhow." "Clothes?" "Things to wear," she tells me, brushing her sweaty hair back from her brow. Her mental image fills in one of the questions I had. Clothes are the strange skins she wears over her body. It is for modesty, it seems. I recall Solorians wearing the same, but it is a detail that has eluded my mind for some reason. She continues on. "I can't go around naked, and you ripped all of my other ones." I rub my face against her leg, breathing in her lovely scent. "Why can you not move around naked? You are cold?" "Not cold." Amy gives me a shy smile. "I like to cover up, just in case we run into other humans. I don't want strangers to see me naked, or anyone to see me naked, that is, except for you." A mental image of her leg flashes through her mind. She finds it hideous with its scarring and the odd bend in the bone. I moved that leg and kiss it, just to show her that I find it as beautiful as the rest of her. "I like you naked." She chuckles, squirming a little under my relentless onslaught of kisses. "I will need clothes," she insists, "especially when we are around other humans." "Then we will not go around them," I say, just as stubbornly. I have no wish to smell their kind. I rub my nose against her skin. "Other than you, of course." "Well, we'll have to be around them at some point." I do not challenge her on this. I am not fond of the idea of sharing my mate with anyone, human, dracony, or otherwise. But it is clear she thinks we will find others and... what? Share hunting grounds? I do not know. I would prefer she remain mine, and only mine. Amy sighs and rolls over on her side, cradling her head on her bent arm. She gives me a sleepy smile and closes her eyes. I move up on the bed and pull her against me, tucking her body against mine so I can hold her while she sleeps. I will fly out later and hunt, I promise. For now, I have no desire to leave her side. I settle in next to her as her breathing evens, and I am about to fall asleep myself when another mind pings at my own. My eyes fly open. I go still, panic and rage flaring through me as I imagine a Solorian reaching out to grab at my mind and snatch it from me once more. The wild anger that always seems to simmer at the edges of my thoughts charges forward, and I cling to my mate, burying my nose in her hair and breathing deep of her scent to chase those thoughts away. No, I must stay focused for Amy. I must stay sane. The other mind reaches out to mine once more. As it grows closer, it feels dracony. Strong and unhindered by the wildness that most minds have. It is a dracony male, then, but not one lost to the madness. He must have a mate. And if he has a mate, it is possible these are my Amy's clan, the other dracony males she told me about, the ones she wishes to be around, along with their human females. Gnawing jealousy races through me as the male probes outward, looking for a response. I should send a greeting, tell him I am Amy's mate, tell him that she is here safe and her sister should not worry. But then I will no longer have my Amy to myself. She will cover herself with clothes, and I will have to share her with others. Her time will not be wholly mine once more. The thought makes me crazy with jealousy. Perhaps it is still my mind adjusting to the newness of my mate. Perhaps it takes time for our fires to bond. Or perhaps I just do not wish to share. Whatever it is, the thought of acknowledging to that searcher that I have Amy, it makes me want to fling myself into the air and burn the entire human hive to the ground and then roast the ashes once more. Anger flares in my mind, and it takes everything I have not to shift to battle form and present a challenge. But Amy is next to me, sleeping. I breathe her scent and try to calm. She is mine. No one is taking her from me. When I have calmed as much as I can, I send back a warning note to the male, indicating that this is my territory as a mated male and for him not to intrude. It tells him nothing other than that, and he acknowledges it with a thought and then drifts away, heading in another direction. The wild anger stirring in my mind ebbs away. I pull my mate close. She stirs in her sleep, and then sighs once more, pulling my arm around her. She would be disappointed if she knew what I had done. I hate that I hurt her, but I cannot share her just yet. Nor can I tell her about this. I do not want her to make the sad water from her eyes and feel her unhappy thoughts. I am not a good, kind male. I am a dark, selfish one. Perhaps in time, I will be able to share my sweet mate. But not yet.
17. Amy. My poor dragon seems unusually possessive today. Rast hovers over me with a constant attentiveness that's wonderful, but it also makes me curious. As lovingly obsessive as he is at the moment, his thoughts are rather closed. It feels like something's bothering him, but he hasn't indicated anything along those lines. He just makes sure that he's touching me at all times, and when he doesn't fly out to eat, I start to worry. He didn't fly out yesterday either. Even though he said he was going to go and hunt, when I woke up from my nap, he was next to me in the bed and remained at my side all night. It's a mystery. Though I have to admit that a selfish part of me enjoys all the attention. I finger the fluffy white robe I've been wearing for the last few days. There are 2 of them, and I've kept the second one to make new clothes from. I can cut it down a bit and make a jacket, or I can make a slip dress out of some of the heavy, expensive sheets on the bed in the next room over. Neither one is very pretty, though, and the only scissors I've managed to find in the area are broken. One of the shearing edges completely gone. It's basically going to be rips to shape the dress until I figure something else out. I'm determined to make a change of clothes, though, no matter how strange Rast might think it is. Just imagine how much stranger it'll be if we meet someone and I'm wandering around in a bathrobe. It's also a practical sort of thing, too. The bathrobes are huge and warm, and Texas isn't exactly a temperate state. Not to mention that the robe gapes open in the front, and the slightest hint of a breeze will practically tear the entire thing open, so it's not great for a dragon's mate. I need something a little more fitted and a lot less gaping. I put down the sheet I'm considering and glance over at Rast, who's lounging in the late morning sunshine by the hole in the wall. His attention is on me, as it always is. I don't suppose you saw any stores in the area? Stores? He props his head up on one hand and gives me a lazy look that makes me feel all shivery inside. What are these? I share a mental image with him. Buildings with stuff in them. People used to buy things there. His amusement rolls through my brain. My Amy, I have seen many of your human buildings with stuff in them. Humans have far too much stuff, it seems to me. Well, not anymore, I tell him, feeling warm at his smile. And I wouldn't mind acquiring a bit of that stuff myself. Maybe some plates or cookware or clothing. The suite is nice, but it doesn't really have a lot in the way of practicality. He considers for a long moment, and then gets to his feet in a graceful motion that makes me envious. You wish to go scavenge the human places for things? I can take you. You will? For some reason, I'm utterly delighted at the thought. I haven't had the chance to really explore or go anywhere, in a safe manner, since the rift. My bad leg and safety kept me and Claudia both in Fort Dallas, and then when we moved into the high-rise with her and Kyle, I had to stay locked in a room. Being brought things is nice, but going and finding them on your own is an adventure I haven't had the pleasure of just yet. I'd love to do that. Then we shall. If it makes you happy, I am happy. He moves to my side and offers me his hand so I can get to my feet. Come to the ledge and let us go. I put a flustered hand to my hair and then the neck of my bathrobe. So quick? I'm not ready. What is there to get ready? He looks surprised. I need sunblock and, clothes, panties, and shoes. I really need shoes if we're going to be scavenging. I move through our suite looking for things. And a bag to bring stuff back here. Rast just watches me and then shakes his head slowly. Humans are odd creatures. He's not wrong, but that still doesn't mean I'm not going out without panties and shoes. By the end of the day, I'm convinced that Rast is the most thoughtful, patient, and kind dragon that there ever was. I'm not the best passenger. I want to ride on his back, but we don't have the equipment for it, and being toted around in his claws frightens me a little, especially considering my only outer garment is the stupid robe that I'm starting to hate. It flaps in the breeze and covers nothing, and it's so loose that his claws feel as if they could slip off of me at any moment. I might have made a few girly screams when we first took off, despite Rast's mental soothing. I don't know this area, so Rast heads off in a random direction, looking for buildings. We were lucky enough to find a strip mall and a grocery store off of one of the old abandoned highways, cars threading along the concrete for miles in a traffic jam that never cleared. I wonder what happened to all these people. Did they get killed by dragon fire inside their vehicles? Did they run out of gas and abandon the safety of their cars? Or did something worse happen? I decide I don't want to know. This is a day for pleasure. There are so few of them now that I feel every opportunity should be grabbed and savored. Then, like every patient boyfriend in the world before, he waits on me while I shop. I can't help myself, though. Shopping's so much fun. I pick through store after store, ignoring the twinges of my bad knee in favor of the goodies I'm finding. I haven't had the pleasure of shopping, or even just getting out in so long that I've forgotten what a joy it is to find new things that will make my life easier. Combs, brushes, skillets, lighters, shoes that fit, new bras and panties, dresses that are actually in my size, scissors, duct tape. There are so many useful things to be found and scavenged that I have to fight with myself not to bring back more than I can reasonably carry, because Rast has to hold me in his claws on the way back. Space is definitely limited. But it's really, really hard to pass up a pretty green dress. Or 3. In the end, I'm practical and only take 2 dresses, and those that look like they're sturdy enough to last how rough things are in the after. No frills, no pretty applique or sequins, no spaghetti straps. I need hardy clothes, even if I look longingly at a dress that has embroidered sunflowers on the flippy, delicate hem that won't last a day. I have a bad leg, so I stick to dresses since there's never a worry that they'll be too tight on my bad leg or won't fit if it swells, as it sometimes does when I'm on it for too long. Like now. I ignore it, though. I have the rest of my life to lie around, and right now I'm just enjoying the world that's left behind. This place has been scavenged before, but there's enough left behind that I'm able to fill my backpack, which my dragon insists on taking from me with a scowl, and then a caress of my jaw. He's really the sweetest man, my grumpy Rast. We head to the grocery store next, but the stench of rotten food permeates the air before we can even step inside, and there are clouds and clouds of black flies everywhere inside. When I see the husk of a corpse on the pavement, faded clothing and all, I swallow hard and cling to Rast's strong arm, deciding that maybe we'll look elsewhere for food. Someone else will be desperate enough to venture in there, but not me. I'm not like Claudia. I can't be practical above all else. She'd charge in there with something covering her mouth and scavenge what she could. I'm a wimp. All I can see is the dead body on the pavement and the hordes of flies that make me lose my appetite. Even the thought of cookies or candy inside can't tempt me. When we turn away, Rast slides his arm around my waist in my new green dress.
You are tired. You favor your leg more with every passing moment. We should return to our nest soon.
He rubs his nose against my hair in what must be a dragonish gesture of affection, because he does it often.
These things will be here tomorrow, my fires. We can return if you need more.
I'm sure you're right, I tell him, though part of me doesn't want the day to end. The sun's heading toward the horizon, and while Rast can see well in the dark, I can't. Logic tells me we should return home. But I've just enjoyed myself so much. It's been so nice to be out and about like a normal person who's not afraid of anything anymore. It's a heady feeling not being afraid. I've almost forgotten what that's like. But I'm not afraid. Not with Rast at my side. He's my protector, my champion, and lover all in one.
I am always right,
he tells me in that smug tone of his. He kisses me and then settles my pack on my back, making sure that it's not too heavy, despite all the things I've stuffed inside it. Then he shifts back to his dragon form, his battle form, as he calls it, and gently picks me up in his claws. He holds me to his scaly chest, and then I'm nuzzled by an enormous dragon head. I can't help but laugh, because it's not every day a girl gets nosed by something the size of a Toyota and doesn't find it scary. It's almost like I'm turning into a different person with him in my life. And I like it. Amy 2.0 is fearless and so happy. The ride back to the casino hotel is almost soothing, and my eyelids start to droop with exhaustion. I'm half asleep by the time Rast alights on our new balcony and then sets me down gently on the carpet. I wake up and get to my feet as he shifts back to his human form and then takes the pack from me.
Sit, eat. You are tired.
I am, but I can't stop smiling. I'm just so utterly content. It's the most wonderful sensation. I don't recall a day when I've been so darn happy. I can hear Rast chuckle in our mental connection.
It does not take much to please you, my mate. A few bits of nonsense in her pack and a day in the sun, and my sweet mate is content.
I had great company, I tell him happily, unwrapping a power bar and taking a gnawing bite out of it. It's hard and stale as heck, but it's nourishing. Rast snapped up a wandering deer earlier when we were flying, so he's not hungry. I chew on my meal as I pull things out of my bag and consider them. It feels like we were able to take back so little, and I pause when I find a paperback book in my bag. It's a John Grisham novel. I'd never have picked it up on my own. My tastes run to more fanciful things. But a book is a treasure no matter the genre. Where did this come from?
I saw it in one of the stores and got it for you. You often dream of yourself with one of these in your hand, and I have seen you staring at the other for a long time.
The other? My copy of Outlander? Oh. You got me a book? My heart squeezes with affection.
Of course. Whatever will please my mate.
His eyes gleam as he hunches down and squats next to me on the ground.
Did I do well?
Very well, I whisper, determined not to cry out of happiness. He doesn't really understand the concept of happy tears just yet. Thank you so much, Rast. You're the best.
I know.
I bite back a smile. Today was wonderful. I hope you weren't too bored. He tilts his head and studies me, that gorgeous waterfall of golden hair sliding over his shoulder.
Bored? I had my mate at my side and she was full of joy. How can anything about that be boring?
I sniff. How indeed. You just might be the best thing that ever happened to me, you know that? Instead of being pleased at my compliment, he looks a little on edge.
My mate, do not mistake me for a good male. I am not kind or unselfish. I do these things for you because it brings me pleasure to see you so happy.
I know you may think you're a monster, but you're not, I tell him, and when he reaches out to caress my face, I lean into his palm. You can tell me how terrible you are all you want, but I know the truth. And the truth is that my dragon is amazing and kind and loving, and all of the things I ever hoped for when I tossed my panties into the grass those months ago. He grunts.
I cannot persuade you to see the truth, then.
He sounds amused more than annoyed, though, as if it secretly pleases him that I think he's amazing.
You are tired,
is all he says.
Do you wish to bathe? I can hold you so your leg does not pain you.
Another sweet offer. I beam up at him and shake my head, clutching my book to my chest. I'd like to do a little reading before bed. You can light my candles for me? Rast gives another surly grunt. I know he's not a big fan of the candles because they're scented and they bother his nose, but he understands that I don't want to sit in the dark for hours on end.
Come then,
he says, moving to my side and scooping me up into his arms.
Your leg bothers you.
I lean against his chest dreamily as he carries me to bed. My leg always bothers me. Just do what I do and try to ignore it.
I cannot. Your pain tears at me.
I feel guilty at that. I know he's attuned to my emotions just like Kyle is to Claudia, and I know that my moods can affect him. If I'm upset, he gets that black swamp in his eyes that tell me he's close to losing his control. I can only imagine how my constant pain must be irritating to him. I'm sorry. I hate that you have a crippled mate. You deserve better. Rast growls, the sound so loud and angry that it startles me, my heart hammering in my chest. His eyes flick black for a moment before sliding back to a more comfortable gold.
Amy, never say such things. You are my mate. There is none better than you. If you lined up 20 of the most perfect Dracony females with fierce eyes and bright scales, I would still choose you every time. You are the one for me.
Now I feel my silly, sentimental tears close to flooding to the front again. He's so good to me. I do my best to blink them away as he gently lays me down in the bed, and then blows on one candle to light it. He fluffs my pillows and hovers until he's sure that I'm comfortable, and then caresses my cheek before wandering away from the candle and moving to the edge of the gaping hole where the air is freshest. I watch him go, his naked body taut and full of rippling muscle. God, he's so good to look at. I'm so lucky. That thought keeps racing through my head over and over as I crack open the book. The book he got me, because he thinks of me, and smooth my hand over one of the dry, musty pages. I'm filled with so much love for Rast that I want to do something to please him. He's spent the day doting on me, and I want to give him pleasure too. I try to stare at the pages of the Grisham novel, but all I can think about is sex. Rust and I should definitely have sex again. I peek over the book at him, but his back is still to me. It's clear that he's not listening to my thoughts at the moment, because if he was, he'd probably be over here licking my pussy. He's done that so many times in the last few days that my toes curl just thinking about it. Gosh, I am so stinking lucky. I want to do the same for him. The idea flares into my mind like a comet. It can't be that hard to give a guy a blowjob. Mouth, tongue, enthusiasm. I've read lots of romance novels that describe it in great detail. I'm sure I can manage. And he loves to go down on me. Why can't I return the favor? I'm excited at the thought, not just because I get to touch him, but because I get to surprise him in such a sexy way. I put my book aside and blow out the candle. I'm tired. Come to bed. In the darkness, he slinks back to the bed, and I feel the weight of him press down on the mattress. Excitement washes through me, and I wait for him to settle under the blankets before leaning over and pressing a kiss to his mouth. Rast grunts with pleasure at my spontaneity and tongues me with enthusiasm, trying to take the lead as he always does. Kissing him is so good, and so very distracting, but I have a mission, and I don't want to get sidetracked. I put a hand on his chest and push him gently back, then peel the blankets away from his body. "Is something wrong?" he asks, curious. I can tell from his thoughts he has no idea what I'm doing, and it's charming and funny both at once. I feel him probe my mind, trying to pick up hints, and since I know I'm bad at keeping things from him, there's no time to hesitate or feel girly and shy. I slide my hand to his cock, caressing it boldly, and then move my body down the bed. Before I can put my mouth on his cock, he goes stiff against me, and I feel a flare of intense displeasure in his mind. He jerks away from me. "What is it you do, my mate?" Well, I didn't expect that response. I can feel the embarrassed flush creeping up my cheeks, but I'm determined not to feel ashamed. He loves tasting me. Why wouldn't I love the same? "I want to suck on your cock," I tell him, feeling all kinds of brave for getting the words out without choking. "Until you come." In the moonlit shadows of our dark bedroom, his eyes flash dark before swimming to gold again. "Why would you do such a thing?" "Because I like touching you." Now my feelings are really starting to get hurt. Is that such a terrible thing? "You know it is not terrible at all," he tells me, and moves forward, his hand caressing my neck as he moves close to me again. He presses a kiss to my brow and my nose, peppering attention across my face. "Let me touch you, and I will show you how pleasant I find your body." I push him away because I need to understand this. "Rast, why is it okay for you to touch me, but not for me to touch you? I don't understand." I put my hand on his chest. "I want to touch you. More than that, I want to taste you. Why is that bad?" He pulls my hand from his chest and brings it to his mouth, pressing his lips there. "I do not understand why you would insult yourself so, my Amy. I cannot bear the thought of it. No matter how you think of yourself, I will not let such a thing happen." Insult myself? And now I'm really confused. What do you mean, insult myself? I can feel the confusion swirl in his thoughts. "By forcing me to spill myself outside of your cunt?" "Why is that bad? I kind of thought it would be sexy." He leans in and his gaze meets mine. "It is the gravest of insults a courting male can give a female. Amongst the Draconi, a male never spills inside a female unless she is his chosen mate. After a challenge is won and the female submits, he can claim her body. If he does not wish to take her as his permanent mate, though, he pulls out and spills his seed on her back, letting it go to waste. There is no greater shame. It tells her that he does not find her worthy." He caresses my cheek. "I would not do such a thing to you." Wow, that's strange. Have you courted many females? I can't help but ask, feeling a stab of jealousy at the thought of him touching a strong, pretty Draconi woman with gold hair and equally golden skin. "A few. But I have never given my seed to anyone but you." I'm going to ignore how green with jealousy I am at the moment and remind myself that it's a compliment. He's never wanted anyone but me since he saw me, and those other faceless women with 2 good legs aren't a threat. I stroke my hand up and down his chest, feeling the scorching warmth of his skin. "But that's your people," I tell him, more determined than ever to get my way. "Amongst my people, it's considered sexy to take a man in your mouth and pleasure him until he comes." He growls furiously, and his hand knots in my hair, holding me against him. His nose presses against mine, and I get the impression of just tethered violence, not directed at me, but at the men he's imagining.
"And have you pleasured males like this?"
"Never," I whisper. I'm not afraid of him. I know he'd never harm me. I actually find his intense possessiveness arousing. No one's ever wanted me so badly that they nearly lost their shit at a hint of my mouth going on another man. "I want you to be my first, my only." He groans.
"I will give you anything, my Amy. But not that. It feels wrong."
"It's not wrong," I whisper to him, and then lightly brush my tongue over his lips in a tease. "Haven't you ever touched yourself until you came? I know you have. Remember what you did to my dress when we met?" The image flashes through my mind of him bunching up the fabric and fucking it like he wanted to fuck me. He remembers that too. I can feel the heat surging through his thoughts, and it's making me all aroused.
"That is different."
"It is different," I agree, "because instead of your hand, or my dress, I'd use my mouth to pleasure you." And I send him a visual that makes him groan. But still he denies me.
"I refuse."
My hurt feelings are gone, but now I just think he's not being very fun. "You could tease yourself for me."
"I will not. It is the same thing."
The look he gives me is stern.
"All of my seed is yours now. I will wait to spill inside you."
It's not that I don't want that, of course. I love him being inside me. But I don't want to take no for an answer when it comes to this. The more he refuses and looks flustered, the bolder it makes me. For once, I have the upper hand in bed, and it's a heady feeling. I feel very bold as I slide a hand between my legs, determined to entice him. "Come on," I whisper, a tempting note in my tone. "Now you won't even play at all. Want me to show you how sexy it can be to touch yourself for your partner?" And even though my heart is pounding, and I'm half panicked at the thought of being so very forward, I'm also ridiculously excited, and I love that I have him all agitated. I touch my pussy and slide my hand over my folds. His nostrils flare, as if he's picking up my scent, and his gaze locks on mine. I love how intensely he looks at me. I also love that hand that's clenched in my hair, as if he can't bring himself to let me go. That's sexy, too. I rub my hand up and down on the curls of my pussy, and then delicately part them, teasing a finger over my folds. I'm not surprised to find that I'm wet. My thoughts for the last few minutes have been utterly filthy, and it doesn't take much to make me aroused lately. Just being with him is an aphrodisiac of sorts, and I love it. I stroke my finger over my folds, and when my lips part, I notice his do too. He's watching me so intensely that he can't help but mimic what I'm doing, as if my pleasure is feeding his. I circle a finger around my clit, and a shudder rocks through me. Rest. He growls low in his throat, pressing his forehead to mine again.
"Say my name once more, just like that."
Rest, I breathe, and the sound is as sultry as I feel. Our faces are pressed together, his gaze locked to mine, and his body is so close that I can feel the heat of him radiating next to me. I lift one foot and rub it against his leg, feeling the slight spines that line the backs of them like his arm spines. Just touching him makes the masturbation fiercer, and I drag my foot over his skin once more before circling my clit again. I gasp and have to stop, because if I keep going, I'm going to come really fast. My breasts feel achy with need, and I lean in and rub the tips against his chest. I'm using him to get off, and it makes me feel so very powerful. I love the sexy little growl he gives, too, as if he realizes exactly what I'm doing. I'm tormenting him in the most fun way possible. "You're missing out," I whisper to him as I dip my fingers down the wet channel of my pussy and into the entrance of my core, where I'm slickest. I caress my entrance and then drag the wetness back up to my clit, teasing it again. The added lubrication makes everything feel better, and I'm gasping with need as I tease my clit. Been so long since I've done this, I tell him. I couldn't touch myself while I was in hiding. My breathing is rasping, and it's getting harder to form complete thoughts as I keep touching myself, drawing little circles around my clit. It doesn't feel as good as his tongue, but I know how to tease myself with a rhythm that will get me off quickly. If I did, I pant, someone might smell all the juices on my cunt and come looking for me, so I couldn't touch myself while I waited for you. I had to save it. His nostrils flare again and he groans, closing his eyes when I slick my fingers over my folds, and it makes a wet sound. God, I didn't realize I was so very wet doing this. Wet for him. Rust, I pant again. Want to watch me come? I'm so close. I arch my hips, rubbing my body up against his as I move toward the pinnacle. Mine. He snarls in my head, and then he pushes me onto my back, his hands going to my rocking hips. He slides between my legs and buries his face in my pussy, frantically licking at my wet heat. This is mine. My Amy. Mine to pleasure, mine to taste. There's such possessiveness in his thoughts, such intense need that it's like a bomb detonates inside me. I cry out as he sucks on my clit, and then he's snarling and rubbing his face against my folds, trying to drag out my orgasm. His mind is awash with possessive need, as if he's jealous of my hands for touching what's his, and I've never felt so sexy or cherished, even as he wrings wave after wave of the orgasm from me with his tongue. My thighs clench and jerk against his shoulders, and he keeps tonguing me with his ferocious devotion long after I've come down from the wave, as if he's determined to send me back there again before I can catch my breath. Rest, I gasp. Stop, please. I'm trembling with every swipe of his tongue because it feels like he's never going to quit. He's just going to lick my pussy until I melt into a puddle of sated woman. Let me do you now. I send him mental images of me leaning over him as he sprawls out on the bed, his hand in my hair, feeding his cock to me. He lifts his head then, his eyes so gold that they're shining like beacons in the moonlight. You wish for my seed? God, yes. I don't even speak it aloud. I'm too busy whimpering with need. He nuzzles my pussy. Are you still bruised here? His tongue skates lower, flicking against my core before teasing the entrance. I moan, my head thrown back. I don't care if I am. I want you so much. I care. I do not want you to hurt. It only hurts because you won't fill me up. Please rest. I need you. He gives another growl that sounds sexy and delicious all at once, and then he's pushing my thighs apart. Eager, I put my hands on his shoulders and kiss him with all the need and fierce desire I feel. Wait, he tells me as I tug my good leg around his hips. I must turn you over so I can mount you. We can do it like this, I whisper to him, realizing that we've never made love face to face. He always flips me over. Another dragon thing, I wonder? It's not naughty, I promise, and you can still give me all of your seed. Rast groans and closes his eyes, as if pushed beyond his limits. Your people made like this? I can feel the strain in his thoughts, and it makes me even hotter. Oh yes, I breathe, running a hand down his chest. We can look at each other as we mate. I'd love to do that. To look at you. Not that the other way isn't hot too, but this just feels more intimate. He settles his weight on top of me, and I realize I've won whatever argument this was. He moves over me, and it feels so strange to have a man on top of me like this. But so very nice, too. I hold him close, wanting to touch him everywhere. I hate that my bad leg aches and is too weak for me to put it around his hips, because I like the thought of wrapping my entire body around him and being nothing but a circle of twined limbs. You are perfect, he tells me as he leans in to kiss me again. I do not care about your leg and how strong or weak it is. All I care about is Amy, my mate, my fires. His tongue slicks against mine even as I feel the heat of him press against the entrance to my core. And I'm going to claim you. All yours, I whisper, and I mean it. I'm completely and utterly Rust's. I don't even care that there's no fairy tale prince. I don't care that my dragon isn't the kind and gentle soul I imagined he'd be. He's everything I ever wanted, and he makes me feel so beautiful and special. Even if that handsome prince showed up tomorrow, I'd want to be with Rast. He may not be what I thought, but he's perfect for me, and he's helping me become a better, stronger person. He pushes into me with one of those low rumbles in his chest, and then I'm gasping at the tight sensation. It's been days and days since we had sex, real going-all-the-way sex, and I thought it wouldn't hurt this time. It doesn't, not really, but I can't deny that it's a little uncomfortable. Rast stiffens over me, his gaze worried. I smile up at him. I'm fine. And as soon as I say it, I realize that it's true. There was an initial twinge, but it's gone almost immediately, and it's left behind nothing but the pure sensation of feeling completely filled by him. I feel like I've been speared all the way to my heart, like he's possessing me 1 inch at a time. Rast snorts and then shakes his head. I am barely inside you, my mate. The spearing has not yet begun. I can feel my cheeks flush. Oh, well, give me everything then. So impatient. I like that. Now I'm really blushing. But his next small movement distracts me away from that. His hips rock, and he pushes just a little deeper inside me, increasing the feeling of fullness. He moves in quick, rapid, shallow strokes, pushing into me a little further each time, and each movement of his body feels better and better. It seems impossible that I can take more, and yet with every press forward, he sinks into me until his hips finally meet my skin, and then he's sank deep. He leans on one arm over me, then reaches up and caresses my face, brushing my hair off my sweaty cheeks. I like meeting you like this. I can see your face when I pleasure you. I like this too, I tell him shyly, not trusting my voice. I like looking up at him, how fierce and wild he seems, and yet when he gazes down at me, I know he sees me, that he's not thinking about anything or anyone other than plain, crippled Amy. My eyes fill with emotional tears. Do not make water with your eyes, he chastises, leaning in to kiss away my tears. You will make my cock shrivel. I giggle through my emotions and sniff hard. Sorry. Just tell me you do not cry out of sadness. I cry because I'm so happy, Rast. You make me feel beautiful. That is because you are. In the next moment, he fills my mind with how he sees me. I'm spread wide underneath him, my breasts bouncing with every thrust he makes, and I can feel in his thoughts just how much he likes the sight of them, the curve of my stomach, the pink tips of my nipples. He likes the sheen of sweat on my face and how I gaze up at him, my lips parted. In his eyes, I am a wild, sensual, beautiful creature with an enchanting scent and lovely eyes. My leg doesn't even factor in. I moan at how arousing the mental image is, and I can feel how much he likes that too. He's pulled me completely into his mind, and it's the most erotic thing I've ever experienced. It makes my body clench, and I realize dimly that I'm on the verge of coming again. It's too soon. I want to last longer, but he gives another one of those sexy rumbles, pleased at how quickly I'm about to come, and I can't help it. I cry out as my pussy clenches tight around him, even as he drives into me. It just makes everything tighter, and he doesn't stop thrusting into me or change his rhythm so I can catch my breath. It's like he's determined to make me orgasm all over again. He's not wrong either, because no sooner does my entire body ripple with release, I feel another round moving through me. It's like a wave on the beach, a quick ebb, and then another rush forward. I dig my nails into his skin and groan aloud as the orgasm continues to rocket through me, and it feels like I'm going to never stop coming, just like it feels as if Rast will never stop pumping his cock into me, his mind filling mine with images of what we look like twined together. I glance down between us, gasping at the sight of his cock pushing into my body, and I send him an image of that. If he wants to play that game, I can do it too. He grits his teeth, breath hissing between them, and his movements become erratic, jerky. He clutches my thigh tighter, and even as I whimper into yet another orgasm, I sense him on the edge of his. With a guttural snarl that almost sounds like my name, he rocks forward into me, and then I feel the warm flood of his release inside me. His movements slow, and then he rests atop me, his forehead pressed to mine as if our minds need to touch to remain linked. It's just me being fanciful, but I like how touchy-feely he is, and how he loves to caress me and touch me at all times. I didn't realize how starved I was for affection. My sister is wonderful, but she's so independent and strong, and a sister's affection is different from a man's. Or a dragon's. Rast shifts his weight atop me and rolls me gently to my side, and then pulls me against him, our bodies still linked. It sends little quivering shocks through me with every twitch he makes, and I feel like I'm going to be on the verge of another orgasm very quickly if he so much as breathes deeply.
I like the thought of that.
He sends to me, and nips at my shoulder as his arm slides possessively over my breasts. Let a girl catch her breath, I tell him, dazed.
I shall,
he promises, a teasing note in his thoughts.
I need you well rested for tomorrow.
I frown in surprise at hearing that, glancing back over my shoulder at him. Tomorrow? What's tomorrow?
I think we shall fly out and leave this place for a better nest, he tells me. Going out today showed me that you need a great many things, and this nest provides none of them. Unless you wish to stay, I think we should continue onward.
We could always head back into the city, toward Fort Dallas, I offer, thinking of my sister. Immediately I feel his thoughts blacken and grow a little less clear.
No, you are mine. I am not sharing you with another.
I want to point out that me getting to see my sister isn't exactly sharing me, but I know that dragons struggle with the rage that consumes their thoughts. I knew that going in, and while it's frustrating, I'll figure out a way to get a message to Claudia somehow. For now, my focus needs to be on Rast. As long as we're together and it's safe, I don't care where we go, I tell him sleepily. You pick. He leans in and nips at my ear.
We will find you the best nest, my mate. I promise you that.
I'm pretty sure I already have it because he's in it, but I'm too tired to argue. 18. Amy. It's a wonderful, exhausting night, and we end up making love at least twice more before Rast finally wears out and lets me sleep for longer than an hour. Not that I mind. I secretly love being so sexy that he can't keep his hands off of me for more than an hour. By the time I wake up, though, the sun is high in the sky, the birds are chirping, and Rast is still curled next to me in bed, fast asleep. I yawn and gaze out at the big open hole in our room, not quite ready to leave bed just yet. He's right that we need to find someplace better to stay. The open-air thing is all right, but the moment we get a rainstorm, everything inside is going to mildew. I know Claudia's griped about the same thing in her nest. We need a place that's big enough for Rast to shift to battle form comfortably, which this suite doesn't really qualify as, and we need someplace where I can be comfortable too. What kind of building that is, I'm not sure. We'll figure something out. As I ponder this, a fat dove flutters in and sits on the ledge, cooing. I smile at the sight of it. I love how fearless the birds are around Rast. It's like they aren't afraid of dragons at all, which is ironic, because humans are utterly terrified of dragons. Funny how the world works like that. I watch as the bird struts along the edge and then flaps its wings before settling down. Then I frown. It looks like there's a splotch of bright color on the thing's leg. I sit up because I'm not entirely sure I saw it. Maybe I'm imagining things, or it's a trick of the light. Rast's arm tightens around my waist.
What is it?
I think that bird has something on his leg, I tell him silently. He might be a messenger pigeon. Dove, whatever.
Messenger pigeon?
He might have a message from other people. I pat his arm excitedly. We have to catch it. I can feel a wave of dislike toward the bird sweep from his mind.
What if I do not wish to? I care nothing for other people, Amy. I only want you.
Then do it for me, I ask him sweetly, because I want to see what that bird has. He frowns at me for a moment longer, as if what I want is warring with what he wants. I'm curious how he'll respond. I know his possessiveness is something he struggles with, but I'm not going to live in a bubble for the rest of my life. Not anymore. Not when being with him has given me a taste of freedom. I can't go back to Amy, lost princess in the tower. I'm moving toward Amy, badass dragon rider. While I'm not there yet,
I feel a lot closer to her than the dreamer I was. Rast continues to give me a thoughtful glare, and the bird coos and shakes its wings again. I hold my breath, worried it's going to fly away. My dragon man flies out of the bed in one quick motion, so fast that he's not much more than a golden blur. He snatches the bird before it can get away, landing hard against the edge of the window hole with a smooth tumble of golden skin and flowing hair. I gasp, trying to get out of bed, because it looks as if Rast is inches from rolling out of the penthouse entirely. The blankets wrap around me and I flail, landing on the ground in a tumble. "I can change forms," he tells me with a soothing thought. "Do not harm yourself to chase me. I still have your bird. Be calm. He is holding still." I manage to get to my feet and wrap the sheet around my body, feeling embarrassed at how clumsy I am. So much for Amy the badass. Baby steps, I tell myself. You'll get there. I lift my head and Rast is getting to his feet as well, the bird clutched in his clawed hands. Sure enough, it's being very still. I limp over to his side and then a knot of horror forms in my throat. "Oh, Rast," I say softly as I take it from his hands. The bird doesn't move. Its neck flops at an awkward angle and I feel a surge of grief. He must have landed on it when he tried to grab it. Poor bird. I stroke a finger over its feathered head even as I spot the note on its leg. It's dead. He grunts. "Breakfast, as you call it." I give him a look of horror. This was someone's pet. I can't eat it. Rast's expression is curious. "It is meat." "Now it is." I gesture at the dead bird. "But he's someone's trained pet. Was someone's trained pet. We don't eat cats just like we don't eat pet birds." "You are upset." "I am. Someone's waiting for him to come back and he's never going to." My lower lip wobbles at the thought. Why do I feel so much grief at an accidentally killed bird? Is it because someone's waiting back home for me? Or am I just being a baby about this? I blink back my stupid tears because Rast moves to my side, nuzzling at my neck and hair, his thoughts full of apology. He didn't mean to kill it. I know he didn't. He just didn't realize how very fragile it was. If anything, it's my fault for asking him to snatch it. If it's truly someone's pet, I could have gotten it myself. Maybe. Yet another life lesson that Princess Amy needs to have beaten into her head. I sigh and turn the poor little dead bird over, eyeing the red tube on his tiny leg. He's definitely got a message. "I do not understand," Rast tells me, rubbing his arms. "He cannot speak. He is a bird." "A written message, like in my books." "A story?" He's interested now. From our conversations, I know he has a hard time grasping what written language is. It seems that the Draconi don't have that, and if the Silurians do, they didn't share it with him. It's just another difference between our peoples. "What does his story say?" he asks. "Let's take a look," I murmur, and hand him the bird so I can pull the sleeve off of the tiny leg. It unclasps, and then I pull the tiny rolled note out of the miniature tube and unravel it. The paper is tremendously small, but the handwriting is very neat and regular. "Fort Shreveport is very small but prosperous. We are good people. We are currently under siege by a king dragon that refuses to leave. Please help us if you can. Our people are starving because we cannot leave the city and supplies are low. XO, Joanna." I read the note twice more and look over at Rast as I fold it up carefully. I had no idea there was a small fort in Shreveport. It must be new. I've heard of Orleans and Dallas and Tulsa, but not Shreveport. It's not far from here. "It means nothing to me," Rast tells me. "I do not know this place." I don't either. I'm too young to remember much about it other than it's in Louisiana somewhere. I bet we could find a map and follow the old highways to get to it. Most of the signs are still up, especially the ones by the roads. We can follow those and go help them. "Help them?" Rast growls in clear disapproval, and his eyes flicker ever darker. "Why would we help them?" "You heard what they said," I tell him, shaking the note. "They're starving. A king dragon, that's a male dragon, won't let them out of their city. They can't hunt.
If it's anything like Fort Dallas, everyone's dependent on what hunters bring in or what can be scavenged, and if the area they're in is already picked clean... I swallow hard at the thought. Someone's waiting back in Fort Shreveport, hoping that this bird is going to come back, that they'll be saved. Except I killed their bird. Their only chance of survival might be me with my bad leg and my angry, possessive dragon. We have to go.
No, I forbid it.
Well, that's really nice and all, but it's not your decision. He steps forward, nostrils flaring, eyes dark with anger. One hand curls around my throat in a grip that could either be possessive or menacing, if I didn't know him better.
Is it not? Am I not the one with wings? I control whether we leave this nest or not.
I blink at him, utterly calm. If you're trying to intimidate me, it's not working. I realize you're jealous, Rast. I can feel it in your head even now. His thoughts are murky and full of jealousy at the thought of me around other people. But I'm not going to let a bunch of people die if we can help them. He strokes my neck with his fingers, curious at my lack of reaction.
You are not afraid of me?
I snort. No, you're more likely to get down on your knees and lick my pussy than you are to choke me. A surprised grin crosses his face, and then his eyes gleam with arousal.
I like that idea.
Focus, baby. I pat his chest. I'm learning my dragon, just like he's learning me. He's a lot of bluster and rage, but he also listens to me. If it's a king dragon, why would he be attacking a city?
He smells a mate and she is hiding from him,
he says immediately, his eyes sliding back to gold as he rubs the tip of one finger against my throat. Right. It's getting harder to focus because even that small touch is turning me on. We can warn them about it, help them figure out how to handle the situation.
And if their males try to touch you, try to breathe in your scent?
His thoughts blacken immediately. If any of the men there try to touch me, you are free to eat all of them. I think of the vile militia back in Fort Dallas and their crude remarks. The world would probably be better off minus a few jerks like that. But there might be families there, children, starving. His eyes go distant.
I know what it is like to starve.
I seize on that. Exactly. And you know how desperate it can make a person. We can help them rest. You said yourself you wanted to find a new place for a nest. Why don't we go exploring in that direction? We can see what it's like, help them out, and then be on our way. I glance at the dead bird, still cradled in one of Rast's hands. I wouldn't mind finding if there are more of those messenger birds. I could send a message back to Claudia that way, let her know I'm all right. Or better yet, maybe Rast will be around humans and decide they're not all that bad, and we can go return to my sister.
I will never see humans as anything but the enemy,
he tells me with a scowl. Now I know you're wrong, I tell him lightly, reaching up to caress his strong jaw. Because you mated to me.
You are different. You are mine.
His eyes flare bright gold again.
All mine.
And all human, I point out. I'm not saying you have to be best friends with anyone. I'm just saying we can help them without compromising who and what we are.
I do not like this,
he warns me, a troubled look swirling in his expressive eyes.
I do not like the thought of putting you in danger.
In danger? I shake my head. I'm safe. I'm with you. That dragon isn't going to give two shakes of his head in regard to me because I made it, right?
I meant the humans.
He sends a visual through my head of my bad leg, of some of the bad memories he's picked up from my time in Fort Dallas. I had no idea he'd been fishing through my thoughts so hard.
I do not like the thought of them even coming close to you.
We'll figure something out. I promise to let you protect me as much as possible. I vow to him. We're a team. We'll compromise. We'll help the city and this Joanna person, but we won't get comfortable. And I won't talk to any men, I promise. The growl building in his throat dies, slowly.
And you will let me cover you in my scent before we even get close to them.
Cover me in his scent? Of course, what did you have in mind? His eyes gleam, and he tosses the poor dead bird out the gaping hole in the wall. I gasp as he stalks toward me, intent clear in his eyes. I know just what he means by covering me in his scent. Lots of sex, and lots of his body all over mine. All right, I say, a tremble in my voice. It's one part need, one part fascination by his dangerous expression. Did I think he was tame? I must be out of my mind. But wash your hands, I whisper. Birds are filthy. He chuckles low and scoops me into his arms in a bridal carry.
Shall we go and play in the water box? You can challenge me again.
I blush. Your idea of challenge is very different from mine.
You can show me the difference,
he tells me with a flirty thought. Lord help me, but I love that idea.
19. Rast. After a long, leisurely mating and a nap, my Amy moves around our nest, packing away things and deciding what we need to take with us. She has taken one of the bed sheets from another room and is sewing it into a loop of kinds, which she says will be useful during flying. I do not argue and let her do as she likes. She feels good about this decision. She worries about the strangers that sent the bird, but I can feel excitement in her mind. She has a mission, my Amy, and she is determined to see it through. I let her think she has won our argument, that she has convinced me of the wisdom of our mission. I do not think it is wise at all. I think it is more likely a trap, a message sent to draw fools in toward their home so they can be destroyed and stripped of their goods, so they can have their packs taken away from them, much like the pack my Amy is stuffing full of everything she thinks we will need. If I was going to rob someone, that is exactly what I would do. Lure them into a trap and then dispatch them. I cannot say that I have not done that very thing in the past. I have no memories of it, but it sounds far too familiar for me to dismiss. But humans are foolish. They will not think that their message will get to a human girl with a soft heart and a very large dracony male at her side. Humans cannot harm me, and they will never get a chance to even get close to my fragile Amy. She does not have a cruel bone in her body. All of mine are cruel. Let them do as they like. I will protect her. I have seen into her thoughts, and this is the first time in her life she has felt strong and capable, that she has not felt isolated and helpless. She has an opportunity to help others. I will not take that from her. We will go and see what these puny humans want, and if they have harm on their minds, I will destroy them with flame and fang. The next morning, we eat a quick meal, and Amy puts on her boots and then shrugs on her pack. I just as quickly take the heavy pack from her again, because I do not like the thought of her carrying something so heavy. It will be a long day. Let me be the one to carry this. She wrinkles her nose and gives me a questioning look. But I'm going to be on your back. That does not matter. You will still grow weary. Let me be your strength. I give her a fierce kiss to swallow up any protest she might make. When we separate, she is dazed and flushed from passion, and I take the pack from her easily, then hand her the long sheet that she has made into a loop. Take this. Amy waits in the nest while I jump off the edge of the building and shift midair to battle form. I let my wings flare out, catching the breeze, and then glide along for a moment, enjoying the stretch of my body in this form. 2 legs is fine, but I feel strong and powerful like this, and it is a joy all its own. I dive down low, then angle my wings up, surging back toward the building where my mate waits for me. Her pack is small and easy to carry in my claws, and I hold it in one foreleg as I glide back toward the hole in the wall and into the apartment. Her hair ruffles in the breeze I create, and I can hear her light, joyful chuckle. She is so happy this day. I vow I will not let anything destroy that pleasure in her voice. I settle on the ground and then lower my shoulder, since she indicated yesterday that she wished to ride on my back instead of in my claws. "Can you climb up?" I ask, sending her a visual of where she should sit atop my shoulders, between the thickly bunched muscles there at the base of my neck. "I can try." She does not sound convinced, though, and I gently pick her up with one paw and lift her up near my wing. She clumsily climbs forward, digging awkwardly into wing membranes and tendons, and I do my best to remain completely still so I do not topple her. "Claudia makes this look so easy," she grumbles. "It's unfair." "You are doing well," I reassure her. "It will get easier with time." Amy manages to get in position, and I feel her body flinch as she pushes her bad leg outward. I can sense the flare of pain radiating through her mind. "My fires?" I ask. "Are you all right?" "Just a cramp," she lies. "It's fine." She settles her bottom on my shoulders and then unravels the long sheet. "How is this going to work?" I send her a visual. "Place it against your back and give me the front. We will use it like a sling." She wrestles with it for a moment, and then manages to wrap it around her back and offers the front loop to me. "It's almost like a bridle, but I don't think a bridle is supposed to go around me." When I duck my head, she tosses the sheet over it, and the front of the loop hangs loosely over my breast while she leans into the back of it. "I'm not sure this will work, Rast." I grab the front of the loop and pull it away from my body with my foreleg until it is taut against my back. This forces Amy forward, her breasts pressing against my scales, her legs spread wide at the base of my neck. This way she is held tight against me, and there is no danger of her growing tired and slipping off to one side. "Kind of tight," she murmurs, her hand reaching around one side to stroke my neck. "It will be good. It will protect you from the sun and from bugs." "And from breathing," she adds wryly in her mind, but does not speak it aloud. I rumble with laughter at that. "Trust me, I prefer you breathing, my mate. Are you ready to go?" I can feel her nervousness. "Ready as I'll ever be, I think." "I will not let you fall, my mate, and if I do, I will catch you." The tiny laugh she gives is high-pitched and anxious. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" "I do not think anything will make you feel better until we land," I tell her, "but it makes me feel better." Her startled laughter turns into a scream as I leap off of the ledge and into the open air. I can feel her terror, the way the breath disappears from her body as I glide down. She is safe, though. I can feel her seated securely against my nape, and I tug the sheet loop a little tighter to cradle her even closer. When she realizes she is not going to fall down, her fear slowly changes to wonder. The breath returns to her body, and she looks around her with startled, amazed eyes. "It feels so different on your back than in your claws," she tells me, and then spits, trying to get a piece of her flying hair out of her mouth. "Talk with your mind," I tell her. "It is much easier in the air." "Oh, so it is. Rast, this is amazing. I feel so strong up here, so powerful." Her thoughts grow sheepish. "I know it's all you, but still." "You are the one that makes this possible, my mate." I send her a wave of affection. "If it were not for you, I would still be mindless and lost. Never doubt that you are an equal, worthy partner." I can feel her smile, and she gazes out on the land that's open before us, as if seeing it for the first time. Perhaps she is. I know she closes her eyes when I hold her in my claws. She is less afraid like this, and she can appreciate the beauty of the sights. Her mind fills with images, The flock of distant birds that arrow toward us swoop low, gliding under my wing as if to greet me in passing. The puffy white clouds that dominate the blue skies. "Cumulonimbus," she offers. "I remember that from school." "That is a big word for cloud," I tell her, and fly through the edge of the next one. When we come out the other side, we are damp with the fog of it, and she sputters, full of delight. "You can see everything from up here," she tells me happily. "Deer and cows and the old highways and everything." Her thoughts are full of wonder as she studies the ground below. "It's so green, except some spots look brown and barren." "Dragon fire," I agree. "Someone has passed through this area recently. I can smell the memory of him." There's a hint of concern in her thoughts. "Do we need to worry about that?" "No. You smell very strongly of my markings. Even now, my seed soaks your cunt. I took her very thoroughly this morning, just so she would be so entrenched with my scent there would be no mistaking that she is claimed. The scent of her is intoxicatingly pleasant. I can feel her blush return. Good Lord. You do not have to worry about anything when you are with me, my mate, I reassure her, switching the conversation away from the thought of other dragons. I do not want her asking about her sister's dragon. I do not want her picking up the truth from my thoughts, so I decide to distract her. Where would we find this map you mentioned? Oh, she studies the open countryside. We need to follow the highways. Most stores were along them, I think. We need a bookstore, or maybe a gas station. That might work too. Point out a highway and we will follow it. I would if I could free my arm, she tells me, but there is amusement in her tone, even as she mentally directs me toward a long gray strip that is covered in metal boxes. Cars, her thoughts tell me, filling in the blank. Cars and trucks of all kinds, abandoned by their drivers, and where there are cars, there should be a gas station. We fly for a time, until she points me toward a particular-looking sign. Her eyes scan the building. It is in the middle of nowhere, with a collapsed awning and a stink she tells me is old gasoline. We land a short distance away, and I gently set her down by turning the sheet and catching her in my claws before she can hit the ground. She beams up at me and grabs my snout, pressing a kiss to it, before I can shift back. I have never enjoyed a snout caress so much, I think. I shift forms and we fold up the sheet, then slide her pack onto my shoulder so she can be unencumbered while she looks around. There is no scent of humans here, I tell her. Everything is very old. Maybe it won't be picked over then, she says hopefully. We break a window to get inside the small store, and from there, Amy digs through the remnants of what is left. She finds a few sticks that look like wrapped, dried meat, but so old that the contents are grayish-green inside. My mate wrinkles her nose in that charming way of hers, and tosses them back down on the counter. Not that desperate. She moves to a stand in the corner and pokes through decorated squares. Maps, she tells me happily, then fishes one out and moves back to the counter to unfold it. I peer over her shoulder as she gazes down at the network of lines and symbols, an overwhelming sight to my eyes. What is all this? I ask her. These are streets, cities. Her finger traces along one of the lines. Where people used to live. I am in awe. People used to live in all of these places? All of them, she agrees, then glances back at me. Most of them are gone now. Even the biggest cities were no match for just one angry dragon. I grunt. I do not know if I should apologize. The thought of humans swarming like ants over this land is strange. I am glad I do not remember it. I like it better as it is now, with rolling grasses, endless quiet, and herds of roaming animals, and all the smelly humans clustered in their hives. Of course, not all humans are smelly, I remind myself, pulling my mate close and breathing in her scent. Some are quite nice. Amy giggles, ticklish, and casts me a content look over her shoulder. She points at a line on her map. Found it. We need to find Highway 20, and then we can take it all the way to Shreveport. Lead on, I tell her, and give her ear a nip. Unless you would like to stop and relax. She snorts. I know what you mean by relax, and it's not really relaxing. Her cheeks get pink. And there's time enough for that later. Let's travel while I have the energy. I think you always have energy, I tell her, unwilling to let go of her soft body just yet. My arms remain linked around her waist, and I press up against her backside. You move and twitch a great deal when I go between your thighs. Hush, you, she scolds, but there is warmth in her tone, and she slides her hands over mine. You're trying to distract me. Always. I am quite good at it. That you are, she says breathlessly, when I press my cock against her backside. I guess traveling can wait a few more hours. That is good, I encourage, even as I pull up her long dress, running my hands along her legs underneath the fabric. You will need to rest and stretch, and I can mark you with my scent. Her little moan is the only encouragement I need. We bed down in another store that night. I remain in battle form to protect my Amy, and she takes the one blanket she has packed and wraps it around herself, curling up against my forelegs on the hard cement. I can feel the ache in her bad leg, but she says nothing. I want to find her a more comfortable spot to rest, but she is too tired to continue, she tells me. I take her in my claws and gently cradle them to make her a softer place to sleep. She smiles up at me with a sweet, sleepy expression. You're the best man ever, Amy tells me, sighing happily. I feel both pleased at her compliment and sad. She sees me as something better than I am. To her, I am a protector. To my people, I am a traitor and a mindless soldier. To the Solorians, I am a very useful tool, more useful than most because of my competitive nature that makes me strive to succeed above others. But this does not make me a good man. It just makes me a very competent murderer. But I nuzzle my mate and do not correct her. I do not want Amy to look at me with disappointment or hate like my people do. I do not think I could bear that. I want her shining eyes to look up at me with love and trust. To lose that would destroy me. 20. Rast. I smell the smoke on the breeze before I sense the dragon. We travel along the path of the highway the next day, following it from above. As we do, we pass through the ruins of many old towns and cities, all uninhabited, their buildings and cars abandoned and gutted like empty shells. The only living things we see are deer and cattle, wandering in the trees and tall grasses that work to reclaim the land now abandoned by humans. It is peaceful, and my Amy is easier riding on my back this morning. But when I smell the other, I stiffen. My mouth waters with the need to attack and protect, and I beat my wings slower, wanting to put more distance between myself and the stranger until I find out what he intends. Another dragon, I tell my mate. Where? She asks, and I can feel her tremble against my scales. Distant, but this is his territory. I can feel it as much as I feel her worry pressing in my mind. I send out a mental feeler, making contact with the other. A wild jumble is the response I get. I am shocked at the severity of it, the chaos that threatens to overburden my mind. It is a male dragon, completely lost to the wildness as I once was. Flashes of images burn through his mind into mine, confusing and chaotic, and so full of anger and rage. There is nothing left of the dracony he once was, only the need to attack and burn, his instincts whittled down to one specific imperative: destroy. I send him a warning, a signal that only a mated male uses. I tell him without words that I am protecting my mate, and his instincts are not so far gone. He acknowledges it, acquiescing to me, and in the distance I see the gleam of golden scales as he approaches. I can feel his envy and hunger for his own mate, fighting against the madness that swamps his mind. He is coming, I tell Amy. Do not be frightened. He merely wishes to see my mate. I can feel her hands clench against my neck, but she gives me a brave response. All right. Do I need to say anything? No, just remain quiet. He is still wild. I can do quiet. She seems relieved. I am less relieved. This male should not harm her, but I cannot be certain. I must be on alert. I continue to fly along my path even as he circles nearer, and I can feel the open curiosity in his mind. I send out a warning, a subtle threat if he comes closer, and he shifts his wings to move along the breeze, obeying. He will not approach beyond what is safe. I can tell the moment he sees her on my back, because his mental confusion becomes full of envy and wonder both, and he struggles against the madness, trying to find sanity somewhere in his mind and failing. As he flies parallel to me, I glance over, and I am shocked. He is missing one claw on a wing and one horn along his brow. I knew a soldier like that. Jurek, I send to him, remembering his name. We served under the Solorians together. I recall him as a laughing, easy-going warrior with deadly accuracy. Is that you? I receive nothing in response except more madness. If it is him, he is long gone. As I watch, he veers away, and the anger boils through his insane mind. He opens his mouth and lets out a long gout of furious fire, burning the trees along his path, as if he can take out his frustrations on them. Are you okay? Amy asks. I can feel your shock. Something is wrong. I know him, I tell her. Or I did. Once upon a time, we both served as warriors together. He does not remember his name. I am saddened and horrified at how wild he is. Even now, I watch as he descends and attacks a flaming tree, as if it has caused him grave insult. He is crazed. I know, she tells me, and I can feel her small hand stroke my neck. Are we all like this? It is different to see it from afar when my mind is clear and whole. It is terrible. All except those that have taken a mate, she agrees. The only dragons I've ever seen that are sane are ones with a mate. Everyone else is completely lost. I watch him as he leaves, snarling and setting fire to the trees, attacking them as if they are the enemy. I was that once. Amy saved me.
Amy. On day 2 of our travel, I wake up the next morning with my period. To say I'm devastated is an understatement. It's not that I want to be pregnant. I'm not sure I'm ready for that just yet because everything is so new. But that means a week of no sex with Rast. It also means uncomfortable travel, feeling gross and bloaty, and I only have 2 tampons left.
which means I need to save them for a really, really bad emergency. Damn it. We stop at another convenience store we see along the highway, but it's completely ransacked. There's nothing left to be found, and even if there was, I doubt tampons would be there. They're rarer than canned food in the after, it seems. I have to resort to stuffing scraps down my panties, and it makes me feel ugly and gross, and I cringe as I spread my legs to get on Rast's back.
"It is a natural thing, my mate,"
he responds, sending me comforting thoughts.
"And it does not have to mean no mating for a week."
Oh, yes, it does, I tell him as I wrap the sheet around my back and then loop the front over his neck. We're getting better at using my goofy seatbelt. I feel the opposite of sexy right about now. He grunts, his answer when he doesn't agree with me but also doesn't want to argue.
"Even now, you still smell fresher than your human hive."
Of course, that only makes me groan with dismay. I forgot about his heightened senses. He can smell everything. I feel sick. Let's just go, I tell him, and let's try not to think about this. It's clear Rast doesn't understand my awkwardness, but then again, what guy can? It gets worse with every hour, my cramps beginning and a slight headache from the dry wind turning into a raging migraine. I feel terrible when he suggests we stop early, because according to my map, we can get there today. It's not even noon yet, I protest. We can keep going.
"Not if you hurt,"
he tells me stubbornly, and circles low, landing in a grassy field. No amount of protests from me make him get back into the air, and so I slide off his back and collapse on the ground, clutching my abdomen. Maybe it's the changes in my body because of his venom, or maybe it's all the physical stuff I've been doing recently, but my period seems worse than usual, and it's miserable. I move to the shade of a nearby tree and use the pack as a pillow to rest my aching head. I'll be fine, I tell him. Just give me a few.
"What can I do?"
he asks, and I feel his shadow fall over me. I can feel his concern. "Let me lie here and bleed to death?" I joke. But when I feel an immediate flare of alarm coming from his thoughts, I open my eyes and reach up to touch him. That was a joke.
"A poor one."
He moves to sit at my side, then eases my head into his lap.
"Do you wish me to hunt you something to eat?"
Not hungry, I tell him, closing my eyes again. My hair spilling over his naked thighs and dick, and I can't find that I care. His body is warmer than a heating pad, and it actually helps my head a little. Rast's fingers stroke over my brow, brushing my hair back.
"May I touch you?"
It feels good, I admit, remaining still as he caresses me.
"Then rest,"
my dragon man tells me.
"We will go again when you are ready."
We can't waste time.
"Yes, we can. We owe them nothing."
People are in danger if a dragon's attacking the city.
"Then we will tell them that my mate was sick, and I refused to fly until she felt better."
I'm not sure how an excuse of, "Yeah, we were coming to rescue you, but I was menstruating. Hope that's not a big deal. We'll go over with these people." He growls low.
"You are my mate. I will take care of you. Do not pretend as if you feel fine when you do not. I do not care about any of these people we go to rescue. I only care about one person, and if she does not feel well, I am not flying anywhere."
His fingers skate over my brow.
And that is my final response.
I say nothing. I feel like he's wrong, but I also feel pretty terrible, so I'm not going to argue. His hands feel good against my skin, and I close my eyes, determined to nap. The sooner I feel better, the sooner we can get on the road. I wake up a while later and sip some water, realizing that the sun is almost going down, and I've slept most of the day away. Rast hasn't moved from his spot under the tree, still carefully rubbing my temples and grazing my forehead with his fingertips. I feel a lot better, even if my cramps aren't pleasant.
"We will find a place to sleep, and then we will go there tomorrow,"
Rast insists.
"I will not argue over this."
He gives me a watchful look and then takes the canteen from me when I offer it to him, drinks a sip, and then stoppers it. I know he's saving most of it for me because that's just how he is. And that's fine that he won't argue over whether or not we need to go on tonight, because my plans have changed. While I slept, I came up with a different solution. We need to go to a store, I tell him.
"To look for more items to assist your bleeding?" He picks up my pack and adjusts the top, making sure it's zipped tight. Gah, I can feel myself blushing at hearing it so baldly stated. Not just that. I think when we go toward the city, you need to be in disguise. Disguise. He repeats the word slowly in his mind, rolling it around. After a moment, he gives a little shake of his head. I do not follow. Explain. I straighten my clothing and look over at him. We're approaching a human city, right? And they're currently under attack by a dragon. They might know that he can turn human. They might not. They might be ready to attack all dragons, and I don't want that. So I think we should hide what you are. Hide? I am not letting you go in alone. No, not like that. I murmur and then touch my dress. We get you clothing. A cap to cover your horns. Some sunglasses to cover your eyes. And we pretend like you're human. He bares his fangs, a look of disgust on his proud features. And we don't make that expression, I add quickly, because it makes him look anything but human. When he does that, he's all fearsome teeth and menace. I do not wish to pretend to be human. How am I going to do that? Rub dung on myself? Rast sounds offended. Roll in the mud? Geez, I see how you think of me, I tell him, hurt. His jaw clenches and he moves to my side, cupping my face in his big hands. You know I do not consider you as the others. You are mine. That makes you different. Yes, but I'm still human. I put my hands over his, squeeze them. Try and be a little more patient with them, please. Rast grunts, and that's as good an apology as I'm going to get. Tell me more of your plan. Well, I'm thinking that you can tell the dragon that we're going to go into the city and to stop attacking. Because we are going to send out his mate. Rast guesses. Well, I guess we can tell him that. My dragon man arches his brows at me. Because we are going to send her out. I'm not sending anyone out if she doesn't wish to go. But if we're inside the city, then we can help figure out what's going on. His chest rumbles, and I can tell he's displeased by the plan. So you are asking me to lie to one of my people that is suffering? Simply because it is easier for the humans? Well, when you put it that way, you make me sound like a jerk, I tell him unhappily. What about the poor human female that doesn't know what's going on? How am I going to convince her that a dragon won't hurt her without talking to her? And she won't talk to me unless she trusts me. She won't trust me if I show up with a dragon at my side. These things take time. His jaw clenches. I see. What would you have me do? Wear human clothes. Just while we're in the city. We don't have to stay there more than a few days if you don't want to. A few days? His eyes immediately turn black. You intend to stay there overnight? I stroke his arm, filling my thoughts with soothing images. Rast, baby, listen to what I'm saying. If I thought it was dangerous, would I suggest this? I don't want to get hurt either. I think after today it's obvious I'm not good with pain. He pulls me against his chest as if that can change my mind and strokes my hair. I do not like your suffering either. If I could take it, I would. Well, I would be happy to give you my period, but that's not how it works, unfortunately, I say, petting his chest. But humans hide in forts now. It's the only place that offers safety from dragons. Now, how would it look if we showed up at the human city and tried to leave at dark? If you were a human, what would you think? I would think I needed a bath. I smack his chest lightly. I'm serious, think. Rast grunts. You are not wrong. I can't help but smile at how grudging his response is. I know I'm not. The moment we have finished helping these fools, we are leaving, he warns me. I do not like the scent of a human hive. It attacks the weak spots in my mind. There's a hint of fear in his thoughts, and I wonder if he's imagining the dragon we saw earlier. He was so shocked at how lost the other one was, how mindless. My poor Rast. It has to be so hard to see his people suffer like that and know there's nothing he can do to help. I look up at him and cup his jaw. I'll be at your side every moment, and I won't let you go wild again. I promise. He takes my hand in his and presses his mouth to my knuckles. I trust you. And somehow that feels like the biggest gift of all. Trust. Trust that he's going to let me take the lead on what could be a dangerous plan. No one's ever let me be in charge before. It feels incredible and a little overwhelming all at once.
I won't let you down, I whisper to him. 21. Amy. Dressing up a dragon is far more fun than I thought it would be. It's completely distracted me from the ache in my pelvis and the general awfulness I feel while on my period. I don't think Rast shares the same feeling I do, though. The only words that can come to mind for how he's acting this afternoon are extremely tolerant. We hunted up and down the highway for a store that might have clothing. The only ones we found for a while were boutique-type stores that had women's clothing and nothing else. I picked up a few skirts and tank tops, and a second pack to tote around. Still no tampons or pads, so I've been switching out my panties and rags at every stop, which is just as terrible and obnoxious as I feared it would be. It takes some time before we find a store that has men's clothing, and it's an old department store, the doors shattered and covered with shopping carts, as if someone tried to barricade themselves in.
No fresh scents.
Rast tells me as we approach.
Whoever was here is gone now.
Probably because there was no food or water, I tell him. I recognize the name of the store and remember that they sold trendy clothing, jewelry, and shoes, but little else. In the after, that's just a temporary shelter, not a real home. You stop, you grab a few things, and you continue on your way. We land and Rast helps me down, and I grab one of the loose, rusty buggies from the jumble. Let's take this into the store with us. Inside, things aren't much better. It's dark, so Rast helpfully blows out a rush of flame and sets a rack of winter coats on fire. At my terrified squeal, he knocks the rack into the center of the aisle away from the other racks of clothing.
It already smells better in here,
he says grumpily. Yeah, my dragon is not a fan of this plan at all, but he's going along with it, which tells me that he knows I'm right. I squeeze his hand. Help me find the menswear. We wander through the store, gazing at things of a past world. There's a back-to-school section filled with backpacks and pencil boxes and new shoes, all in small sizes. There's a dusty jewelry counter, still filled with rings and earrings of every kind imaginable. I peer at them for a minute, and then leave them behind. Diamonds are pretty, but useless now. I can't eat a diamond, and no one would trade a haunch of meat for a pretty bauble these days. Now, if the case had been filled with charged batteries, we'd have been rich. Oh well, I'm not looking for a big score anyhow, just some clothes. I do pause by the lingerie section in the hopes that there's something I might find for my period woes, but there's nothing useful, so I grab 2 packs of cotton panties, toss them in the cart, and head on. The blanket section has been ransacked, same with the home goods. There's an area of sparkly prom dresses that looks untouched, and I sigh wistfully at the sight of the floaty creations, because I never got to go to prom or dress up. Rast hears my sigh and pauses.
You like these?
I do, I admit. They're completely impractical and useless, and I never got to wear one. He moves forward and takes a pink dress off of a rack. It's got 2 slender straps over the shoulders leading to a beaded bodice, a long pink scarf that artfully goes around the wearer's neck, and layers of pink tulle for a princess skirt.
So wear this now.
It's not practical, I protest. There's no point.
You can wear it here.
When I pause, he adds,
You can wear it for me.
I hesitate, but then I take the dress and hold it up against my chest. Way too small. I move toward the rack and look for something that might fit me, caught up in the fun of playing dress-up. If Rast wants to see me in this, it might be fun to wear for an afternoon. I look over at him with a shy smile, and he gives me a nod of encouragement.
Wear all of them if you like.
I giggle at that. You're only supposed to wear one at a time.
Then wear the best one.
I pull out another one of the pink in a larger size and admire it. I'm forgetting all about being bloated and miserable in the face of an afternoon of pleasure. Do you like this? I ask him.
I like you best, naked and moaning.
I smack his arm, chuckling. That's not what I asked. He studies the dress.
It is soft and pretty, like you.
I nearly melt at those sweet words. Beaming at him, I shrug off my practical sundress and bra and quickly slide the prom dress over my body. It's a tight fit, and I can't do up the line of buttons in the back. I turn toward Rast. Can you do this for me?
He frowns, a look of concentration on his face as he studies the two sides of the bodice back. I do not understand how this works. At the mental image I send him, he snorts with derision. Humans are strange. Why have 30 ties when one will suffice? Because it's stylish, I tell him, holding my hair up so it doesn't snag in the buttoning. It takes him some time to finish fumbling with the buttons, and I'm pretty sure he misses a spot or two. But when he's done and the bodice is fitted, the skirts flowing down to the floor and hiding my bad leg, I feel like a princess. And because I'm feeling princessy, we head back to the jewelry counter, and I load my neck and fingers with a bunch of useless, sparkly jewelry. You shine beautifully, my mate, Ras tells me. These things make you happy? It's fun to feel pretty, I admit to him, holding my hand out and admiring the wealth of sparkle on each finger. It's something humans used to do a lot, and now we're lucky just to survive. I lower my hand and slip it into his. It's nice to have an afternoon where we can pretend that the world's not a nightmare, where it's just us and we can do whatever we want without having to worry. We can do whatever we want anyhow, Ras tells me, but leans in and gives me a light kiss. And you are lovely. Your smile is brighter than all of the things you wear this day. How can I not love the guy for things like that? I can tell just how sincere he is, because I can read his thoughts, and it makes the words all the sweeter. I feel like a princess as we wander around the store, my long skirts swishing around my legs. Rast is silent, but occasionally reaches out to caress my arm or touch the back of my neck, silent signs of his affection that I live for. I know he isn't keen on getting human clothing, so I want to make sure we get him something decent. I'm a little vain, too, because I want to dress him up and show him off to other humans. I've never had a boyfriend, much less a lover, and I'm proud of how handsome he is. Maybe it's a little selfish to want to parade him around, but I'm just so happy I want to broadcast it to the world. But first, clothes. We find the menswear in the back of the store. I pick through a few racks of denim jeans. They look sturdy, but they also look tight and uncomfortable. Something tells me that Rast isn't going to be a fan of skinny jeans, no matter how practical. I head toward the athletic wear instead and pick up a pair of blue track pants. These might work. For what? He sounds openly skeptical as he reaches out and touches the fabric. Why does it feel slippery? It's for running. The slick-feeling material is popular. It's nylon or something. I hold it up to his waist, trying to judge his size. He's big and brawny, but not fat in the slightest. Let's find you some underwear and you can try these on. You like these? He looks down at them with a frown. I think they're great, very practical. Why? He reaches out and touches my dress. Something flowing would be less confining, easier to fight in. I need something like yours. I bite back my smile. Really? You want to wear a dress? Is that bad? He seems surprised. Do males not wear such things? He sends me a mental image of a pale golden man in a long, flowing white robe. The Silurians were the only ones who wore clothing in my land, and this is what they wore. No, men don't wear them here. You would really, really stand out if you wore something like that. I'm sorry, we have to blend. He grunts and runs his hand along the stripes on the side of the track pants. How is a warrior supposed to fight in this? It is cut all the way up to my sack. He reaches down and holds his cock in his hands. It will get caught if I move. I bite back another giggle that threatens. That's why guys wear underpants. I throw a couple pairs of the track pants in our cart and then head over to the underwear section, then grab a pair of boxers from a hanger. Like these. He squints. These will not hold anything. My cock will get tangled in this as well. He glances back at me. Do you jest with me, my mate? I'm trying so hard not to laugh, and I doubt I'm succeeding. No jesting. I promise people wear them. I grab a packet of briefs and offer them to him instead. These might be better? He takes the package and stares at the picture. These look like yours. For some reason, that makes me erupt into giggles. I promise you I'm not wearing men's underwear. I open the package and shake out one pair. Just give it a try, okay? He does try them. I can feel his silent mental complaints as he slides the briefs up his legs and adjusts them, then puts on the pants. We find a shirt next, an overlarge long-sleeved t-shirt with a basketball logo on it, because most everything else will be too tight on his broad shoulders. Next is a pair of shoes that fit, and a baseball cap to cover his horns, and I give him a pair of sunglasses I've been holding on to. And then I step back and study my work. This is the first time Rast has ever been in human clothing. His form is slightly hunched, odd considering his sheer size, as if his entire body is waiting for the moment he can rip the clothes off of himself. How does it look? The clothing is baggy, and his face is hidden, his long golden hair pulled back and tucked away. He doesn't really look like himself. If anything, Rast looks like he belongs on one of the teen posters I used to have on my wall back before the rift. He looks as if he should be in a boy band. I can't help but smile. It looks perfect. Rast grunts and tugs at the collar against his neck, clearly uncomfortable. Is this what you prefer? That I am human? It's weird because I should like seeing him dressed normal, but I don't. All his beautiful, untamed savagery is gone. Everything that makes him special is hidden, and when he's like this, I can't see his incredible body, or the lovely golden glow of his chest. I can't see the whirl of his eyes. It just looks wrong. No, actually, I like you the way you are. I move forward as he tugs at the collar again and smooth a hand down his front. I can't feel his warm skin like this, and for some reason, seeing him trapped in all these layers of clothing really bothers me. I don't want him to be anything other than who he is, proud, fierce, and just a little wild. Good, because I already cannot wait to take all of this off. I can feel the disgust rolling off of him. We don't have to do this, I murmur. I'm torn between wanting to help the people in need and wanting Rast to be happy. He's been against this plan from the start, and it's beginning to worry me. Perhaps I'm not thinking logically about this and should be more worried. We will do this, he reassures me. You need female supplies, and you want to help them. I wish to help my brother that is in need. There are reasons to go, even if what I must wear is unpleasant. I smile up at him. I appreciate it. I put my arms around his waist and hug him, pressing my cheek to his chest. Thank you. Do not thank me. We are a team. We do this together. His hand rests atop my head as he holds me close. All right, well, when we get in the city itself, keep the brim of your hat pulled down low. Try not to make eye contact and let me do the talking. I'm nervous, but also oddly excited. He grunts. It is not as if I wish to speak to them anyhow. You are the only one I care to communicate with. Is it bad that hearing that gives me a little thrill of glee? 22. Amy. We fill our bags with our new supplies and head out. I shove a bunch of packs of underwear in my tote, because you never know when you're going to need to trade with someone, and fresh panties are always in need. Rast just seems happy to be out of his clothing once more, and so we take to the skies to move closer to the city. A review of my map tells me that we should be hitting the outskirts soon, and my suspicions are confirmed when I see fresh graffiti on a faded billboard. It's nearly white from age and weather, but written in big, bold lettering is, Fort Shreveport, Exit 13, look for green arrows. All humans welcome, except nomads. Friendly, I murmur to myself. While it makes sense to exclude nomads, I'm not sure that I find the suggestion particularly welcoming. It means that someone's lying about the place being friendly, or that they've had a lot of trouble with nomads in the past. Neither one is a particularly great option. Say the word and we will turn around, Rast tells me. No, let's keep going. I want to see what the fort looks like. I admit that I'm curious how another fort is run, but it's more than that. I can't stop thinking about the note and the other dragon. Is there another woman who's been singled out by a dragon? If so, she'll need my help. I can't imagine how terrified she'll be. I need to reassure her and let her know that everything's okay, that it's not a death sentence like it might seem. I want her to know she's not alone in this.
As we continue east, the streets get more clogged with dead automobiles, and the buildings go from occasional to clustered. The ruins are everywhere, just as bad as it is in the heart of Fort Dallas. I see burnt-out shells of old buildings, car lots where the asphalt is hidden by the sheer amount of leaves and debris that has slid between the now dead cars. I see a few grocery stores that were clearly ransacked long ago.
Smoke,
Rast tells me.
on the horizon.
I raise a hand to my eyes and squint around his neck, trying to see what he sees. He ducks his head a little as he flies, and then I see it. It's a tiny plume of smoke, but it's there nevertheless. You think that is people smoke or dragon smoke?
Dragon smoke,
He tells me.
I can sense that he's nearby. We approach his territory. I do not think he will be welcoming, though. Already he has sent warnings to me.
He has? I feel a twinge of worry.
He is in full courtship mode.
Rast agrees.
He will not welcome another intruder.
Oh, point out that you're mated and I'm with you and we're here to help. I don't like the thought of playing matchmaker since I know one party is probably terrified out of her mind. But I remember what Rast said. Why is it fair to help one and not the other? He's not wrong, and I'm determined to play a neutral role in this. I want to help solve the problem, no matter what it means for the human or dragon. I haven't figured out the details yet, but I figure we'll wing it. No pun intended. As we zoom along in the air above the broken highway, I see a few more green arrows here and there, all pointing toward the direction we're headed, toward that plume of smoke. I don't think it's a dragon attack day, something that you could practically set a schedule by back in Fort Dallas.
If he smells a female, it will not matter what day it is. He will not stop until he finds her.
Is it safe for us to approach? I ask. Can you talk to him and let him know we're here to help?
I will try.
There's a long pause, and I feel Rast's mental connection grow a little distant, as if he's distracted. I stroke his scales as he flies, because I know it's tough for him to talk to others of his kind when their minds are insane. I can only imagine what it does to his head. I keep petting him and touching him, letting him know that I'm here with him. We sail along on the wind, and in the distance I see a large shadow in the sky. That must be the dragon. He continues to fly around, circling one particular area like a buzzard over a kill, and I shiver at the sight of him. It brings back a lot of bad memories. I think of Fort Dallas, and I wonder if Kyle got Claudia's scent one time when she left to go out on her scavenging hunts. It would explain why he was attacking the city over and over again, out of pattern. So many things fall into place with the more information I get. It's fascinating, and it makes me wonder if a lot of the problems between humans and dragons are that we simply don't understand each other. It makes me more resolved than ever to be that bridge, that communication link to help both parties. If Rast and I can live happily together, there's hope for others too. Look at my sister, Sasha, Emma. We've all done the unthinkable, paired up with the enemy, and everyone is happy. If we can do it, maybe the others can too. I refuse to believe that there's anything special about us. Or at least about me.
You are special,
Rast tells me.
Never doubt that.
His thoughts seem focused once more, and I glance up to see that the dragon is veering away. He's spouting flame, but heading away from the spot he'd been circling over. Did you talk to him?
I did. He is lost, though not as bad as others.
Rast seems thoughtful.
He does scent a mate down there, but she hides from him. I told him my mate and I will help him find her, but he cannot attack the city for 2 days. That should give us enough time.
His thoughts strain again, and he pauses. After a time, he adds,
I had to remind him. I will need to stay in constant contact with him because he cannot remember.
Okay. I stroke his scales. Can you do it?
I can. Vaughn has a strong mind. He is quick to grasp things, and just as quick to forget them, but I will do what I can to keep him calm. Is 2 days enough?
I hope so. We'll find out. And if it's not, we'll make sure we're long gone before this other dragon comes back.
Vaughn,
he reminds me.
He has a name. I do not think it is all of his name, but some of it.
His thoughts grow pensive.
I'm not sure if my name is all of my name either.
You've mentioned that before. What do you mean?
My brother's name was Hitar, My friend was Jurek. They are both longer on the tongue than mine. I think there is some I do not recall. Some part that was broken when we came through.
His mind grows sad.
Some part that might be gone forever.
Not forever, I tell him fiercely. Never. If you had it once, you'll have it again. Rast gives me a mental nudge, as if he wants to hug me but can't.
I am lucky to have you, my mate.
Funny, I feel the same. I pet his scales. Let's focus on the task at hand and we can show each other how lucky we are later. I blush even as I send it to him, but it doesn't matter. Nothing's going to separate me from my dragon. Not now, not ever. We stay overnight at another department store and head out this morning. It's early afternoon when the gates of Fort Shreveport come in sight. Because we don't know what kind of dragon alarms they might have, we don't want to set them off. The last thing we need is to show up when the fort's on lockdown, because then no one will let us in. I'm a little surprised to see that Fort Shreveport is a middle school, sandwiched in between abandoned suburbs. I shouldn't be surprised, though. In the after, a sturdy building is a good shelter, no matter what its original purpose was. This one's still standing, so that makes it home to someone. Heck, Fort Dallas is a series of shanties wedged between old car garages and cement buildings because that's what's safe. People welded a bunch of old car frames together to form the barricade around the fort in Dallas. So the fact that this is a heavily fenced middle school shouldn't be that weird. Safe is safe. The other dragon, Vaughn, has left the area, but Rast tells me that he's anxious to return, his crazed thoughts constantly creeping up against Rast's more calm ones. So instead of heading into the gates of the school, we double back, flying over the crumbling suburban neighborhoods that cluster around the school itself. We fly out until the school is out of sight, and then land. Rast remains in dragon form while we walk in, careful to keep low so no one can spot us. This part of my plan I didn't think through so well. I knew we could fly close to the city, but I didn't think about how we'd get inside the city. It's not like we can fly one street over and just have Rast shift forms. They'll notice an enormous dragon disappearing. So we have to take things a lot slower. When we get too close to the city for it to be safe, Rast shifts to human form. He changes into his clothing, clearly hating every minute of it, while I desperately try to find a car or bicycle in working order. I'm wearing a long, scarf-like skirt and a t-shirt with my sneakers, having changed to something more practical than the prom dress. I kind of miss it, though. Maybe we'll go back and play dress-up again after this is done. I loved being princess for a day. Of course, since we're so close to a fort, anything in this area that was useful is long picked over. I'm determined to walk every step of the way in, but Rast puts an end to that. He shoulders both backpacks, since we made one for him for appearance's sake, then lifts me into his arms as if I weigh nothing and carries me. I can walk, I protest, even as my arms go around his neck.
You can, but it is my pleasure to carry you, and you are tired.
I am tired. Day after day of travel has really worn me out. It doesn't matter that I'm riding all day on his back. I'm not used to the physical exertion of being out and about. Couple that with the never-ending Texas heat, my period, and everything else, I'm too wiped to argue. I just adjust the brim of his cap so it goes low over his eyes, and then stroke the long braid of his blonde hair. We probably should have cut this to make the disguise perfect, I murmur. But I can't bear the thought. I love your hair. It's as wild and free as you are. Normally. Even now, I hate to see it braided and confined. It feels wrong.
You can comb it out for me later,
he promises.
For now, we will pretend to be as human as we can.
I study his face. I don't know if this is a great plan. Even in disguise, Rast still looks otherworldly. His eyes are covered with sunglasses, the cap over his head, and his clothes covering his body can't really hide the fact that he's alarmingly big and muscular. Nor can it hide the fact that he's wearing long sleeves in early autumn, which is ridiculous for Texas. He's not sweating. His skin is a strange, coppery gold that has a pattern if you look closely. And he's got miles of hair, fangs, and thick fingernails. At a quick glance, he might pass for human, but anyone with half a brain will figure out right away that he's other.
If they do, then I will shift forms and protect you as I should, in my battle form. There is nothing to be afraid of.
He's right, of course. I just don't want to be wrong. I want this to go well because I'm the one pushing to help people. I feel like this is my only chance to show Rast that humans aren't as awful as he thinks they are. That we're not all smelly bastards sitting around destroying and stinking. That humans are just as thoughtful and clever as his own people. We're just different.
You may say it, but I do not believe it,
he tells me with amusement.
I will never believe that someone that smells as if they rolled in their own dung is intelligent.
I smack his chest lightly, because I know he's teasing me, and then let my head rest on his shoulder. It's still quite a walk to the front gates, and I'm tired. I'm sorry my plan wasn't a better one.
Your plan is fine.
It would be if I could walk properly, I think.
There is nothing wrong with you.
Rast sends me with another one of those fierce mental blasts that always feel like they rattle my teeth.
We have different strengths, that is all.
I'm not sure I have any strengths.
Your heart is kinder than any I have ever met,
he tells me immediately. I'm flattered, until I remember he doesn't have a lot of his memory.
I may not, but I know this is truth. You are good to your core. You want to see only the best in those that surround you.
I toy with his braid, fascinated at how thick around it is, bigger than my wrist, and as gold as the rings I played with yesterday. Maybe because I'm surrounded by the best people? My sister is wonderful, and you are the most thoughtful, sweetest man.
No,
he abruptly tells me.
I am not one of the good ones. Just because I am good to you does not mean that my past is erased, my Amy.
He sounds so certain that I'm surprised at the vehemence in his anger. He genuinely thinks he's a bad person. If you were unkind, would you carry me for blocks just because I have a bad leg?
If you were my mate, yes. Because your cunt clutches my cock better than any hand.
I snort. Liar. You try to sound all badass, but the tightness of my girl parts has nothing to do with you rubbing my head when I had a headache. Rast just grunts. You can't convince me, I tell him cheerily. You're the best, don't deny it.
Amy, my fires. Your memory is short. Do you forget that I destroyed another dragon who sought to claim you? Stole you from your friends and family?
I snuggle against his chest, eyes closed. Yeah, but I wanted to be stolen. And he was trying to get between our love. Those are all different.
I sold myself to the enemy on my world.
Necessity. People do that here too. You didn't want your family to starve. He is quiet. I can tell he doesn't believe me, but that's all right. These things take time. Maybe someday he'll see himself as amazing, just as I see him. Until then, I'll just keep telling him otherwise. 23. Amy. There's something about Fort Shreveport that seems off. We approach and I can't help but feel uneasy. There's no one on the streets leading to the fort, and I have to remind myself that they've been under siege by a dragon. Just because Fort Dallas would swarm with people minutes after the all-clear was given, it doesn't mean that Fort Shreveport is the same. But still, there should be scavengers out, or hunters looking to bring kills back to the city. Someone. Something. Instead, it's just awfully quiet. I have Rast put me down and we link hands as we head toward the iron gates. I can tell the clothes are chafing him in all kinds of ways, but he refuses to tug at the material, determined not to give us away. I also know he's pacing himself so his steps match my much slower ones, and I appreciate that. It makes it look as if we're heading into their city full of confidence, so unworried that we're taking a leisurely stroll up to their door. The gate itself isn't all that big. It's about 6 feet tall and wrought iron, with the Thompsons worked through the metal. Obviously, this belonged in front of someone's driveway and it's been stolen. Instead of the car barricade that Fort Dallas had, this one seems more prison-like. Circling the front of the building is an 8-foot-tall chain-link fence, set into the ground with poles and decorated with barbed wire on top. The school itself looks like it's been covered with all kinds of metal shingles, from every place imaginable. It's a patchwork covering, reinforced here and there with the occasional half-melted stack of tires in strategic corners of the building.
From between the links of the fence, I can see inside, and as I watch, people emerge from the shelter of the building and head out, dragging wagons and carts. There are metal awnings covering nearly the entire fenced courtyard, and underneath them, it looks like rows of plants. Fascinating. As I watch, a lanky boy runs along one row of vegetables and yanks a chain securing it. As he does, the awnings move up so the plants can catch sunlight. Fire barriers for their crops. Wow, that's so smart. I watch as the carts are pushed into neat rows and see that they're potted plants filled with what look like tomatoes. I'm already impressed with this place, I murmur to Rast. He only grunts. It does not smell as bad as some of the human hives. I do not think there are many here. I eye the vegetable patches. I think he's right. When you have thousands to feed like Fort Dallas does, there's never enough farming to feed all the mouths there, and what little land is quarreled over because someone wants to drop their shanty there. If I had to live in another fort, I'd pick this one, just because it looks cleaner and more open. Plus, I don't see militia patrolling. That's a big positive in my book. I can't help but notice that everyone here looks a little uneasy, though. As we approach, my nervousness escalates. Can they tell Rast is a dragon, then? Is it that obvious? I thought his disguise was pretty good. I clutch his hand tighter, and the two guards at the gate step forward. They're wearing fire helmets and coats, which would be amusing if it wasn't such a good idea. I also notice that the two at the gate are women, which is also a first for me. I'm used to the militia, which is nothing but a bunch of guys throwing their weight around. These women don't look like they should be messed with, though. Each one carries a shotgun, and it looks like they're far too comfortable with handling them. One lifts her chin and hitches her gun under her arm, her finger near the trigger. Stay your business. We're travelers stopping through, I say, trying to sound as friendly as possible. Saw the signs on the road that said this place was friendly and welcoming. To a point, the woman says. She doesn't move out of my way, though. It's a bad time to come visiting. Because of the dragon? I reach into the pocket of my skirt and pull out the note that I've kept. I got this from a dove that I saw. Joanna sent it. Can I talk to her? I want to help. The two women exchange a look. Joanna, says the other. That's right. The women shoulder their guns and one moves toward the gate. I'll bring you to see Gwen. You got weapons on you? We'll need to pat you down. No weapons, I say, but my voice is tight, worried. If they pat Rast down, is his disguise going to be ruined? Can I bite their hands? My dragon growls in my head. No, please. We want to get inside the place, remember? He growls again. Then they can put their smelly hands on me, but not for long. It won't be long, I promise. I give the women a bright smile. You're welcome to pat us down. One moves forward and runs her hands quickly over my legs and waist. Name's Andrea, that's Cass. You? I'm Amy. My boyfriend is, Sam. When he growls in my head again, I shush him. You need a human name. Did it have to be that one? Nice to meet you both. Where you come from? Andrea moves toward Rast and gives him the same cursory pat-down, and I'm relieved to see she doesn't go near his arms, where his spikes would be painfully obvious if she rubbed him the wrong way. Fort Dallas, I say, and when they make noises of surprise...
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
I continue. I know, far, isn't it? We were heading along to Fort Orleans, see if it's a more welcoming sort of place. Had no idea you guys were here until we got the message from Joanna. The women cast another look between each other, and then Cass gives me a polite smile. Fort Orleans is big, unruly, lots of hungry folks there. We like it here better. It looks nice here, I admit. Structured, quiet, clean. All of those things are so rare in the after.
I do not like how uncomfortable they are,
Rast tells me.
They are hiding something.
I'm getting that feeling too. And the dragon? The note said you guys were under siege.
Dragons are dragons,
Andrea says, waving a hand.
No sense in fussing over it.
No sense in fussing, I echo, surprised at her response. This is the same place that sent a note pleading for help from the attacking dragon? We've got some experience with dragons, I tell her. If you have one that's hovering over your city, maybe we can help.
Not necessary. He's gone now, isn't he?
She smiles brightly at me, a little too brightly.
Come, I will show you to the guest quarters. You can wait there until Gwen meets you for dinner.
And Joanna? I ask.
And Joanna,
she agrees.
Rast. There is the familiar smell of human dung and dirt in this hive, just like every place that humans find to dwell. Whenever there are more than a handful of them, the stench follows. To me, that is not surprising. What is surprising is that I pick up a very different scent as we enter the fort and scan the faces around us looking for the answer. Despite the dark glasses I wear over my eyes, I can still make out faces and bodies. There are maybe 20 or 30 people here, mostly female and with small young. I see females with young clutched to their breasts, some holding the hands of older ones who watch us with curious eyes. They do not look hungry, which makes my heart glad. I do not think I could bear to see the young hungry. It reminds me too much of my own youth. I still remember my mother's pinched face, the way she held my sister and shook with frustration and anger when she realized that Tamarit would not be waking up again. It is while I study the children that I see him. Another male. He is covered from head to toe, much like me, and as I glance in his direction, he slips behind the others, disappearing into the small crowd, but not before I catch a glimpse of golden skin, heavy clothing, and a hat that would hide his horns. Curious? A mated male, then? I send out a mental greeting, but there is nothing in return. If he is Draconi, his mind has been gutted. There is no psychic link, no brush of his mind, no presence at all. Strange. I want to push forward after him, to chase him down, but Amy is clutching my hand so tightly I do not dare leave her side. She listens as one of the females continues to chatter at her, talking about growing food and how safe they are and how happy everyone is. These are not the faces of happy people. They gaze at us as if we have brought trouble to them, instead of trying to solve it. My mate murmurs something back as I scan the group once more. No sign of the dragon man, if he existed. I am now doubting my own abilities, and I breathe deep, trying to catch his scent. All I get is more human stink, and nearly choke on the miasma of it. I send another feeler out mentally, but there is no response. Perhaps it is another fragment of my broken mind. "Did you see him?" I ask Amy. "The man with the golden skin, standing at the back of the crowd?" She glances around and then looks over at me. "No. Do you want me to ask about him?" "No. Let us not call attention to my appearance." I squeeze her hand. A Draconi uses 2 senses more than anything, his mental link with others of his kind and his sense of smell. Neither of these tells me that another was here. I must be seeing things. For a moment, I am dejected. I thought I was doing better than that. I thought my mind had healed more. "You are doing fantastic," Amy sends to me, with a little return squeeze of her hand. "Maybe we'll find out more." Maybe. If not, so be it. A Solorian would have made his presence known the moment I tried to touch his mind, so it is not one of them. If it is another who has found a way to stay safe and sane in this strange world, I will not be the one to give away his presence. It does not matter, I tell my Amy. Let us find this Joanna and be on our way. "Where can we find Joanna?" my mate asks. "Her message made it seem like things were very urgent. I should talk to her." The woman glances over at my mate and shakes her head. Joanna is out, but will be back for dinner. We are invited, she says, to have dinner with the mayor of the town, Gwen. "I see," Amy replies. I can tell she is uneasy. "Have no fear, my mate. We will not do anything foolish. If they betray your trust, I will snap their necks." "No neck snapping yet," she sends to me, with a hint of amusement. I guess I should be scared that it's clear they're lying to us, but I'm mostly irritated at the subterfuge. Having you at my side makes everything okay, though. I bite back a draconic rumble in my chest at her pleasant words. Ask them to have dinner now. Best to get this over with. My Amy smiles at the woman. "What time will dinner be served?" "At sunset," the female replies. "Come, I'll show you to where you can stay. We have an area set aside for guests of the city. If you want to stay, you'll be assigned a permanent room, but until then, you'll have to make do." "Of course," Amy says in a sweet voice. "We really appreciate how welcoming you guys are. I know it's hard to trust newcomers, but we're so pleased to find another settlement that offers safety and comfort. And we've got some goods we can trade if anyone's interested." The woman's eyes gleam with excitement, and then she drops her gaze. "We'll talk about that after Gwen gives the okay." "All right." "Huh," Amy sends to me, not a moment later. "Most people coming in from the scavenge lands would be asked what they have. I know it was always exciting when travelers came through at Fort Dallas. She hasn't even asked if we are nomads. And it's clear she wants to trade, but she won't? Not unless Gwen gives the okay? Something strange." "We will be ready if they should try anything," I tell her. "Do not worry." "I'm not. I know you'll keep me safe." Her trust flows through her thoughts and fills me with pride. The female leads us through the long hallway, and as we pass by doors, classrooms, Amy fills in for me, we see that they are set up as homes. Families have made nests and decorated each one, and more people peek out to stare at us as we move past. The woman gestures at a door at the end of the hall and indicates this is where we will be staying. She tells Amy that if there were others visiting, we would share a chamber with them, but we are the only visitors they have had in a while. "That's fine," my Amy says, her tone as gentle as her lovely face. "We'll rest for a bit and then come out for dinner?" The woman smiles and shuts the door behind Amy. We are alone once more. The room is oddly quiet for a long moment, and then my ears adjust to the low hum of people in the distance once more. Amy glances around, stepping forward. "Well, it's better than what I had at Fort Dallas, that's for sure." I look around at the room. There is no window out, and the wall is covered by a long black slab with writing on it. There are 3 beds for nests, with shelves at the foot of each. The scent of straw is thick, and when Amy moves toward one bed and sits down on the edge, I hear the crunch of straw as well. "At least the blankets are nice," Amy tells me, running a hand over the quilted surface of one. "Seems like an awful lot of effort for a trap." Her thoughts just confirm my own. "And yet you feel like it is a trap? Let us speak silently, my mate." She nods. They didn't ask the right questions, didn't seem to be interested in anything except sending us away until we mentioned Joanna. Then they were quick to welcome us, but I'm still not getting a welcome feeling. They were not interested in talking about the dragon. No. She is thoughtful. It was almost like an afterthought to them, or something they specifically did not want to talk about. So strange. I sit down next to her on the bed and touch the hat on my head. Can I take this off yet? The band cuts into my forehead. Perhaps not yet, she tells me with a little grimace. We don't know if they're watching us. We have to be careful a little while longer, and we should probably eat before we go to dinner. Realization dawns. You think they poison their enemies? I don't know, but I also don't want to find out the hard way. She takes my hand in hers. This feels like a mystery, doesn't it? I do not like how excited her thoughts are. She did not lie. She is truly not afraid. Instead, she is eager to learn more about these odd people. As long as you are not harmed, I see no issue in playing along, I tell her sternly. But the moment you are in danger, I know. She gives me a little smile and makes a claw with her one hand, mock pretending to scratch. Out comes the dragon.
24. Amy. I'm nervous while we wait for dinner. Rast remains in his clothing, though I know he hates every moment of it. I can feel the irritation rippling over him, as if he's covered in nettles instead of cotton and nylon. He lies back on the bed with me tucked against his side, holding me close against him and playing with my hair. We're both quiet, lost in thought. I keep playing the too short conversation with Andrea in my head over and over again. I know these people are different, that they've never lived in a place like Fort Dallas, but I try to think how I would have greeted two strangers that showed up on my doorstep, asking about someone. I wouldn't trust them. Strangers are always dangerous. People don't travel for the hell of it any longer. They travel for a reason. If you've left your fort behind, it's because you were kicked out or something else dire happened, like sickness or starvation or dragons razing the entire thing to the ground. They didn't even ask why we left Fort Dallas. Just smiled and invited us in after a cursory pat-down. It would have been one thing if they thought we were traveling scavengers looking to sell our wares, but they didn't even seem all that interested in trading. It's like they don't want to do anything until we have dinner with Gwen. And Joanna, who almost seems like an afterthought to these people. The dragon thing is odd, too. If my people were under siege by a dragon, I'd be more afraid. Someone professing they can fix the problem would be immediately encouraged to do so, because even a small dragon attack can cost valuable crops or lives. They were less afraid of the dragon than what? It doesn't add up. Which is why we're going into dinner prepared. I've got a small knife that was in my pack, and I'm going to wear it strapped to the inside of my thigh. Rast is more than ready to take on anyone that tries to hurt us. We're going in under the assumption that this is a trap. One way or another, though, we'll get answers. We'll talk to Joanna and see what's really going on.
Vaughn is returning. He says he smells his mate.
There's a note of warning in Rast's thoughts.
He is getting harder and harder to convince.
Tell him it's too soon. I squeeze Rast's arm, the one looped around my shoulders holding me against him. Tell him to be patient one more day, or we won't be able to get her to come out and talk to him. Tell him... I don't know what you can tell him.
I am reassuring him that we are hunting down his mate for him and will flush her out of the hive.
There is a long pause.
He says he will wait one more day.
His thoughts become strained.
I must constantly reassure him that we are helping him. He does not hold anything in his mind. It is like trying to capture wind.
His mate better be here, I say, or else this might get unfortunate for everyone else around here.
Agreed.
Which is a shame because they seem like nice enough people. It's clean here and there are lots of children, which already makes it different than Fort Dallas. Down one hall I can hear children laughing, and there's the hum of people chatting a few rooms away, their voices too low to make out. No one seems worried. No one seems the least bit curious about the visitors either, which is another red flag. My stomach growls, a reminder that we need to eat before dinner. I hope we're not going to miss out on some lavish, decadent feast because we're afraid to eat. What do you suppose they're going to serve? Rast rumbles with amusement.
Joanna?
That's not funny, I tell him. I eat a small meal of potato chips and a stale cookie, and then we wait for someone to show up. It's not surprising to me that Andrea is the one that comes to the door. She knocks and then sticks her head in, all cheeriness.
Ready to eat? We've got a special stew in your honor.
I'll bet, I think to Rast, but I give her a smile. More than ready. Thank you so much for having us.
Our pleasure,
she says sunnily.
Follow me and I'll take you to Gwen's quarters.
She cocks her head at Rast, a little furrow of surprise between her brows as she notices his cap and sunglasses while indoors.
Headache?
He's sensitive to light, I tell her with a little grimace. His eyes were damaged during the rift.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The look on her face is actually sympathetic, and that's just even more confusing. We move in step behind her, and I notice that unlike before, the halls are completely silent. No one's lurking in their rooms or chatting nearby with a friend. No one's come to gawk at the newcomers. Do you guys have a community kitchen? I ask, curious. The answer might be as simple as that. Andrea looks surprised at my question, and she gives me another overbright smile.
Sort of. Gwen can explain it to you. Come on, we don't want to keep her waiting.
Definitely not, I agree. Okay, I haven't felt nervous before, but with all of the empty, silent rooms nearby, I can't help but feel a bit on edge. Rast must sense this from my thoughts because he reaches out and takes my hand, giving it a comforting squeeze. I love him so much.
I am here. No one will harm you.
Just that gentle reassurance is enough for me. I stand a little straighter, and I decide to have some fun with this. We can play along, too. At the very end of the hall, Andrea pauses in front of a pair of double doors.
Gwen's waiting for you inside. Enjoy yourselves, and welcome to Fort Shreveport.
I give her my most gracious smile. Thank you so much, Andrea. You've been so wonderful and welcoming. When her smile slips a little, I decide to push it a little further. You know, Sam and I aren't big eaters. I'm sure there's enough food for one more. Why don't you come to dinner, too? It'll make us feel at home. Her eyes go wide with surprise.
Oh, I couldn't.
Yeah, I'll just bet she can't. Please do. I put a hand on her arm and give her my most convincing look. She bites her lip.
I can't. My little brother's waiting on me. I'd love to another time, though.
Another time, I agree with fake sweetness. I watch as she gives me a relieved look and then opens the door for us.
They are terrible at being devious,
my dragon points out. They really are. We step inside, and the moment we do, Andrea shuts the door behind us and there's a click, as if it's being locked. I'd be nervous about that, except my Rast is here with me. He won't let anything happen. The room we're in is as elegant as one can be in the after. Long swaths of silky fabric cover the bland walls, and there's a large wooden table set in the center of the room, complete with candlesticks. Several places have been set at the table, and there's a faint scent of stew, stable of the apocalypse, cooking somewhere. I glance around looking for the fire, and sure enough, someone's been clever enough to set up a wood stove in the corner, a hacked-out hole in the ceiling letting the pipe carry away the smoke. Atop the stove, a pot simmers. In the center of the room, a woman with dark hair and wide cheekbones pours a few glasses of fresh water and gestures at the candlelit table. Have a seat, won't you? I'm Gwen.
Are we supposed to be pleased at the effort she makes?
Rast asks, openly skeptical. I guess so. I move forward and sit down in one of the chairs, biting back my sigh of relief at the ache in my leg. Even that small jaunt down the hall is making it throb fiercely. Sit next to me? I ask Rast.
No.
Before I can question, he comes behind my chair and puts both hands on my shoulders, a silent claim and protection both. I freaking love it. The woman called Gwen looked surprised at Rast's stance, but then moves his water glass next to mine. Relax. No one means you any harm.
Even the way she says it is tight, as if she doesn't quite believe it herself. "You're the mayor here?" I ask. "I am." The look on her face isn't a proud one, but a resigned one. It's the look of someone who's taken on an unpleasant task simply because there's no one else to do it. For a moment, her face looks strained, and I actually feel sorry for her. And then I remember she's probably going to poison us. "My name is Amy," I tell her, and gesture at the dragon man hovering over me. "This is Sam. We were traveling toward Fort Orleans when I got Joanna's message about the fort being under siege. If you don't mind me asking, where is Joanna? I'd like to meet her and talk." Gwen purses her lips and pours herself a glass of water, then sits down directly across from me. "She couldn't make it tonight. Busy." "She's surely here in the fort, though," I ask. "What with the dragon siege and all?" "Of course, but she's sleeping. I'd hate to bother her." I nod slowly as if I understand. Oh, I understand all right. I understand that Gwen's lying through her teeth. I'm tired of playing these silly games. I know we're locked in. I know there's something up with the stew. I know that something strange is going on. There's no sense in pretending like I'm clueless. "Shall I shift to battle form and defend you?" Rast's hand tightens on my shoulder. "No," I tell him. And it's strange, but I feel strong, empowered. I might be weak physically, but we have this Gwen chick just where we need her. We're on to her games. She has no idea who she's messing with. So it's time to mess back. I give her my sweetest smile. If Joanna's sleeping, someone should wake her up. Her message sounded truly urgent, and that dragon might come back sooner than we hope. For a moment, Gwen's careful expression slips, and her expressive eyes look so very sorrowful in her face. She's pretty, I realize. Or she would be if she didn't seem so world-weary and tired of everything. Like life has beat all the spark out of her. But then she firms her mouth and shakes her head, picking up her glass of water and taking a sip. "She'll join us later." "I see." I tilt my head. "Before or after the poison stew?" Gwen chokes on her water, coughing and spewing. "What?" "Isn't that what you're up to?" I ask. "Or is it something else? Some other sort of trap? It can't be the water." I gesture at the glass in her hand. "Or are you going to go old school and just hold us up at gunpoint? I'm curious." She blinks her big eyes at me. "Why would you think you're going to come to harm?" "Oh, come on," I say with a little laugh. "I come from a fort. I know how these things work. You guys are way too welcoming. A private dinner just because strangers showed up? Please. If you want to put me at ease, you'll treat me a lot worse. That's how forts treat visitors. You and I both know that no one just wanders in from the streets for a lark. But you guys didn't ask us a single question, just welcomed us in and invited us to dinner with the mayor. Like that doesn't scream trap? And why is no one worried about the damn dragon?" I cross my arms over my chest. Does Joanna even exist? I'm curious. Gwen just stares at me for a long, long time. I have an uneasy moment where I think maybe I've judged her wrong. But then her face crumples, and her mouth quivers, and she puts her head down in her arms, shoulders shaking with tears. Well, that's not exactly the action of a bloodthirsty murderer. More like a woman trapped with no choices. My heart squeezes with sympathy, and I reach across the table to pat her hand. "You want to tell us what's really going on here? I meant it when I said we could help." She takes a deep breath and lifts her head, dashing tears from her eyes. Her hands are shaking, and for a moment, she looks far more delicate and fragile than I've ever felt. "We wouldn't poison you," she says dully. "We need you alive." "Alive? What for?" Her expression grows sadder and sadder. "Because that's the agreement we have with the Brothers of Ash." I've never heard of these Brothers of Ash, but I can guess who they are. Nomads? At her ashamed nod, I feel all sympathy for her leaching out of my body. "You made a deal with nomads to sell people to them?" "I don't have a choice." She puts her hands to her temples. "You saw the people we have here. Fort Shreveport has no militia. We have very few men. We weren't even a fort until about a year or so ago. Just a group of women and children who left Fort Tulsa when the new mayor took over and decided that anyone with a vagina was part of his personal harem." She shudders. "You don't understand the choices we've had to make." This isn't the first time I've heard bad things about Fort Tulsa. Emma speaks of it with hatred. Does it matter? Rast asks. I can sense that you are torn between feeling sorry for her and being angry. Do not forget that she tried to poison you to give you to nomads. His hands are tight on my shoulders. You are too clever for her plans, but that does not mean she should be forgiven. I know. I reach up and touch one of his hands, stroking his knuckles. I can sense the rage simmering behind his thoughts. He really, really doesn't like that Gwen wished ill upon us, and it makes me feel even safer. I have the biggest, baddest protector around. I'm not afraid of her or anything she tries. It's going to be all right, I promise him. I want to know what's going on. Let me talk to her before we burn this place to the ground. I do not know if you are teasing, he mutters at me. I would happily raise this place. I can call Vaughn back at any time, and between the two of us... No, babe. I promise we'll get to the bottom of this before we decide what our plan of action is. We can be benevolent badasses as long as it suits us. He grunts aloud, and Gwen's gaze flicks to him. I reach forward and pat her hand with my free one to focus her. You think I don't understand bad choices? I grew up in a fort. I know how terrible they are. She looks utterly miserable. We've nothing but women and children here, some elderly. A few men that pass through. Some stay because they get attached to a girl, but for the most part, we're vulnerable. I never realized just how vulnerable until a few months ago. The Brothers of Ash rode through and we welcomed them, just like we welcome everyone who needs a place to stay and a bite to eat. She swallows hard. That was a bad call. They robbed us and hurt some of the women. They stayed for a few days and then left, but not before telling us that they'd be back in a few weeks, and we were now under their protection. They insisted we have to pay them a tithe. It sounds like typical nomad stuff. They're bullies and awful people. And Gwen is right. This place does seem to be mostly women and children. I can only imagine how she felt knowing that she'd unwittingly let in the enemy. So you decided to offer them strangers? No, she says hoarsely. We decided to up our security and try to fight them off. We're not without pride. We hid all of our food, armed our people, reinforced our fences, and it didn't do any good. When they came back, they demanded their tithe. We couldn't pay, of course. We had no intention of paying them. We just wanted to be left alone. Her eyes water and she swipes at them again, glancing away. So they set a trap and stole my sister when she went out hunting. Told us if we ever wanted to see her again, we needed to double the tithe. Humans are best since they're in the market to peddle flesh. That was weeks ago. They told us that if we didn't get the tithe to them, they were going to sell her on the black market to the highest bidder. The look in her eyes is pleading. I know it's no excuse, but she's my sister. Family is everything. Her words are like a little stab in my heart. Family is everything, isn't it? But I've abandoned my sister to be with Rast. I know she's worried sick, frantic over her missing, fragile little sister, and I haven't sent her a word. I feel so guilty. Rast's hands clench tight on my shoulders, and I know he has to be picking up my thoughts. I didn't want to go along with what the Brothers of Ash are suggesting, but my sister... She swallows hard. I can't abandon her to them. So we sent out messenger birds with notes. You're right that there is no Joanna. It's the code word we decided to use. We figured that anyone that shows up asking for Joanna could be drugged, robbed, and then sent on their way. It's not honorable, but it's our only option. She rubs her brow again. I'm not proud. I know it's wrong. I just don't know what else to do. Ask for help? I suggest. From who? She laughs bitterly. Fort Orleans? Fort Tulsa? You said you came from a fort. You know just as well as I do that asking them for help is no help at all. Whatever they want, the price will be too high. I can just imagine what they'd want from an encampment full of women. I hate that her words make so much sense. I want to be angry, but I understand how she's thinking. Wouldn't Claudia do the same thing if I was in trouble? She practically took down all of Fort Dallas just trying to rescue me when the militia held me captive. I'm not even angry. When I see Gwen, I don't see a conniving woman trying to attack strangers. I see a desperate woman who wants her sister back and has run out of options. She's powerless. Lucky for her, I'm not. I have Rast on my side. Babe? If you wish to help them, we will. I understand what it is to want to help family. I send him a wave of love and affection. My wonderful, wonderful dragon. He thinks he's so terrible, but he understands me like no one else. We can help, I tell Gwen softly. The look on her face is clearly disbelieving. She straightens, a bitter little smile on her face. You know what's really sad? When I sent out the messenger pigeons with the notes about the dragon siege, there wasn't one. It's like fate's throwing things in my face because for the last week, we've had a dragon that wouldn't leave. She shakes her head. Some terrible luck. You're better off just leaving this place behind. I won't stop you. Hell, I'll probably send my people with you. Her eyes water again and she looks miserable. I can't protect them if they stay here. I mean it, I tell Gwen again. We can help. We can help with the nomads and the dragon both. But you've got to promise never to harm another person. What you were trying to do tonight isn't right. She shakes her head at me. I appreciate the offer, I really do. But unless you're rich, I don't know that the nomads are going to be interested in whatever you have to offer as a trade for my sister Daniela. She's really pretty. Her voice catches, and she clears her throat. And she's a virgin. They're going to keep her and sell her no matter what, I think. You would need a hell of a lot of trade goods. Oh, we're not going to trade them, I reassure her. Gwen tilts her head. You're not? Then how... Rast? I ask, patting my mate on the hand. I glance up at him. Care to do the honors? He bares his teeth, displaying sharp fangs. Gwen gasps and jerks backward in her chair, nearly falling over. What the fuck? We can help you with the dragon, because we have one, I tell her smugly. And we've got far more muscle than any number of nomads would. Sit back and listen up, because I have a very interesting story to tell you.
25. Rast. The human female known as Gwen does not believe my Amy at first. To her, dragons are enormous and scaly, and I do not match her image of such things. She has never heard of a dragon taking a human form. I think of the male I saw in her fort, and wonder if she is truly so clueless, or if it is an act. But when I lean over the table and breathe fire, she looks frightened enough to believe. After that, she calls in the human female that has been our guide, Andrea. The two sit with Amy and discuss how they will protect the others in Fort Shreveport. It is clear that the human nomads will need to be dealt with, Gwen's sister will need to be rescued, and the dragon will need his mate. For such a small population, they certainly have a lot of problems. It is interesting, though, because my Amy is in her element. Her eyes shine as she tells her story to Gwen and Andrea. She speaks with such authority that the other females listen to her without protest, and when she gives them ideas of how to lure the nomads in, they agree quickly. I am proud of my mate. Who would think that my gentle Amy had such a strong streak of leadership? But I know her best of all, and it makes sense to me. She has a fierce heart, despite her fragile exterior, and she cares deeply for all that she meets. She truly wants the best for Gwen and her people, and does not even mind that they tried to trick us. She understands it, and every time Gwen makes water fall from her eyes and mentions her sister, I can feel Amy's sorrow in missing hers. I realize I have made a mistake in keeping my mate from her family. Amy would choose to be with me, I think, but there is no reason why it must be one or the other. Surely she can see her sister and still be my mate. As for these humans, while I am not pleased with them, they are cleaner individually than they are as a group. In small doses, they can be tolerated. And as they tell my Amy their sad stories, I see a community between them. Caring. Family. It reminds me of my own people. The Draconi are fierce but close-knit. and it makes me ache with homesickness. The females talk while I hover over my mate. I do not participate in the conversation unless my mate asks me a question directly, and I never address the other females. I do not like the human spoken tongue. Amy can convey my thoughts to them easily enough, and I have no desire to speak to the others. I will let my mate take the lead and merely support her. Amy is not all sweetness and understanding, however. She makes demands of the group. If we are to stay and help them, we must have trust. We must have supplies, and they must listen to what Amy says. We must have quarters big enough to house a dragon, and so the females will take us to an enormous room called a gymnasium that they have been storing items in. Gwen asks if the room will do. I decide to show them. I shift immediately, my itchy human clothing shredding in a heap at my feet as my wings flare outward and I flick my tail. I stretch because, it feels good to be back in my battle form after a day of playing human. As I do, Gwen stumbles backward. The other topples over in shock and must be revived. And my Amy? My Amy just stands there, proudly, strong and unafraid. I have a mate that any Draconi warrior would be fiercely proud to claim. The females scatter, with Gwen promising to send messages via birds to the nomads. Amy wants to send one to her sister, but changes her mind at the last moment. I don't know if she'll even see it, Amy tells me, and there's sadness in her thoughts once more. She misses Claudia and wishes she could talk to her. I feel my guilt like a stone around my neck. It lingers even after the humans bring Amy real food and blankets, and a bed is set up for her near my feet. My mate thanks them graciously, and I am amused at how they race about to please her. One would think that this is her fort, not Gwen's. They fuss over Amy and make sure she is comfortable, and then all three women turn to me. "Do you have any questions before they head out for the night, Rast?" I lean down and nudge my sweet mate. Ask them about the male that was in hiding here, the one who disappeared. Amy turns to them and speaks. She describes him, and the women exchange a look. Gwen says his name is Liam, which is not a Draconi name. Then again, neither is Sam. But I notice that Gwen looks uncomfortable. She speaks again, telling my mate that the male has been with them for a few months, but she has not seen him this day. Did they not know he was a dragon? I ask Amy. No one saw his eyes, his teeth? They speak a bit longer, and then Amy sends up to me. They thought he was sick, skin condition. He always stayed heavily covered and did not talk much. Gwen is hiding something, though. She knows more than she's saying. Look at how flustered she is. Maybe she is his mate, I suggest, and he is playing at being human to protect her. But that doesn't explain why she was so surprised when you shifted. You can't feign that. A mystery, I agree. One for another night. I nose her hair. You are tired. As if my words prompt it, my mate yawns. I am, but I need to ask more about who the other dragon's mate is. We need to find out which girl it is. Vaughn can't attack the city again. We need to flush her out and have her talk to him. He will want more than to talk to his mate. He will want the connection that I have with my Amy, the soothing layer of her thoughts against my own, her spirit twined with mine. I am not sure these females will agree, though, and so I nose my mate gently again. That can wait until morning. He has touched my thoughts several times today, but is content to wait. Oh, good. Man, this place is just a dog pile of problems. But she sounds happy, content. It is as if she is thriving being of such use to the others. I thought I would be jealous of such a thing, but I love to see how happy my mate is, how much joy this brings her. Perhaps I have been selfish in wanting to keep her all to myself. I have thought about what I wanted and not about what she wanted. Now, I am starting to see that we can both be happy in such an environment, if it is the right one. As long as she is at my side, I do not care how many humans surround us. The doors shut, and then we are alone in the echoing room. My mate sighs and lies down on the blankets, gazing up at me. "Alone at last," she murmurs, and gives me a sleepy smile. "This has been an interesting day." "I think the most interesting thing is how you took over," I tell her with amusement. "My fierce little commander of a mate." Amy just chuckles, closing her eyes and rolling over on the bed they made her until she can reach my claws. She puts her hand on one and strokes it, as if she has to touch me to relax. I like that. "I think Gwen never wanted to be a leader. I think she just didn't have anyone else to take the job. And I think that if we had a choice, she'd give herself up to save her sister, Daniela. But I bet she feels like she can't because she's in charge. It's a sticky situation." "We can leave," I suggest. "Fly out of here and leave them to their problems. It would be what they deserve." "No, I want to stay and help," she tells me, with an absent caress to my scales. "It's funny, because once upon a time I might have screamed about how wrong and evil they were for trying to sell us out, but the after changes things. Now I just see them as people in trouble, trying to make the best decisions they can. I'd probably do the same thing if Claudia was in danger." Her thoughts drift back to her sister. She wonders how Claudia is doing, the young in her womb, and she worries her sister is distressed. I lean down and let my breath trail over her hair, fluffing it just so I can feel it against my nose. The scent of her calms me, even when I feel the fires lick at my mind, like they do now at the thought of Amy leaving me. "You miss your family." "I can't help it," she murmurs. "For so long it was me and Claudia, and she took such good care of me. She was the mom when we didn't have anyone else. I feel like I'm betraying her a little every day I don't tell her that I'm fine. I can't imagine how worried she is." She bites her lip and looks up at me unhappily. "I'm sorry to bring it up. I'm trying not to think about it. I know it's stressful for you." "It is more stressful that my mate is upset," I tell her. "Can you shift so you can hold me?" she asks, gazing up at me. "I'd really like that." She need not ask again. I immediately switch forms and move to her side in the bed, pulling her soft body against me. My senses fill with the scent of her, and I stroke her hair, even as she presses her cheek to my chest, and her arms go around me. "Much better," she says, with a little sigh of contentment. "I don't think we're in danger here, and I like touching you like this." She finds it comforting, and she needs comfort. I feel a stab of guilt. I have kept her from her family. I am the one that causes her unhappiness. "It's okay," she whispers, and I realize she has read my thoughts. I must have broadcast them too loudly. She strokes a hand up and down my arm. "I know it takes time for your brain to feel like yours again. We'll figure something out." I am selfish, I admit. There is a fierce, possessive part of me that wants to fly far away from all humans and hide you away in the mountains. Find a nest high up where no one can ever find you, and just keep you safe and secret from the world. She chuckles, her breath fanning over my skin. "Not the worst idea, but I can't just disappear and not say anything to my sister. I'd miss her, and it's not fair. I know I am unfair. I run my blunted claws through her hair. I realize this now. I have kept you to myself because it made me happy, but it does not make you happy. You like being around other people, other humans. When they're decent enough? Yeah, I do. I've met some really awful ones back in Fort Dallas. Gwen and the others? I actually think they're a lot like me. They're doing what they can to survive. It makes me want to help. That is because you have a kind heart. Maybe. I just have knowledge that I feel I can share for once. It feels good to be an active part of a community that works together. When we were back in Fort Dallas, there were so many days I just sat around, doing nothing, because I couldn't physically do much. Claudia would go scavenging, and Sasha would barter, and I'd sit at home and wait for them to get back. I accepted it because that was just how things were. But now that I see I can have more, I want to do more. I like being helpful. I like that we can give back to the world. If we can make just one small pocket of humanity happy, then we've done a good thing, you know? It's important to have safe places in the world, especially for women and children. Fort Dallas is too far gone, I think. The militia has it in a stranglehold, and Fort Tulsa sounds awful. But maybe this small fort can be something better than it is. Her unhappiness flares again, and I sift through her thoughts. She worries she has to choose between 3 things now: this fort, which she wants to help, me, who she loves, and her sister. You can have it all, I tell her gently. We will help these people. I will not abandon you, and after we are done here, we will go and find your sister. She sits up in the bed, her eyes wide with hope as she gazes down at me. Really? Truly. I caress her cheek. Just swear you will not leave me. Leave you? Her expression softens. Oh, Rast, I would never leave you. I love you. We're 2 halves of the same whole now, a team. Bonnie and Clyde, peas and carrots, Wonder Woman and whoever Wonder Woman was dating. I do not grasp any of what you just said, but I am glad. There will always be part of me that worries I will drive you away with my selfishness. I am not a good male. I am surprised when she rolls her eyes. You always say that, but you are always good to me. You're like Gwen, babe. You did what you had to do in order to survive. It wasn't like you woke up and decided you wanted to serve Solorians because it sounded like fun. You did it to feed your family and because you were hungry. Why would I judge you on that? I think of Hitar and the last time I saw him alive. My spirit aches. I worry about family because mine betrayed me. My brother tried to kill me, I admit to her, and take her small hand and press it against my throat, where the white scars dance along my neck. You asked me about these marks. He gave them to me. He tried to end my life. Her eyes go wide with shock. What happened? What always happens with Solorians. They crept into my mind and took over until I was a mere shell. I understood what I did, even if I did not like it. I could not protest their orders. They owned me right down to my spirit. My thoughts fill with bitterness. I never allowed myself to return to my family's nest. I did not want them to see what I became. Even though I was a great general in the Solorian army, to them I was a monster. My brother saw me when I was visiting a neighboring nest. I destroyed them in the name of the Solorians, because they were withholding tithes that had been promised to the overlords. I close my eyes at the memory. Hitar was a gentle spirit, like you. They were his friends. He could not believe what I was doing. I saw in his eyes that he loathed me. I shifted back to my 2-legged form to show him that I was yet his brother and offered him my hand. He turned away. When I turned my back to him, he attacked me, tried to kill me with his claws. A wry smile touches my mouth. Even in rage, he was a terrible fighter. He tore at my throat, but not enough to kill me. "That's so awful," Amy whispers, and I can feel her hurt as she aches for me. It was. I remember the feeling of utter betrayal, of hollow, empty anger as I realized what my brother had done. I was truly lost in that moment, covered in my own blood and that of a neighboring nest, of a family I had known when I was young and unblooded. I slaughtered them without a second thought, all because my Solorian overlords commanded it. "What did you do?" she asks, her mind gently probing at mine. "My masters did not like what happened, of course. It is against Solorian law to attack a general. Even though I was bleeding from my wounds, and even though my heart was breaking, they forced me to subdue Hitar and bring him back to Solorian lands. He was conscripted and forced to serve in the army like me, his mind cracked open by their foul magic. I think of my gentle brother, and my spirit aches so fiercely I cannot stand it. Dragging him in was worse than any wound in my throat. It was because of me that he died. I will always remember that." "It wasn't your fault," my Amy tells me, her voice sweet. She caresses my face, her touch grounding me, forcing the fires of despair to the back of my mind. "He made his choice just like you did. He knew what he was doing was wrong." Or he simply felt he had no other choice, just like the humans here. I catch her hand in mine and press my lips to her palm. This is why I do not trust. This is why I am afraid I will lose you if your family finds you. "You'll never lose me," she sends fiercely. Her thoughts are so full of love and understanding that I ache with the realization of what I must tell her. Even if I am the one that holds you apart from your sister, I know they have searched for you. I felt it. Amy goes still beside me. I can feel her hurt, her confusion, and the possessive, furious flames surge ahead in my mind. The rage threatens to boil over. "What do you mean?" she asks, her thoughts faint as my own threaten to go wild. I felt the touch of a mated male's mind back at our old nest. I knew it must be your sister's mate, and I sent him away. I show her the signal I sent, the wordless warning of a mated male's territory, and for him to leave. I knew it was wrong, and I did it anyway, because I wished to keep you to myself. She is silent. I am afraid to probe at her mind, to feel her dismay and her betrayal. I do not want to feel her love for me dying away. It will break me completely, and I am already tenuous. Moments slide past with aching silence. All the while, the fury builds in my thoughts, waiting to overpower me, waiting for my mate to reject me so I can lose myself to the madness once more. I will let it reclaim me, too. I have no wish to be aware of who and what I am if she hates me. "Oh, Rast," Amy says softly. She moves forward and presses her mouth to mine. "I could never, ever hate you. Never think that. I'm hurt, yes, but I understand what you did. I love you. In the future, we need to talk these things over, though. Like I said, we're a team. I would never abandon you to stay with my sister. You're my soul, and I'm yours." Her smile is achingly beautiful as she gazes at me with trust and love. I am not worthy of such devotion. I hold her close, not kissing her, just pressing my face to hers. The fires die back, soothed by Amy's love. Was ever a Draconi male so lucky? Never. They have never had my perfect, wondrous, beautiful Amy. Wherever you wish to go, I will follow, I vow to her. If you wish to return to your sister, I will take you there. If you wish to escape this place, I will be your wings. If you wish to stay, I will be at your side. You are my everything. There are no thoughts, no words that can express what you are to me. Maybe we can show it with touches instead of words, she tells me, and gently brushes her mouth against mine once more. Her hand slides low on my belly, and she caresses my cock. Let me love you the way I've always wanted to. I go still underneath her. You mean, yes, I want that. Her thoughts are bright, shining with devotion. There is no ugliness between us, Rast. A mating, any mating, can be nothing but beautiful. I choose you every day. I choose you for all time. And I choose to have you in my body. So why not in my mouth? It loves you as much as the rest of me does. I growl low because she makes it sound so enticing, and yet it feels forbidden. It is not a Dracony thing. I am not Dracony, she reminds me, and begins to press light, teasing kisses to my chest. Does that make you sad? It does not. I would change nothing about her. I thread my claws through her soft hair and hold her close, even as she lets her lips move over my skin. You know it does not. Then let me love you like a human would. Lie back and let me pleasure you. Her eyes gleam with enthusiasm, and I cannot deny her this. I cannot deny her anything. With a sly little grin, my mate moves lower, kissing and licking down my stomach. My entire body tightens in response when her tongue flicks at my navel, because I know where she is heading. It feels like the most wrong and decadent thing ever, and I cannot deny that I want to feel her mouth there. That's because it will feel amazing, she tells me. You like mating face to face, don't you? I do. I like being able to look into my Amy's eyes as I plunge into her and bury my cock in her tight cunt. I love seeing the look on her face. I love being able to kiss her when I thrust into her. Both ways are equally good ways to mate, but there is an intimacy to her way that has a special appeal. This will be very similar, she promises, even as she slides a hand to cup my sack. It will be different, but so good. You like putting your mouth on me. Of course I'm going to like the same. How do you know? You have never done it. My thoughts are strained, because all I can think of is the feel of her hand against my sack, caressing it. She giggles and lightly strokes my sensitive flesh. Because it's you. I love kissing you. I love your scent. I love everything about you. Why wouldn't I love this? Why indeed? I have no answer. I cannot think of anything but my sweet Amy's mouth as she kisses lower. Part of me wants to bolt from the bed, to flip her onto her hands and knees and claim her. The ache in my cock tells me it would be good, so good. But a more curious part of me wants to experience this. Am I not changing to meet her needs, I reason? I have shorn my claws, something no Dracony would do. I have mated with her face to face. I can let this happen. Her fingers curl around my shaft, and she gives it a slight squeeze. You're so hard here, but your skin is so soft. It's amazing. I've wanted to touch you like this for so long. Her little sigh fans her breath over my length, and I realize how close she is to taking me in her mouth. She is but a finger length away, and I am straining not to grab her head and push her lovely mouth toward my cock. "I'm going to explore you first," she whispers against my skin, and her fingers slide over my length, touching and learning my shaft the way she has wanted to for days on end. I am in her thoughts as she caresses me, and I can feel her wonder and pleasure at how it feels, how she is attuned to my responses, my sharply inhaled breaths. It makes the sensations that much more intense, and I do not realize I am growling with pleasure until she chuckles. "Shall I stop?" "No, I do not want that. Not any more." Amy runs her fingertips over the head of my cock. She traces the rounded head of it, then moves one fingertip along the ridge of thicker skin along the top of my shaft. "It's almost like you're scaled, but in a different way than when you're a dragon. Like you're so tightly overlapping that it feels like skin, but when I see this, it looks like scales. It's fascinating." My cock jerks in response to her touch, and she breathes a pleased little sigh when droplets of my cum beat atop the head. She drags her finger in the wet spend and circles it along my cockhead, teasing me with every moment she does not take me into her mouth as she promised. I never thought I would want something so much. I want to watch as she takes me onto her tongue. I want to see the look on her face, feel her thoughts when she tastes my flavor. And then I groan aloud when I feel the excitement in her mind at the thought of doing such a thing. She feels powerful right now, sexy and powerful. Her arousal scent perfumes the air, making my cock even harder for her. It takes everything I have to remain lying down on the bed next to her, because the mating urge is strong within me. But how can I take such pleasure from my mate? How can I reject such pleasure myself? "I'm going to put my mouth on you now," Amy murmurs. "Why are you telling me before you do so?" My thoughts are strained with the effort of remaining still so she can touch me as she likes. She chuckles again. "Because I don't want you rearing back and knocking me over?" She leans in, and her breath fans over my lower stomach, my cock. "And because it's fun to tease you." My mate, my sweet, lovely Amy, is being a tease and enjoying herself. It makes me want her all the more. "Do with me as you like, my fires. I am yours." "I know," she says, in that coy, flirty little voice of hers, and more pre-cum beads atop my cock at hearing that. I love seeing her so confident, so playful. My perfect, beautiful mate. Amy's long, pale hair slides over her shoulder as she sits up and grips my cock, wrapping her fingers around my length. She gives me another light caress and then leans in, the tip of her tongue between her lips in anticipation of tasting me. Before I can draw another breath, her mouth is on me, hot, wet, indescribable. She makes a little sound of enjoyment at my taste, and I can feel the pleasure spiral through her mind. She likes my flavor. She likes the feel of my cock against her tongue. She flicks the tip of it against my shaft, and then traces me with her tongue, exploring me with it like she did her fingers. I groan and fist my hand in her soft hair. It is all I can do to remain still under her ministrations. I do not want to disturb her, because she might stop. I want anything but that. This is one of the most incredible things I have ever felt. It is almost as if my cock is sheathed in her cunt once more. She is so hot and wet. But instead of the unrelenting tight clench of her cunt, I feel the slick drag of her tongue against the underside of my shaft, the tickle of her lips against my skin, the suction of her mouth as she tries to take me deep. It is different, and it is exceedingly pleasant. No, more than that. It is intense and could shatter a male's control in a matter of breaths, especially when she makes those little sounds as she suckles me. Amy makes it seem as if she has no pleasure greater than taking me into her mouth, and it only makes my cock harder. I want to thrust into the sweet warmth of her mouth, to fuck it like I fuck her cunt, but I dare not. I am hers to claim like this. Amy moans and glances up at me, even as she slides me deeper into her mouth, her hand curled at the root of my cock. The sight of her like that is almost too much to bear. My breath hisses from my body, and my sack tightens as if I am about to spill, and I quickly pull her off of my cock. It is too quick, too soon. She casts me a hurt look as I pull her away. Did I do something wrong? I shake my head. I am panting. Incredible. It is too much. I will spill in your mouth if I lose control. Good. That's what I want. She lowers her head again. No, my fires, wait. No, she tells me stubbornly. Let me love you like this. Her mouth descends on my cock once more, and her hand pumps at my shaft. She suckles me again, teasing with her tongue, and then taking me deep, so deep that I can feel the back of her throat tighten against my cock head. Feel how good it makes me feel to touch you like this. I cannot. If I touch her thoughts like that, I will explode. Don't you like this? She cajoles. The sight of me taking you into my mouth, the feel of my tongue, my hands, I growl and wrap my hand in her hair again, my hips bucking involuntarily forward, as if my body has a mind of its own. I can feel her gasp of surprise when I thrust hard into her mouth, but then she moans around my length, and her arousal sweetens the air. Oh, she moans, both in her head and aloud. Do that again, Rast. I love that. I can deny my mate nothing. With a groan, I slide back and then push into her mouth again, careful not to harm her with my strength. Her eyes close with bliss, and she tightens her mouth around me. She loves this as much as I do. I grit my teeth, determined not to spill too quickly, and begin to fuck her mouth with my cock, using my hips as I hold her head steady to receive me. With this angle, me on my back and her over me, I can watch every expression on her face, and it only adds to my pleasure. Perhaps too much. I feel my body tighten once more, my sack drawing up. I try to pull her back, to extend the pleasure, but she wraps a hand around the base of my shaft and squeezes, even as she tightens her mouth and sucks hard, unwilling to let me go. With a mental shout of her name, I come, spilling into her soft, delicious mouth. She releases me then, and as I pull out, my seed trails over her lips and tongue, and down her pretty chin. It is the most feral and obscene thing I have ever seen, and I am riveted by the sight, even as my release sucks the breath from my body. I lie panting in bed, struggling to recover from how hard I have come, even as she licks every bit of my seed clean from her face. And then she gives me the most beautiful smile I have ever seen. Now I carry your scent everywhere, don't I? She is the most perfect creature ever. Never have I felt so content, so at peace with who and what I am. It does not matter if I am fully dracony or not. All that matters is making my Amy happy. Growling low, I grab her by the waist and flip her onto her back on the bed, pushing up her skirts. Now it is your turn. The only thing better than her sigh of happiness are the other sighs I wring from her moments later.
26. Amy. We spend every moment of the next few days preparing for the inevitable confrontation. I work side by side with Gwen, doing our best to calm the fears of the others when they realize that no, we aren't going to give in to what the nomads want. We're going to fight back, and we're going to use a dragon to do so. There's a lot of hysteria, especially when people see Rast switch to his battle form. It takes time for people to realize that he's not going to snatch them up and eat them, no matter how many times I reassure them and caress my dragon's muzzle to let them know he's on our side. It's a bit annoying to Rast, but he's endlessly patient, especially where the children are concerned. It's like he instinctively wants to protect them, and it makes my heart squeeze happily. While Gwen and I make plans, Rast hunts down a few cows and brings them back to the fort. His rationale is that a well-fed people are stronger and less frightened, and by the end of the first day, I see children approaching him to try and pet him. Rast flicks his tail a little, but otherwise doesn't object, even when sticky little hands slap at his scales. My sweet, patient dragon. Did I ever think he wasn't my knight in shining armor? How wrong I was. My part's a lot easier than Rast's. We meet with each family and assign them hiding spots outside of the fort. If everything should go badly, I want them to have the opportunity to escape. Supply bags are made, weapons are distributed, and we scope out the nearby suburb streets that surround the school and make sure that everyone has someplace to hide for when the nomads arrive. It all goes smoothly, and I find that these people work well together. More than that, they listen to me as if I'm a voice of wisdom. I kind of like that. Strange to think that I'm the expert on something for a change instead of the burden. But after the last few months, I know a lot about dragons. And after Emma's run-in with nomads, I know that you can't play around with them. You can't go by their rules. You have to go at them fast and hard, and you have to show them that you mean business. I plan on grinding them into the dust and making them beg for ever screwing with Gwen and her fort. I just hope that Gwen's sister is still alive. But if she isn't, we can save the rest of the fort. Theoretically. Vaughn is another problem. Though the wild dragon is listening to Rast when Rast assures him that we're trying to find his mate, he's quickly losing patience with the idea of staying away from Fort Shreveport. I know it's hard for him because his mind is crazed, but having him show up mid-nomad meeting is the last thing we need. It's getting harder and harder to get through to him, and soon enough we're going to have to find out who his female is and see how she wants to handle things, because Vaughn's only got one focus, his mate, and he's not about to give up on her. But it's been so crazy in the fort itself, I haven't had much time to sleuth out who she is. If it's Daniela, we're going to have a problem if she doesn't return. But if it is Daniela, why is he still at the fort and not chasing her down from the nomads? Unless he's lost her scent entirely and just keeps returning to the last place he scented her. All I know is that we can only handle one problem at a time. And right now, Vaughn is problem number 2. Still a problem, but not as immediate. For now, he'll have to wait. He might snap, but hopefully not before we can solve the nomad issue. 27. Amy. 2 days later.
They come.
Rast tells me as I shove supplies into a bag alongside Gwen inside the gymnasium. Rast is outside in the courtyard watching to make sure Vaughn remains a safe distance away. Lately it's been more difficult for the wild dragon to wait. He creeps closer and closer to the fort, but at least he's not torching things. It's a terrible compromise, but it's all we've got for now. I can hear the purr of their machines. I lift my head from my task, all alertness. This is the moment we've been waiting for. You're sure?
I am. Shall I fly out and see how close they are?
Gwen stares at me. I ignore her, concentrating on Rast. Can you do it without alerting them?
I will fly low.
He sends a wave of affection to my thoughts.
And I will not go far. You will be safe. Never fear.
I'm not afraid, I tell him, and nod at Gwen. They're coming. Rast's going to scout for us. Time to round everyone up. Gwen jumps to her feet and races across the room. She grabs an air horn, one we've been saving for such an occasion, and gives it a blast. I wince, rubbing my ears. People pour in, herding along children and loved ones, as Gwen and Andrea and I hand out packs. They know they need to scatter just in case. I'm hoping we never need that just-in-case scenario, but I've also learned not to overestimate how low humanity will sink. We herd people out of the city and make sure the streets are cleared while Rast watches from the rooftop of the school. He sends me visuals every now and then, showing me how close the nomads are coming. I can see a fleet of bikes in the distance through his eyes and count up 6 men. 6 against an entire fort. It makes me so frustrated. They're picking on Gwen's fort simply because they were foolish enough to be kind to strangers. Surely there's still a place in this world for kindness to others.
There is.
My dragon reassures me. His thoughts are vague, distracted. You all right, Rast? I ask, limping over to my seat in the gym while Gwen and Andrea usher the last of the families out to hiding.
Vaughn is agitated, he tells me. He waits nearby, says the smell of his mate is growing stronger.
Because we're sending the others out into the abandoned houses? Or because the nomads are bringing back Daniela?
I do not know. Trying to decipher his mind is like trying to peer through smoke.
Can you hold him off? I ask, moving to sit in a folding chair. This could be bad if my dragon, our muscle for intimidating the nomads, can't be in our meeting because he has to keep the other dragon at bay.
I can, but give me a moment.
He sends a mental caress and then his mind detaches from mine, and I know he needs everything he has to concentrate. I can hear a distant roar of disagreement, as if Vaughn doesn't like what he's being told. Crap. Who are you talking to? Andrea asks, curious. My dragon. I rub my forehead. The other dragon's acting up. He's having to push hard at him to try to keep him back. Gwen moves to my side, pale. She's got a gun belted at her waist and a knife at her hip. Andrea has her favorite shotgun slung over her shoulder, though she's ditched her firefighting gear today for jeans and a plain t-shirt. Without it, she looks prettier, almost like a model. Certainly too girly to be a gun-toting badass. Andrea frowns at me, flicking her braid over her shoulder. What does that mean, acting up? I thought your dragon scared him off. It means that he's looking for someone, and he's more convinced now than ever that the person he wants is here in the city, and he wants to meet her. Andrea's eyes go wide. Meet her? Gwen looks pale. He wants a girlfriend? Like your dragon? A mate, I correct firmly, and nod. And yes, he's scented someone that he thinks is his mate, and he will stop at nothing to get to her. A mate's the only thing that can restore his sanity, and so he's going to press hard to come after whoever it is. We need to get a record of everyone who left the fort recently and might have gone out far enough for a dragon to pick up her scent. Gwen and Andrea exchange a look. No one says anything. I bite back a sigh of annoyance. We can deal with this after the nomads, but it's not a problem that's going to go away. Hiding won't change anything. We'll talk about it later. For now, let's focus on getting Daniela back. Once Rast has Vaughn under control, he'll come join us. Andrea's expression softens. His name is Vaughn? The other dragon? Interesting. I nod and pat the flat surface in front of me. Let's table that for now. Who's got the list of demands? Andrea, give me the clipboard. Gwen, go find a window and let me know when they're coming, since Rast is busy. The women dart off, and I prepare the folding table we've set up. It's got a colorful tablecloth over it, and glasses of fresh water set out. There are 6 of them, so I unfold 6 metal chairs for them and 3 for us, since Rast prefers to stand behind me, then set the places at the table. It feels a little ridiculous to set up a picnic of sorts, as Andrea called it, but there are a lot of reasons to do something like this. It shows them we're unafraid. It shows them we know just how many of them are around. It gives a civilized setting to things, and provides us a bit of leverage. It's harder to grab at a woman when she's seated across from you. And really, setting a table and inviting my enemies to dine reminds me of something an old-school queen would do. Plus, it'll set them on edge. They'll think we're up to something, and we will be. Just not in the way they think. They're going to be expecting poison, not a dragon. I'm almost excited for this confrontation.
I return.
Rast sends to me.
They're almost here.
I'm in the gym, I tell him. Come and get dressed, I have clothes for you. I can practically feel his groan of dismay and bite back my nervous laughter. It's necessary, I promise. They'll really be rattled if you hang out naked. It'll show our hand quicker than we want to.
Not an entirely bad idea,
he grumbles. How is Vaughn?
ready to pick off the nomads at a moment's notice. He is more difficult to reason with by the hour. I trust we will have an answer for his mate soon.
His tone indicates he thinks the women here are being silly by not speaking up. Maybe they are, in his eyes, but I understand it. A dragon can be fearsome and frightening. They're still seen as murderous monsters to most people. It's going to take some time for someone to adjust to the idea that they've got a dragon in love with them from afar.
Let the female take all the time she wants, as long as she does it in his arms.
Rast sounds impatient.
But we will do it your way for a little longer.
Thank you, babe. The gym doors open a moment later and Gwen trots in, looking embarrassed. She's got binoculars in her hand and races forward. They're coming, and, so is your dragon guy. A split second later, Rast walks in, buck naked and golden, swaggering forward as if he owns the place. Gwen looks very intently at the list of demands in front of me, and I can practically feel just how flustered she is. I guess she's not used to dragon nudity like I am. I rise to my feet to greet my dragon, and he moves toward me and clasps me against him, giving me a fierce kiss that leaves me breathless. I'm surprised but pleased at the demonstration.
After spending so much time in Vaughn's mind, it makes me grateful that I have you, Miami. Now show me these terrible clothes so I may chafe at your side.
I can't help but giggle. A few minutes later, Gwen and Andrea are seated beside me at the table, trying to look calm. Rast is dressed in a new set of human clothes, this time sweatpants and a t-shirt with the construction logo on it. He wears a cap and sunglasses to hide his face once more, and remains behind me, one hand on my shoulder. When the nomads arrive, it's going to look like I'm in charge, which is good. We want to present a neutral party to them, one that has no personal ties to Daniela or the city itself, and can't be manipulated.
Plus, you are the one mated to the dragon. That gives you all the power,
Rast reminds me. He's not wrong. If we were back in Fort Dallas, I'd be quaking in fear at the thought of meeting with nomads. Now I'm excited, because I can't wait to put them in their places. The doors open. Andrea gets to her feet, her shotgun on her shoulder. Gwen remains seated next to me, but she's tense. I do my best to appear as calm as possible, and Rast squeezes my collarbone lightly, reminding me of his presence. Cass steps forward dressed in her fireman gear, her own gun at her side. She looks at us, and I can tell she's nervous. Guests are here. The nomads saunter in behind her, and one slaps her ass. I can practically see Cass grit her teeth, but she says nothing, just steps to the side and lets them approach. The Brothers of Ash are exactly what I expected when I heard that there were nomads in the area. It's 6 men, all wearing leather vests and newish clothing. The leader has a salt and pepper beard and a bit of a gut, which tells me that they're well-fed nomads. I'm betting that Fort Shreveport isn't the only fort they have bullied. Behind him are a few other men of various sizes and shapes. One's tall and thin, one's short and fat. One has terrible teeth. One's scarred and hideous. One leers at me like he sees me naked. All of them look mean, and they carry weapons at their waists, guns and knives. I have no doubt that they've had more practice with them than Andrea probably has had with her shotgun. I don't see any sign of Daniela, though. Of course, they might have left her out with their bikes, but I doubt it. They didn't bring her. I can feel Gwen tense next to me.
Heard from a little birdie we got our tithe,
the bearded leader says to me.
Unless we're getting paid in pussy. I don't see it anywhere around here.
The men behind him laugh. Gwen's practically bristling with frustration. Time to take action before Gwen or Andrea can say something that's cross purposes to our goal. I gesture at the seats across from us. Sit down. Beard arches one bushy eyebrow at me.
Who the fuck are you?
Now I can feel Rast bristling. The tension in the room feels like it's about to go through the roof. I keep calm, though. I smile at them and indicate the seats across from me. I'm the one in charge here. Sit.
We having a tea party, princess?
He looks me up and down and gazes a little too long at my boobs before moving to sit across from me. None of the others sit, though. They remain behind their leader, looking cocky and full of themselves. Beard tilts his head and studies me.
I ain't in the mood for tea, doll. I'm here for my tithe. Got places to go, people to kill.
He grins wide and reveals a missing tooth. Charming. There's no tithe. Fort Shreveport is under new management, and we're not going to play along with your blackmail games. You have 24 hours to return Daniela to us, unharmed, and to return this list of stolen goods to the people of this fort. I pick up the clipboard and offer it to him. He glances at me, then at Rast. It's clear he thinks Rast is just more of the fort's muscle, because he barely looks at him before flicking the paper on the clipboard, not even glancing at the neatly detailed list of items that we've requested. I know we won't get any of that back, but it gives us power to push them hard. It makes us look unafraid and in control. Or it will once they realize who they're dealing with. Beard barks a laugh and shoves the clipboard back at me.
You ain't getting this shit, honey.
My name is Amy. It's not Honey. It's not Doll. It's certainly not Princess. It is Amy, I tell him calmly. And we are getting this shit. We are also getting Daniela back. This isn't up for negotiation. His lips twitch and he smirks at me.
A what?
Or I'm going to call a dragon down on you. I clasp my hands on the table and keep my expression exceedingly calm, serene. Beard stares at me, then rubs a finger in his ear, twisting back and forth.
Didn't quite catch that, little girl. What'd you say?
It's Amy, I remind him. I won't tell you again. And you heard me. I'm going to call a dragon down on you and take out your men. They're going to be torn limb from limb, and a few of them will probably end up feeding the dragon, since he'll likely be hungry. He doesn't discriminate when it comes to meat. I continue to give him a cool look. Then I'll send him back to your camp to destroy everyone else and take back what we've generously offered to have you bring us. We're going to get it either way, you see. The question is whether or not you wish to live. He stares at me, listens to my calmly menacing threat with an incredulous look on his face. When I'm done, it's quiet for a long moment. No one says anything. Then one of his men snickers. Beard breaks into a howl of laughter. Suddenly all the men are laughing as if I've said the funniest thing ever. I just wait patiently. When their snickering dies down, I gesture at the list again. Those are our demands. Like I said, you have 24 hours to bring it all and return Daniela here unharmed.
This a joke? Beard wheezes, wiping at his eyes. 'Cause I ain't heard anything so funny in a long fucking time. You are not in the position to make demands, little girl.
I warned you. I tell him one last time. My name is Amy.
Sweetheart,
he begins, reaching across the table to grab my wrist. Before he can touch me, Rast's arm shoots out and he grips the nomad, growling. The bearded man's hand never touches me. Rast won't let him. The other nomads tense, reaching for their weapons. I can feel Andrea next to me shifting on her feet, ready to sling her shotgun down from her shoulder and start shooting. Gwen touches the knife at her belt.
Can I kill him?
Rast asks. Not yet. The bearded man's nostrils flare and he glares at Rast, then at me.
You might want to call off your guard dog before I do something you're going to regret, little girl.
If you call me that one more time, you're going to lose your hand, I say calmly.
You in what army?
Change now, Rast. I tell my dragon. Scare the heck out of him.
Done,
my dragon says, and I'm rocked forward in my seat as Rast surges into his battle form. The bearded nomad falls backward out of his chair in shock as the dragon looms over us, and I see Gwen and Andrea both quiver as if they're about to run away, so I clamp a hand down on each one's leg to let them know it's all right. The other nomads stagger and fall backward in shock. Rast opens his mouth, and for one terrifying moment, I think he's going to flame all of them. But he only lets out a deafening roar that shakes the walls of the gymnasium. This is why I wanted to have our meeting here. I wanted them to see the sheer power of my dragon. I wanted to shock them and scare the pants off of them. It seems to be working. The looks of terror on their faces are downright laughable. The faint scent of piss permeates the room, and I wrinkle my nose. I get to my feet slowly, ignoring the twinge of my leg. I don't move forward, just put my hands on the table. Get off the floor, I tell Beard. Now. He staggers to his feet, his face pale. Behind him, the other nomads hold their guns up, pointing at Rast, but we all know they're useless against dragons. I pick up the clipboard and hold it out to him. Your list. Now where is Daniela? Beard's lips move, but nothing comes out. After a moment, he whispers,
Camp. Back at camp.
His eyes are wide with fear and flick back and forth between me and my dragon. She's at your camp. How far is that from here?
Few hours.
He stammers, slowly getting to his feet. Rast growls and he slides backward another foot, wary. Well then, I say firmly, you have our list, you have your bikes. We expect her back tonight. Gwen grabs my arm, leaning in. Amy, wait, how do we know they're going to give her back? Because they really, really don't want us coming after them. I cross my arms under my breasts. A dragon can sniff out a particular person and follow their scent trails for miles and miles. We'll find you, and we'll raze your camp to the ground and destroy everyone inside if you don't bring her back unharmed. Tonight. As I speak, the bearded leader's eyes narrow. He looks at me and then watches Rast for a moment.
If you let us go, we can bring her back, sure.
It's like he's getting his confidence back the longer he's on his feet. He takes another step backward, and the look in his eyes is becoming less afraid and more sly. I need to regain the upper hand. Furthermore, you're going to leave Fort Shreveport alone from now on. It's protected by dragons, and we won't hesitate to let them eat anyone that comes to our doorstep. Beard's lip curls.
Because a dragon cunt runs the place now?
His men take another step back, glancing at their leader in a mixture of fear and bravado. Rast growls, lowering his head. I glance over and see that his eyes are whirling a dangerous black.
Let me destroy him.
I put a hand to his nose. Not yet, love. Don't piss my dragon off. He doesn't like it when you call me names. Beard glances back at his men. He scowls, glancing over at me and Rast. It's like he's trying to decide if saving face is worth it.
Trained him like a dog, did you?
He jeers at me.
You...
Rast leans over the table and snatches the man up in a single messy bite. Bones crunch and blood sprays on the floor, and one dismembered arm falls to the ground. Oh, yuck.
I will not let him insult you. Or me.
Rast's thoughts are black.
Shall I eat all of them?
No, hold off, Rast. I have this. Let me handle it. Fall back. Reluctantly, Rast steps back, his mouth still dripping blood. The gym has fallen completely silent. The remaining nomads look shocked, their faces white. They don't look so arrogant now. I clasp my hands. All right, one of you is going to bring Daniela back tonight. Who's going to take the list? Not a single soul objects this time. One of the men darts forward and picks up the clipboard from where it lies in the blood.
Tonight,
he tells me, his voice shaky.
See what we can do.
You do that. And I make a shooing motion with my hand. You'd better get to work. They stumble out of the gym and race out, not looking back. Rast roars again, shaking his wings just in case they need more inspiration to get the hell away. I have to admit, he sounds pretty fearsome. The gym doors slide shut and I sit back down again. My legs are shaking and my hands are trembling. I glance over at Gwen and she's utterly pale. Andrea's eyes are blank and wide, and she clutches her gun tighter than I've ever seen someone hold a weapon. I feel deflated. We confronted them. That's done, I say softly. Now we have to wait. Do you think they'll bring her back? Gwen asks, looking over at me. Why didn't we kill them? Because if we murdered all of them, the rest of their gang would come back looking for a fight, and they'd probably kill Daniela out of spite. I shake my head. This way they go back and tell their buddies to avoid Fort Shreveport. The word spreads and no nomad is going to mess with this place. Just give it time. That's amazing, Andrea says. You were so calm and sure of yourself. I laugh and the sound's a little hysterical. Did they think I wasn't scared? I'm still shaking. I had a dragon to back me up. Immediately, Rast noses me.
I am sorry I could not wait. No, wait. I am not. I am sorry that you will be upset. I am not sorry that I ate him.
I grimace as his sticky muzzle touches my hair. Gross, babe, you're covered in biker.
I need a bath,
he agrees.
You can wash me.
And toothpaste, I add. Lots of toothpaste. Are you guys okay? That was amazing, Andrea says, her eyes shining. She glances nervously at Rast, but gives me an enthusiastic thumbs up. With you guys leading this place, we're going to be the safest fort around. Leading? I protest, shaking my head. Oh, no, Gwen doesn't want to do it. Gwen interjects. Never have. I almost took us down a really dark path. I don't have what it takes to be a fair, objective leader. I just don't. And I don't want to be. In one day, you've already turned things around. You've got a stinking dragon. Her voice is full of awe. You can be the protector we need here. This fort is yours now, if you'll stay. Oh, wow. I don't know what to think. There's part of it that has appeal, but at the same time, I have to think of Rast.
If you are happy here, I am as well.
His claws curl around me and he pulls me backward against his chest. The other girls look alarmed, but I just stroke my dragon scales, knowing that he needs my touch right now. There's still a bit of wildness in his thoughts, as if it's taking everything he's got not to rush after the nomads and chew them all up and spit them out. You would stay? I'm surprised.
This place is as good a nest as any, and being with these people brings you pleasure. You like helping them. What is the harm in staying for a while?
His claws curl around me in an almost hug, as if he could squeeze me tight against his chest in this form.
You like the idea. I can feel it. And they do not smell as bad here as other nests.
I chuckle. Such faint praise, but he's not wrong. I do like the idea of staying here and helping out, protecting, making this a safe place for everyone. But I can't forget about my sister. I can't stay, not yet. I need to visit my sister in Fort Dallas. Let her know I'm all right. We'll send her a bird, Gwen says enthusiastically. I have several trained ones, problem solved. I shake my head. I don't think a bird will do it, and she deserves more than a note. Plus, I really want to see her. Gwen isn't satisfied with that. Then visit and come back. You're needed here, and I would love it if you stayed. Please? She clasps her hands in front of her. There's hope in her eyes for the first time since I've met her, and I wonder just how much she hates being leader but feels trapped in the position. Me? I kind of like being leader, especially with Rast at my side. We can do so much good together. I need to visit, I promise, but I think we'll be back.
I think so as well.
Rast tells me.
There are many herds near here. There's good food, and my mate needs people to look after. If it makes you happy, I will learn to like being around them.
How funny that I am about to take on a leadership role. Me. It's so strange, and yet it feels so right. You can't leave yet, Andrea says, worried. What about Daniela? We won't leave until she's back, I promise. No harm in staying another day or two. We can rest, resupply, and wash the scent of bearded biker out of Rast's mouth. Yuck. I don't think we'll have further trouble from the Brothers of Ash. No one wants to get on the bad side of a dragon. But we'll stick around for a few days just in case. What about the other dragon? Gwen asks. She glances over at Andrea. He's not gone, is he?
He is not leaving until he gets his mate,
Rast tells me.
I do not blame him. She is his freedom. He needs her like he needs air.
These two know something I don't. As I watch them eye each other, I realize that they know something about who's pulling that dragon here, and they don't want to say. Do you really want to protect this place, then? Really and truly? Because Vaughn can help with that. He'll stop attacking the moment we find his mate. If we don't bring her to him soon, he can and will level this place. And even Rast and I won't be able to stop him.
And we will not want to,
my dragon adds. The women exchange another glance. Just tell me who it was, I say patiently. We can figure this out as long as we all work together. One of the women sighs, a heavy, tired sound. It's like this. Epilogue. Amy. 1 week later.
I smell another dragon on the wind. We are close.
A flutter of excitement stirs in my belly, and I wiggle against the sheet holding me against his back. Has to be Claudia and Kyle. Is he mated? Can you tell?
He does not like that I am in his territory.
Rast sends back after a moment.
His thoughts are extremely protective.
His mate is pregnant. He might be a little fussy.
I can feel my dragon mentally snort. A little. He is sending me very angry warnings.
Ask if it's Kyle. Tell him that you bring me to visit my sister. I pat a hand excitedly against Rast's golden scales. Oh man, I don't know if she's going to be mad or glad when she sees me.
Mad?
Mad that I ran away. Well, sort of. More like I fell and you caught me, whatever. I squeeze him with my thighs. I'm so glad we're doing this, Rast.
I cannot keep you from your family,
he tells me with affection.
It is not fair. I know that now.
His thoughts add a tinge of amusement.
And after seeing you in the human hive this week, I do not think anyone can stop you from something you want.
I giggle with glee. I've been a wee bit of a tyrant, I know. Just a small one, though. They just need a firm hand, and Gwen isn't it. But look at how happy she is to pass off the duties to someone else.
It is a good thing.
Rast agrees.
And they need a tyrant.
In a way, they really do. It's clear that Gwen's been a very gentle leader, to the point that some of the people have abused her kindness. The supply stores at Fort Shreveport were in a sad state for such a prosperous little place, and everyone wanted dibs on what the nomads conceded back to us. For all that they're a small group, their sense of community was lacking, and it took a few meetings to make people understand that it's better for everyone if we all have enough food, not just a few. I've been reorganizing rooms, restructuring where people sleep and how, because some of the elderly were stuck in the stuffiest quarters, and that seemed unfair to me. We've set up watches, tasks for all, and not just those that want to work, and we're improving the fences and raiding a nearby neighborhood for supplies. Rast's brought in so much fresh meat that we've had to learn how to build a smokehouse so we could cure it. It has been so much fun. There are a few fussers that don't like my changes, but they're the ones that have been leeching off of the rest of the hard-working group. Everyone will settle in eventually, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things are going when Rast and I return.
It is Kyle, my mate tells me. He says his mate is overjoyed, and that I am to bring you to their nest at once, so your sister can hug you and then kill you.
I laugh aloud. She's not really going to kill me.
I know, or we would not be landing.
His thoughts are full of amusement.
Are you ready?
I am. We start to descend, Rast's wings spreading out as we move lower, heading toward the cluster of broken buildings that make up the scavenge lands outside of Fort Dallas. I know which one is Claudia's home, though it's not hard to tell, considering that there's a big golden dragon making slow circles around it. I'm oddly nervous as we move closer, half worried that Kyle is going to attack Rast for some reason. I know he's my sister's mate, but he's always been hers. We're not even friends, really. We coexisted because of mutual love for my sister, but now knowing my dragon like I do, he can't form friendships with other women. His brain just doesn't work that way. Even in Fort Shreveport, Rast tends to treat the other women like they're slightly annoying bugs.
Will I have to wear pants here?
Rast flavors the thought with disgust.
Does your sister make her mate wear pants?
No, she doesn't. You're safe on that. I pat his neck.
Good. Pants are the worst part of living in a fort.
I'm thankful you suffer on my behalf, I tease him. Kyle flies in next to us, swooping close, and I can see the whirl of his eyes, black and gold. Thankfully, they're more gold than black, so I relax a little more. Then we're landing, and I can see my sister waiting below in her open-air apartment, gazing up with hopeful eyes, red hair streaming around her face. We land gently, and then Rast carefully grabs the sheet and helps me slide down off his back. I'm getting better at it, though I'll never be great. Above us, Kyle settles on his favorite perch on one of the broken ledges, watching from overhead. I'm barely on the ground before Claudia flings herself at me, wrapping me in her arms. I'm so mad at you, she sobs, squeezing me tight. I'm sorry, I tell her, and then I start to cry too. Rast ruffles his wings, and then I feel him blow a warm breath against my hair, alarmed.
My mate?
Happy tears, I tell him as I chuckle and pull away from Claudia. I promise they're happy tears. I've been so worried about you, Claudia says, squeezing my arms. I can't decide if I want to shake you for the next hour or if I just want to keep hugging you. Her eyes widen and she smacks her forehead. Oh my gosh, I forgot about your leg. Let me get you a seat. I'm good, I can walk. It's funny, but ever since I've been spending time with Rast, I've been on my feet a lot more, and even more in Fort Shreveport. I think it's helping, too, because my leg doesn't ache nearly as much as it used to. Using it more is helping it get stronger, I think. Or maybe I just refuse to let it slow me down any longer. Oh, okay. She sits down at the table and waits for me, her hand on her stomach. Rast noses my hair. I will wait above. Going to chat with Kyle? I ask. I do not know. His thoughts seem guarded. If he remembers what I am, he will hate me. He won't. That's the past. I turn and press a kiss to his muzzle. You're mine now, and I'm not going to let anyone be mean to you. My fierce little mate, he sends affectionately. He noses me one more time, and then lifts his wings, hopping up to a higher perch across from Kyle. I turn back to my sister and give her a little smile, then move to the table. Emma and Sasha around? She shakes her head. Sasha and Doc are still at the beach. Emma went to Fort Orleans to see if they have mated dragons there. I frown as I sit down across from her. Fort Orleans? I've heard it's a bit wild there. Why? Claudia purses her lips. There's something fishy going on at Fort Dallas. It's surrounded by dragons. Dragons that won't react normally when we try to contact them. Silurians, Rast tells me, his mind flaring with alarm. Emma's gone to Fort Orleans to see if the same thing's happening. She reaches forward and squeezes my hand. But don't worry about that. Tell me what happened. What's going on with you? I will. But if there's a problem at Fort Dallas, maybe we can help. Rast has a lot of his memories. He remembers a lot about Silurians and serving under them. Kyle growls low, and the sound sends a shiver through my spine. Claudia looks surprised, glancing up at her dragon and then back at me. That spawned a memory for him. Not a good one, but a memory. Her fingers tighten on mine. Your dragon remembers? From before? I nod. He remembers a lot. He can help. I can't help but smile. He's wonderful. Claudia's expression gets teary again. I would expect no less for my little sister. Claudia and I talk for hours. Hours. I don't think I've had such long conversations with my sister in forever. We talk so long that we go through 2 pots of her precious coffee, and my throat grows hoarse from talking so much. It's wonderful. While we chat, Rast and Kyle go hunting. Not together, I don't think. I can feel little undercurrents in my mental link with Rast that tell me they're communicating, but it's clear that it's a wary truce more than a friendship. It'll take time. By the time the sun sets, though, they're easier around each other, their postures relaxed. Kyle's tail is no longer flicking like an angry cat's, and Rast's eyes remain a cool gold instead of flicking to black. After dinner of some more of my sister's terrible experiments to recreate the old foods we used to have, this one's a sad thing that's supposed to be a taco, I'm exhausted, and Claudia can't stop yawning. She gives me an apologetic, sleepy look. The baby makes me tired. Are you... Her gaze flicks to Rast and then back to me. Not yet. Not for lack of trying, my dragon adds, and I can feel my cheeks get pink. Won't be long, Claudia says, ever practical. Both Emma and Sasha are expecting. Dragons seem to be potent. Her smile is wry. It's good to have you back. We'll all get used to having another dragon around. Oh, we're not staying, I tell my sister, and inwardly wince at how she's going to take the news. We'll be here for a few days, but we're going to be heading back to Fort Shreveport. They need us. I expect Claudia to protest, but she only gives me a sad look. I thought you might say that, but I hoped. Her head tilts and she sighs. Kyle says it's for the best. Wide-spaced territory and all that. Plus, you can be our eyes and ears there. It's not so far, I promise her. A straight flight, and we'll come and visit often. And one of the women there has trained messenger doves. We can figure out how to get you set up and send messages back and forth. Her sad smile brightens. I'd like that. I'll miss my baby sister, but It sounds like you've found your place in the world. I can't help but smile at that. I have found my place in this world. It's at Rast's side. Later that night, Rast and I are alone in my old room. He paces around my quarters, sniffing my things and poking at objects. "So many colors in here," he tells me, running his fingers over a gauzy scarf I have draped on the wall. "Why? Did your mind not hurt?" I laugh, sliding under my old covers. I thought it was cheerful. Helped me forget that I was trapped here. He turns back to me, stalking over to my side like a lion hunting down his prey, and it makes a little shiver of anticipation run through me. "And do you still feel trapped?" "Not in the slightest," I tell him with a content smile. I lie back on the pillows and gaze up at my handsome dragon man. I have everything I ever wanted. "And what is that?" Rast moves to lie next to me on the bed, his claws lightly skimming over my cotton nightgown. "And what is this nonsense?" "It's sleepwear." I laugh and push aside his claws before he can shred it. "If you want me to take it off, just tell me." "I want you to take it off." His eyes gleam and he leans in, caressing my face and gently scraping his teeth against my ear. "I want you naked, because I'm going to claim you and put my young inside you, like Kyle has put inside his mate." I shiver at his fierce words. "You want a baby?" "Of course." "Me too. It might not happen right away." "Ah, my sweet Amy," he murmurs, even as he slides one blunted claw down the front of my nightgown. "Half of the enjoyment is in the trying." I can't disagree with that. I think I'd like to have his baby very, very much. Almost as much as I like the trying itself. "You never answered," he tells me as he nibbles my ear. "Answered what?" "You said you had everything you ever wanted. I asked what it was that you had wanted." I caress his handsome, alien face. He's so beautiful with his wild mane of long gold hair and scale-dappled skin. Otherworldly, but beautiful. I wanted someone to love and to be loved. I wanted a prince from the fairy tales that would come and rescue me from my world. His thoughts flare with emotion. "I am no prince, and I did not take you from your world. I cannot. I am stuck here just like you." "You're my prince," I tell him. "Perfect in every way, and more wonderful than I could have ever imagined. And I no longer want to be rescued from my world. Not if you're in it. I want to stay at your side." He grunts and nuzzles my throat. "You are too busy rescuing yourself anyhow." I laugh because he's not wrong. With him at my side, I feel strong and powerful and ready to take on the world. "Together," he agrees. This concludes Fire in His Fury by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Noel Bridges and Jeremy York. Copyright 2018 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.